The top-tier actress is reborn as a stunning beauty with no apparent talents, a country bumpkin raised in a rural village. She has a green tea sister, a group of white lotus girls jealous of her looks, a fiancé who belongs to someone else, and male idols who avoid her at all costs. Until one day, the so-called brainless country bumpkin shocks everyone by flawlessly playing the world's most challenging piano piece. The once good-for-nothing bumpkin becomes the internet's most followed sensation. Chapter 1, Heart Racing. System is matching, current progress, 60%. Current progress, 80%, host, please relax. Progress 100%. Group favorite constitution successfully bound. Original host's memories are being transferred. Once binding is complete, I will no longer serve you. Note, group favorite constitution works only on males, not females. Memory transfer complete. Wishing the host a happy life in the new world. Wait, will this special constitution also attract the scumbag ex-boyfriend of the original host? Yao Lingling didn't get an answer before losing consciousness. She was the top actress in the entertainment industry, but at the young age of 25, her life ended prematurely due to overwork. As her soul left her body, a strange voice announced it would send her to another world to start a new life. For Yao Lingling, as long as she could live, she didn't care how fate unfolded. Perhaps dying once had made her treasure life even more. When the system transmitted the original host's memories, it also showed her the original host's future, her death, inseparably tied to her current boyfriend, Fu Tingji. That's why she asked if the group favorite constitution would attract him. The system didn't answer, or perhaps her consciousness faded too quickly to hear it. Regardless, she vowed to avoid anything that could threaten her survival. In a dimly lit room, the morning light was just beginning to seep through. Two bodies were entwined on the bed. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, pushed the petite figure in his arms aside, and got out of bed. The weight beside her shifted. Yao Lingling, a light sleeper, instinctively reached out. The bed was still warm. She abruptly sat up, and with the movement came a tearing pain from a certain part of her body, as if she had been ravaged by a beast. Looking around, she could see the room's decor clearly, despite the dim lighting: sofa, coffee table, photos, ornaments, all items meticulously arranged by the original owner of this body. At this moment, she was lying on a luxurious bed, wrapped in silky, soft sheets. The warmth beside her and the lingering scent of male pheromones made her heart race uncontrollably. On the glass coffee table, a vase of roses bloomed vividly. Moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting its glow on the wooden floor, where clothes were strewn about. The air was thick with the scent of roses and a lingering passion, reminding Yao Lingling of what had transpired last night. She was certain she had been reborn. The surroundings matched perfectly with the original host's memories. This was the lavish mansion Fu Tingji had gifted her. But the timing of her rebirth couldn't be worse. As Yao Lingling lamented, the sound of a toilet flushing came from the bathroom. Footsteps grew closer, and soon, a man emerged. He walked to the bedside and, upon seeing Yao Lingling sitting up, curved his lips into a mocking smile. "Awake so early? You seem to be in good spirits," he said. Yao Lingling froze for a moment before snapping back to her senses. She quickly wrapped herself in the blanket, her body trembling with tension and disgust. "Why you stay away from me?" she shouted at the man before her. "Oh?" His smirk deepened. "And what if I refuse?" With a cold smile, he strode toward the bed and yanked the blanket off with force. "Last night, you were crying out my name Fu Tingji with such enthusiasm," he sneered. Indeed, the previous Yao Lingling had been pathetic. She knew Fu Tingji didn't like her, yet she insisted on chasing after him, going as far as dressing up to seduce him. But that was the original host, not the current Yao Lingling. She wasn't about to follow in those foolish footsteps. "Never again," she declared, eyes shut tightly, refusing to look at Fu Tingji's body. Seeing her innocent and inexperienced demeanor, an intense possessiveness flared in Fu Tingji's heart. Narrowing his eyes, he pinned her wrists and leaned in closer. He despised the original Yao Lingling's antics but found her allure irresistible. Her every inch seemed designed to captivate him. Her body trembled involuntarily, her wide, watery eyes brimming with tears of fear. "No, don't," she whimpered, terrified, struggling against his overwhelming presence. But with her hands restrained and his weight pressing down on her, she was utterly helpless. "Don't?" He chuckled derisively, his body pressing even closer. The more vulnerable she appeared, the more he refused to let go. After all, she had always acted so confidently when trying to seduce him. Overcome with fear and frustration, Yao Lingling burst into tears. She wasn't afraid of him, she was overwhelmed. Despite her 20-plus years of life, her romantic experience was non-existent. Acting in romantic dramas was one thing, but this was real. At first, Fu Tingji thought she was faking it, but as time passed and her crying continued, tears and snot smeared across his chest, he frowned in disgust. Handing her a tissue, he barked, "Clean yourself up." Sniffling, Yao Lingling grabbed the tissues and sobbed, "Give me back the blanket." Har! Throwing the blanket at her, Fu Tingji watched as she wrapped herself tightly, guarding every inch of her body. Last night, she had been fiery and passionate, yet now she was acting pure and innocent. His gaze turned icy as he sneered, "Shut up. You're annoying." Terrified, Yao Lingling clamped her mouth shut. She knew how dangerous he could be. If the original hostess' disobedience led to her downfall, she couldn't afford to make the same mistakes. Stifling her tears, she still hiccuped occasionally from earlier sobs. Fu Tingji began dressing, his cold voice cutting through the tension. "You did well last night. I'll arrange for Yao Shiyun to be removed from the cast. Your goal has been achieved." Yao Lingling recalled the situation. The original host had been bullied by Yao Shiyun at home and sought Fu Tingji's help to have her removed from the drama crew. In exchange, the original agreed to play out Fu Tingji's twisted fantasies. Disgusted by the memory, Yao Lingling couldn't believe the original would degrade herself for someone like Yao Shiyun or get involved with a scumbag like Fu Tingji. Chapter 2, You should leave now. Lost in thought, Yao Lingling barely noticed Fu Tingji had already dressed himself. Clad in a tailored suit, he was the embodiment of the phrase "a wolf in sheep's clothing." There was no denying his stunning looks. Standing at 1.85 meters, with fair skin and a well-built physique, he exuded strength tempered with elegance. His sharply defined features, particularly the curve of his jawline, struck the perfect balance, not too sharp, not too blunt. His proud demeanor added to his cold allure. The slight tilt of his chin, coupled with lips pressed into a blade-like line, made him appear like a king surveying his domain with unassailable authority. Sometimes, it felt as if God had been unfairly generous, crafting some people with such perfection that not even a single flaw was spared. Fu Tingji was that perfect. In comparison, the male celebrities in the entertainment industry were too thin, with faces sharp enough to resemble monkeys. They lacked appeal entirely. A man like Fu Tingji, however, was dangerously mesmerizing. Even Yao Lingling found her heart wavering slightly. 4 years ago, when the Fu family faced a financial crisis, Fu Tingji had stepped up, turning the tide and restoring their company, Jiashan, to prominence, securing its spot among the top 10 enterprises in Xia Nation. This meteoric rise established Fu Tingji as a titan in the business world. At only 25 years old, he had become Asia's wealthiest man, a symbol of unparalleled power, wealth, and status. The original Yao Lingling had been drawn to his magnetic labels, his success, his brilliance, and his strikingly good looks. She clung to him partly to use his influence against Yao Shiyun and partly because she genuinely liked him. It was perhaps due to the original Yao Lingling's feelings that now, in the present, fragments of Fu Tingji's perfect image surfaced uncontrollably in Yao Lingling's mind. His sharp profile, his charm, his wealth, they were etched into her thoughts like lingering shadows. "Why are you staring at me like that? Are you love-struck again?" Fu Tingji's voice interrupted her reverie. He grabbed a tie from the drawer and walked over to her, pressing it into her hands. "Tie it for me." Dazed and overwhelmed by his charisma, Yao Lingling found herself clutching the tie, unsure of what to do. Tie it for him? This was something the original Yao Lingling had loved to do. She believed tying a tie was an intimate gesture reserved for partners. Every day, she'd prepare a tie for Fu Tingji, insisting on tying it for him whether he liked it or not. Holding the tie, Yao Lingling frowned, biting her lip as beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her hand, seemingly acting of its own accord, began crumpling the fabric. As her hesitation dragged on, Fu Tingji's face darkened with impatience. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand. Fu Tingji pressed her delicate hands against his chest, where his heartbeat thudded rapidly. Yao Lingling's ears turned crimson. The two were so close that her breath landed on his chest, while his warm breath tickled her hair. The ambiguous intimacy lingered for several seconds before Fu Tingji released one of her hands and tilted her chin with his other. "What's wrong? Didn't you love tying my tie before? His mocking smile carried a trace of ridicule. Yao Lingling, should I assume you're trying to seduce me? Yao Lingling wanted to roll her eyes at him. Seduce him? She had zero interest in that. No, I haven't rested well. Tie it yourself. There was no way she'd tie his tie. She intended to reclaim every bit of herself that the original Yao Lingling had foolishly given him. Fu Tingji didn't deserve her devotion. Not rested well? Fu Tingji's sharp gaze scrutinized her, as if trying to discern whether she was lying. Yao Lingling's heart raced with nervousness. Was she being too transparent? Had he noticed something? Then, in an unexpected move, Fu Tingji leaned in and placed a light kiss on her lips. Yao Lingling froze, thunderstruck, her mind blank. His kiss carried a magnetic power, steeped in masculinity, leaving her dazed and reeling. She stiffened, neither responding to his kiss nor pushing him away. When Fu Tingji finally let go, her lack of reaction left him slightly unsettled. This wasn't like the Yao Lingling he knew. Stop pretending, he said coldly. Yao Lingling shoved him away, retreating to the head of the bed until there was nowhere left to go. It's almost morning. You should leave now. Fu Tingji's brows furrowed at her words. There was nothing inherently wrong with what she said, yet it irked him deeply. Was he hearing things? Yao Lingling, the woman who always clung to him like a second skin, was now asking him to leave. Give me one more kiss, he demanded. This time, you initiate. His tone was haughty, his long, narrow phoenix eyes glinting with arrogance. Though it sounded like a request, it felt more like a decree from an emperor. Looking at Fu Tingji towering over her with that commanding presence, Yao Lingling felt a wave of resistance rise within her. He had always been high and mighty, treating every kiss and embrace as if they were favors he bestowed. The original Yao Lingling might have been blind to it, but Yao Lingling wasn't he. As an outsider, she saw it all too clearly. Fu Tingji had never regarded her as a lover. To him, she was merely a plaything. When did you become so clingy? Yao Lingling lay back down, her actions clearly rejecting his request. Fu Tingji's frown deepened. He wasn't usually clingy, true. On the contrary, he had always left decisively after their encounters. It was usually Yao Lingling who clung to him. Yet today, their roles seemed reversed. More frustratingly, she wasn't willing to entertain him, which left Fu Tingji thoroughly displeased. Something about her was different today. The woman who had always eagerly sought his attention was now refusing his kiss. What game was she playing? Was this some form of calculated rejection? Walking over to the bed, he yanked the blanket from her head. What's wrong with you? His voice carried an edge of restrained irritation. Lowering her gaze to avoid his sharp eyes, Yao Lingling replied softly, I'm fine. You should leave now. She didn't want to be near him a second longer. She remembered the original Yao Lingling's tragic end, a future where Fu Tingji grew even more successful while she was framed, humiliated, and left to die alone in a dark corner. The desperate plea replayed in her mind like an echo chamber, stay away from him. Chapter 3, The Long Road Ahead. Leave quickly. Another curt command. Was she so eager to send him away today? Fu Tingji had already prepared a string of accusations against Yao Lingling's irrational behavior in his mind. But seeing her so adamant, as if last night's passion had been nothing but a dream, made him falter. At this moment, Yao Lingling resembled a misty forest, dense at first glance but dissipating upon a second look. A strange unease stirred within Fu Tingji. Why had she rejected his kiss? Why had she ignored his concern? And why was she so desperate to push him away? In the end, he attributed her abnormal behavior to his roughness the night before. A trace of regret crept into his heart. He shouldn't have been so harsh. But when he discovered Yao Lingling's fawning efforts were all to deprive her sister of a minor role in a drama, disappointment had overwhelmed him. He wanted to punish her. Perhaps he'd gone too far. Yet, proud as he was, there was no chance he would lower himself to apologize. Forget it. There's time ahead. He could show her tenderness in other ways to make up for it. Yao Lingling assumed Fu Tingji would linger, but to her surprise, he sensibly turned and left. The soft click of the closing door followed. He didn't lose his temper. Or was he seething with anger and merely concealing it? Yao Lingling shook her head vigorously. She didn't care about Fu Tingji's mood at the moment. Since her arrival in this world, there were too many things to set straight. Yet her top priority was clear: staying away from Fu Tingji. She got up, freshened up briefly, and packed her belongings into a small suitcase. Then, she sent Fu Tingji a text: "Let us break up." Still unsatisfied, she deleted him from her WeChat and blocked his number. There. This chapter with Fu Tingji was closed for good. She was sure that given Fu Tingji's feelings for the original owner, he wouldn't come looking for her. This realization lightened her heart. She wouldn't let the original owner's past dictate her life. She would live her own story. Yao Lingling walked out of the bedroom and descended the spiral staircase. The mansion's decor reminded her of the original owner's choices: wallpaper she picked, curtains she selected, and even the placement of furniture and vases that she deliberated over for hours. All those memories now belonged to Yao Lingling, making it feel as though these were her own choices. A strange nostalgia tugged at her heart. The original owner had worked so hard to be close to Fu Tingji, yet today Yao Lingling had ended it all. In the living room, near the large floor-to-ceiling windows, a line of maids stood neatly as butler Liang Ju reprimanded them. Why was he here? Yao Lingling frowned. This villa was just one of Fu Tingji's properties in Haicheng. It wasn't his main residence, that was his manor. Liang Ju was rarely seen here, as his role was primarily at the manor. This place was little more than a convenient stopover for Fu Tingji. "Miss Yao," Liang Ju greeted her respectfully upon noticing her. "What's all this about?" Yao Lingling asked curiously. "These are the maids the young master instructed me to hire for you," Liang Ju explained. Yao Lingling was baffled and stared at him in confusion. The original owner had little interaction with Liang Ju, nor had she earned his favor. Most of Fu Tingji's close associates disliked her, viewing her as undeserving of his attention. Compared to the countless women vying for Fu Tingji's affection, her background and accomplishments were unimpressive. Liang Ju's respect stemmed solely from Fu Tingji's orders. The privileges she enjoyed were all due to Fu Tingji's grace, a reminder that the hand that feeds can also take away. Yao Lingling snapped back to reality. "I don't need maids, nor will I be using them. Save them for the next mistress of this villa." With that, she picked up her suitcase and headed for the door, only to be stopped by Liang Ju. "Miss Yao, what do you mean by this?" he demanded, frowning. Yao Lingling pointed at her suitcase and nonchalantly replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm leaving and not coming back." "Where are you going? Does the young master know about this?" Liang Ju's expression darkened further. Rolling her eyes, Yao Lingling retorted, "That's your problem, not mine. I'm not Fu Tingji's servant. I'm free to come and go as I please." She sidestepped him and continued toward the door, but Liang Ju blocked her path again. "Did the young master tell you to leave?" Liang Ju asked. He couldn't believe Fu Tingji would order her to leave. Just an hour ago, Fu Tingji had called him to arrange for the maids. If Yao Lingling were truly leaving, why bother with the maids? Liang Ju's sharp eyes scrutinized her, sensing a hidden motive. Is this some new ploy of hers? He muttered under his breath. Seeing her rolling suitcase, he sighed inwardly. Their young master worked tirelessly. Couldn't she be a little more considerate instead of pulling stunts? "If you think the young master will fall for your tricks, you're mistaken," Liang Ju declared coldly. "He is too busy to cater to your whims. If you're looking for someone to serve at your beck and call, I suggest you look elsewhere." Unlike the original owner, Yao Lingling didn't engage in a heated argument. She simply smiled and responded, "You're right. Your young master is far from my ideal partner. That's why I'm leaving for good. This is a clean break, so let us not delay." Liang Ju hesitated, his sharp gaze searching for any sign of deceit. Finally, he stepped aside. "Hope Miss Yao means what she says," he muttered. "Oh, absolutely. I've left everything behind. Would you like to check my suitcase?" Yao Lingling asked with a sly smile. Liang Ju waved her off. If it meant she'd leave their young master in peace, they wouldn't care if she emptied the entire villa. "Goodbye, Butler Liang." "Forever," she said with a grin. "Goodbye, Miss Yao." "Forever," he replied, relieved. As the plane to the South Seas prepared for takeoff, Fu Tingji halted at the cabin door. He stared at his phone, his grip tightening as his jaw clenched. "Let us break up." Those 3 words set his teeth on edge. Yao Lingling always managed to stir trouble at the worst possible moments. His intuition had been right that morning something was off with her. Now, his worst fears were confirmed. Chapter 4 is a disaster. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Fu Tingji stop, Dantes couldn't help but ask. Dantes is British. Fu Tingji often travels around and needs to arrange all kinds of people around him. Dantes happens to know everything, and most importantly, he is very good at martial arts, so Fu Tingji will take him with him wherever he goes. Call back to the villa and ask Liang Ju and Yao Lingling what's wrong with her today. Fu Tingji said with a cold face. Dantes nodded and made the call. Liang Ju made it clear that after Yao Lingling left, Dantes would relay the original words to Fu Tingji. Fu Tingji pressed his temple with a headache. He picked up his phone and called Yao Lingling. However, it would have been better if he hadn't called her. He became even more angry after making the call. This woman actually blocked him. Tried WeChat, but was blocked there too. Breaking up, blocking, Yao Lingling is really getting out of control. She said we are really breaking up this time. She said I am far from her ideal partner and she wants to go find her own ideal other half. Fu Tingji asked word by word, gritting his teeth. Dantes nodded and said, that's what the villa said. Fu Tingji's face looked extremely ugly. What does it mean that he is so far from her ideal partner? What kind of man does she want? On the plane, all kinds of beauties kept raising their eyebrows and winking at Fu Tingji, and even the flight attendant couldn't help but wink at him. This man with extraordinary temperament would obviously look at them a few times before getting on the plane, but now no matter how hard they tried, he turned a blind eye. Normal men would find a quiet place to have passionate sex after getting on the plane. Now Fu Tingji's indifference immediately made them feel depressed. Of course, there are also beauties who think such men are more challenging. Sure enough, there was a woman who was not afraid of death, shaking her big waves and walking in front of Fu Tingji with confident steps. The low V-hip skirt showed off her figure perfectly. Her slender hands hooked around Fu Tingji's neck. Everyone thought that this handsome man in front of them would carry this beautiful woman who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms into the first-class cabin. However, the result was unexpected. The woman was pushed away by Fu Tingji. The woman's movement was too big and she hit the wall of the plane directly, especially her face. Her fair skin became red and swollen instantly, and her nose was bleeding all over her face. What was even more exaggerated was that her plump breasts that were padded by her fell off immediately. Damn, that's cruel. Those watching the fun couldn't help but complain. The woman was hit badly and rushed towards Fu Tingji after getting up. The bodyguards were quick to form a human wall to stop the woman. The woman immediately started to curse, completely losing her previous temperament, but Fu Tingji remained unmoved. Does she think any woman can catch his eye? If you give a wolf who has eaten mutton a chance to smell a dead rat, he will pick it out. Go back. Fu Tingji turned around and was about to get off the plane. Dantes was stunned and didn't react for a long time. This cooperation is very important. Fu Ting has been preparing for half a month. Is he willing to give up just like that? Master, the plane is about to take off. If we miss this flight, the fastest flight will be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The cooperation discussion is scheduled for 1 o'clock. It is impossible for the South China Sea to wait for us that long, and the person from the Tang family is also watching us. Dantes was a little bit unbelievable. Fu Tingji glanced at him sideways and frowned. I said go back. Dantes couldn't believe that Fu Tingji gave up this cooperation just like that. Well, otherwise why would people say Yao Lingling is a disaster? Damn it, you can't just leave like this. I'm injured. I'm bleeding. Believe it or not, I'll take a picture of you and post it online. The woman who failed in her pickup roared like a mad dog. Dantes walked up to her with a frown on his face and snatched her unlocked phone away. Before the woman could react, the beautiful phone was instantly shattered into pieces. You. This matter is not over today. The woman grabbed Dantes' hand and refused to let go, and she was almost about to tie Dantes up with a rope. Dantes took out a card from his bag and threw it at the woman, saying, "The money here is enough for you to buy 100 such phones. I advise you to be sensible. He is not someone you can afford to offend. You have achieved your goal, get out." The woman held the money for a moment and wiped the blood off her nose. She looked embarrassed but a smug smile appeared on her lips. She thought Fu Tingji had an extraordinary temperament and wanted to chat with him, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Now she got the money without having to do anything with him. Although she was hit, she felt it was worth it at this moment. Fu Tingji returned to the villa and sat on the sofa. His face looked very gloomy and his whole body exuded a cold aura. Why didn't you stop her? Fu Tingji asked. Liang Ju stood in front of Fu Tingji, feeling a little guilty. Ms. Yao said that she really let go this time. Liang Ju said. I asked you why you didn't stop her. Fu Tingji raised his voice, his deep eyes full of disappointment. Liang Ju was startled by the roar, but still stood firmly, looking ready to die. Young master, Miss Yao is not suitable for you. Since she is determined to leave and commit suicide, why not take this opportunity to break up with her? Liang Ju said. A woman like Yao Lingling will only hinder their young master's progress in becoming better. Liang Ju believes that this rotten apple should be cleaned out when the time comes. Whether it is suitable for you or me, is it up to you or me? Liang Ju, you have been with me for so many years and you don't understand me. If you continue to act on your own in the future, don't let me see you again. Fu Tingji nodded and said without any mercy. He didn't like subordinates who made choices for him, even if it was just to go with the flow. His people should only listen to him, and what he said was what it was. He didn't want Yao Lingling to leave, so he couldn't let her go. Liang Ju knows he is wrong. I will accept the punishment now. Liang Ju lowered his head. He didn't understand what Fu Tingji was thinking. If he only liked this useless woman's face and figure, he could have sent him a bunch of them immediately if he wanted. However, Fu Tingji only wanted Yao Lingling. If you want to say I like it. Har. It's impossible for Fu Tingji to like Yao Lingling. Liang Ju was dragged away by the bodyguard to receive the punishment. Dantes turned around and called Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji's number was blocked by Yao Lingling, so he used his own private phone. Yao Lingling just found the hotel. She didn't want to go back to the original owner's home because Yao Xian would definitely find a way to punish her. She was kicked out of the crew, and the first person she would think of would definitely be her. However, if she wanted to live on campus, she would have to go to the school to fill out the accommodation file, and it would be impossible for her to move in for a while. So, now she could only stay in a hotel. Girls from art schools are naturally outstanding in temperament, and Yao Lingling's luxurious clothes made her even more eye-catching. When she checked in at the front desk, several waiters started pointing and talking at her. Well, normally when a beautiful woman like her comes to a hotel, it's definitely not for any good reason. Chapter 5 Mysterious Confidence. Yao Lingling felt uncomfortable being stared at by them and got goosebumps all over her body. Finally, she turned her head helplessly to look at them. Lily? Yao Lingling asked with a cold face. What Lily? The waitresses looked confused. Why are you staring at me and pointing at me, aren't you lesbians? Don't you like my fair skin, beautiful face and long legs? Yao Lingling deliberately stretched out one of her long legs and touched it with her slender hand. Damn it, she has such a pure and abstinent face, but she still does such disgusting actions, it's simply fatal. Several waitresses blushed because of her, and now they were the ones with goosebumps. Oh, that's so disgusting. Several waitresses rubbed their arms and fled. Yao Lingling looked at the direction where they went and glared at them mischievously. They thought she was disgusting, but she also thought they were disgusting. How could they stare at a girl's legs so openly? I can play with this leg for the rest of my life, Yao Lingling, you are mine. The domineering voice sounded in my ears. Fu Tingji's face flashed through Yao Lingling's mind, and she shuddered suddenly. Fortunately, the loss has been stopped in time. The clerk at the front desk returned her ID card to her and her cell phone rang with the note, Dantes. Miss Yao, your behavior has made the master very angry. Please come back quickly. Dantes said. Please? Is this the tone of please? Did your young master see the text message I sent to him? We have broken up. Please don't bother me in the future. Yao Lingling said. Breaking up is just your unilateral idea. If the young master doesn't agree, it doesn't count as a breakup. Dantes said in his domineering tone. If Dantes was in front of her, she really wanted to punch him. She really didn't want to waste time talking to Fu Tingji, the only person he respected. What's wrong? Does your young master feel dissatisfied that I dumped him? You can give him the phone and ask him to break up with me. Yao Lingling said. A proud man like Fu Tingji must feel that her breaking up is very humiliating. In this case, in order to make him feel better, let him break up first. Anyway, as long as she can leave Fu Tingji, it makes no difference to her who breaks up. Dantes was confused. What on earth is this woman trying to do? Miss Yao, if you want to prove how important you are in the young master's heart, just show your appreciation. You know the young master's temper better than I do. I'll give you an hour to return to the villa. As long as you come back, the young master will not pursue this matter. Dantes said. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without saying a word, without giving Yao Lingling any chance to say no. Based on his understanding of Yao Lingling, she would appear in half an hour, not an hour. Who knows, Yao Lingling might not have gone far at all, but was hiding in some corner waiting for them to beg her to come back. Yao Lingling frowned. Where did Dantes get the mysterious confidence that she would go back? It was Dantes who said that, and she didn't agree with him that she would go back. If she didn't show up later, he would know her answer. Yao Lingling put her phone in her bag, picked up the room card, carried her suitcase and took the elevator to their hotel room. In the villa, Fu Tingji sat on the sofa and Dantes walked up to him. What did she say? Fu Tingji asked. Miss Yao said she would be back within an hour, Dantes replied. Fu Tingji leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. Okay, then he would wait for her here for an hour. 1 hour later. Fu Tingji put the expensive watch into his sleeve. An hour passed and Yao Lingling did not show up. Dantes took out his cell phone and said, maybe there's a traffic jam on the road. I'll call and ask if we need to send someone to pick them up. However, when he called, his face instantly turned dark and he was blocked. Fu Tingji couldn't help but sneer, Har. Did you say an hour or did she say that? Master, I. Send someone to find her location. Fu Tingji stood up, put on his black suit, and strode out the door. Dantes looked at his phone with a frown on his face. Yao Lingling had made a big move this time. Yao Lingling lay on the soft big bed, feeling very tired. She knew it was due to the intense exercise last night. She was sure again that Fu Tingji really had no sympathy for women. After a while, Yao Lingling fell asleep until she was awakened by a knock on the door. What's wrong? Yao Lingling walked to the door, opened it and asked. The juice you ordered. A pleasant female voice sounded. Yao Lingling frowned. She didn't order any juice. You sent the wrong thing. I didn't order juice. Yao Lingling said and was about to close the door. Suddenly a man came from behind the waiter. I ordered it for you. My name is Zhang Yang. Beautiful lady, is there a chance we can have afternoon tea together? Zhang Yang asked. It turned out to be a pickup artist. Yao Lingling looked him up and down. The man was dressed very elegantly. Although she couldn't tell the brand of his clothes, Yao Lingling, who was used to wearing luxury goods, could tell at a glance that they were expensive. Zhang Yang intentionally or unintentionally showed off his Rolex watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and looked at Yao Lingling like he was catching prey. Aquaman, no doubt. Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Even though he was wearing such extravagant clothes, who knows where he rented them from? He was a vain man, and he thought all beautiful women were gold diggers. Sorry, I'm sleepy and just want to sleep in the afternoon. Yao Lingling said as she closed the door again. Zhang Yang immediately stretched out a foot and blocked her door. This woman smells so good, I really want to smell her up close. Yao Lingling immediately frowned. Mr. Zhang, you are really embarrassing me by doing this. Aren't you afraid that I will break your leg? If you are willing to have afternoon tea with me, I think it's worth it. Zhang Yang said with a nasty smile. Yao Lingling looked outside and found that the waitress had disappeared. She knew that the waitress must have been bribed by Zhang Yang and might be somewhere counting money now. That's what you said. Yao Lingling pulled the door hard, and a fatal pain instantly spread throughout Zhang Yang's body. R. Zhang Yang sat down on the ground in agony. He was sweating profusely from the pain and almost rolled on the ground. He has already done this much, and any woman would not be so disrespectful, but Yao Lingling is the exception and does not play by the rules. Yao Lingling's rejection just now had already made him a little discouraged, but when he thought of the enchanting actions of this woman downstairs just now, which were both pure and lustful, he knew that there must be a price to pay for pursuing such a woman, but he never expected that the price would be a broken leg. Although it is not broken now, he will have to lie in bed for a month or so before he can recuperate. You are a woman who doesn't know how to live or die. I gave you face but you still gasped. I will kill you with my fun. Zhang Yong gritted his teeth and endured the pain to get up from the ground, then rushed towards Yao Lingling at a rapid speed. Yao Lingling thought that he would lie on the ground in pain for a while, and even thought of giving him a few $100s to take him to the hospital, but she didn't expect that someone could be so crazy when he was furious. Zhang Yong instantly threw Yao Lingling into his arms and pressed her to the ground. Even the King of Heaven couldn't save her today. Zhang Yong took a deep breath on Yao Lingling's neck, enjoying it very much. Has anyone ever told you that you smell good? Smells good, Daddy. Chapter 6. I don't like it anymore. Even though Zhang Yan's foot was injured, a man is still much stronger than a woman, and Yao Lingling was pinned to the ground by him, unable to move at all. Is she going to fall into this pervert's hands today? Fu Tingji never expected that he would see this scene. He was so late that he didn't even close the door. At this moment, Dantes was so scared that he was sweating profusely. Yao Lingling was really a woman who knew how to bring surprises to people. Go up and separate them. Dantes ordered the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguards pulled Zhang Yong up at lightning speed without saying a word. Seeing so many people coming, Zhang Yong was confused. Zhang Yong met Fu Tingji's gaze. He had never seen such a sharp look, like a pool of cold water, and the call of the god of death was at the bottom of the deep pool. If you can't kill him, beat him to death. Fu Tingji said coldly. Zhang Yong instantly regretted his decision, but he had no chance to explain. At first, only one foot was injured, but now half of his life was at risk. After Zhang Yong was taken away, Yao Lingling felt relieved. This pervert was too strong and scratched her wrist and neck until they turned red. Fortunately, Fu Tingji arrived in time and did not let him take advantage of her. Yao Lingling got up and fixed her hair and clothes. Fu Tingji kicked the door shut as soon as he entered, and the next second he pulled Yao Lingling up and threw her into the bathroom. Are you looking for death? Fu Tingji clenched her jaw and gritted his teeth. Yao Lingling felt pain from his pinching, and her big watery eyes instantly turned tearful, with tears as big as beans dripping onto the ground. Combined with the fact that her skin was red from being pinched by Zhang Yong just now, she looked so pitiful. Explain. Fu Tingji let her go and stared at her. Yao Lingling rubbed her chin and pushed Fu Tingji away. Do you think I was the one who hooked up with him? He's a pervert. Yao Lingling was furious. She was the one who was nearly molested, and before she could even feel aggrieved, he went crazy before her. Of course I know that person is a pervert. I asked you to explain why you want to break up. Fu Tingji said. It would be fine if it happened on any other day, but she did this today, such an important day. Doesn't she know that he has been preparing for this project for so long? What's there to explain? If you don't like each other anymore, just break up. Yao Lingling answered, turning her head away. Fu Tingji was amused by her, but she didn't like it anymore. Who would believe it? How much does Yao Lingling like Fu Tingji? Maybe it's because she can go to the airport in the rain to wait for him even when she's on her period, or maybe it's because she would rather skip classes than stay in bed with him. Now she said without any warning that she didn't love him anymore, and he, Fu Tingji, was the first one not to believe it. This reason is impossible, change it. Fu Tingji stared at her, and the anger he had just felt when he entered the room subsided a little. Yao Lingling would definitely not dislike him. Yao Lingling couldn't help but find it funny. Did he think he had her in his grasp? How could it be impossible for her not to like him? I just don't like you anymore. Whether you believe it or not, I don't like you anyway. You've seen the text message. We've broken up. Considering how wholeheartedly I have served you in the past, please don't disturb my life in the future. Yao Lingling looked into Fu Tingji's eyes and said word by word. The person who liked him was the original owner, who no longer existed, so she didn't feel insecure at all. Fu Tingji was a little flustered. Yao Lingling would bite her lips when she lied, and pinch her clothes involuntarily. He could see through her guilty conscience. But today, she spoke very confidently and without any fear. Either Yao Lingling's acting skills have improved, or, as Yao Lingling said, she no longer likes him. As long as Yao Lingling behaved well, he would not pursue the former, but as for the latter. New to school. You acted very well. Yao Lingling studied at an art school, and Fu Tingji thought that this was another new skill Yao Lingling had learned and was putting it into practice. Fu Ting took 2 steps forward and pulled up Yao Lingling's hands. There were red marks on her neck from Zhang Yarn's pinching, and there were a few marks on her arms. Her skin was white and smooth, as if it could be broken with a snap of a finger. He never wanted to hurt her, but that damn man actually hurt her like this. Fu Tingji picked her up and put her into the bathtub. Yao Lingling thought he was going to force her into prostitution and immediately became alert. "Don't move, you are injured. Wash it carefully and I will disinfect it for you later," Fu Tingji said. Then he left and closed the bathroom door, ordering Dantes to buy cotton swabs and disinfectant. Yao Lingling pressed her temples in pain. What did she do wrong? Why didn't Fu Tingji push her away in anger? Didn't he often say that the original owner was like a sticky candy that couldn't be thrown away? Didn't he say that he was not worthy of her, and if she left him one day, he would definitely burn incense and pray to Buddha to thank God? Maybe it was just as she had thought before, a proud man like him would feel unwilling to be dumped for the first time, so she would let him break up later to satisfy his strong mentality. Yao Lingling put the water on. It was time to take a shower. The perverted man had an unpleasant smell of low-quality cigarettes on him. It stinked. After taking a shower, Yao Lingling realized that she had no change of clothes, so she could only go out wrapped in a bath towel. Alcohol and cotton swabs had already been bought. Seeing Yao Lingling coming out, Fu Tingji pulled her to his side. "Sit down, I'll disinfect and apply medicine for you," Fu Tingji said. Yao Lingling didn't move at all. She said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Fu. It's just a few scratches. They will disappear soon. There's no need to bother." It was indeed very red just now, and with her fair skin, it looked even more frightening. She took a bath, and after such a long time, the redness had faded a lot, but there were a few marks on her arms that were very eye-catching. However, Fu Tingji didn't notice any of this. He only heard her calling him Master Fu. Fu Tingji's originally gentle eyes dimmed in an instant. She was challenging his patience again and again. "I said sit down, I will disinfect and apply medicine for you," Fu Tingji said again. Yao Lingling remained unmoved. "If you really need disinfection and medication, I can do it myself. There's no need to trouble Master Fu to do it himself," Yao Lingling said, and then went to her wallet to get money. 200 yuan is enough for these medicines, right? Take the money and leave quickly." Fu Tingji grabbed her arm, and because of the pain in her hand, the 200 yuan fell to the ground instantly. "Yao Lingling, my patience is limited. I can think of your little trouble as you just acting coquettishly, but if you continue to act unreasonably like this, you know the consequences," Fu Tingji said. He has been so indulgent, and Yao Lingling is being too ungrateful today. Yao Lingling couldn't help but sneer. Oh, so all the original owner's previous tantrums were just unreasonable and shameless in his eyes, just like today. "Then may I ask, Mr. Fu, what will be the consequences for me?" Yao Lingling asked with a smile. The strange and cold look made Fu Tingji stunned for a moment. Why does she look like that? She shouldn't look at him like that. "Don't look at me like that," Fu Tingji roared domineeringly. How could she look at him like that, as if he had done something wrong to her, but he clearly did nothing. Chapter 7, At the Mercy of Others. Anyway, I've made it very clear. I don't like you anymore. If Mr. Fu still remembers our past friendship, please don't disturb my life in the future. I promise I will never bother you again. Yao Lingling raised her hand and swore to the sky. Those lively eyes are cold and resolute. You can't hide your love for someone. Every time you look at that person, there will be little stars in your eyes. Similarly, you can't hide your dislike for someone. You just don't bother to look. Yao Lingling belongs to the latter at this moment. Fu Tingji suddenly laughed. He pinched Yao Lingling's chin, his eyes were sharp. You said you don't like me anymore, so we can break up. Yao Lingling, you really don't understand your own identity. I am the only one who has the right to decide in this world, and you can only obey. I am not tired of playing with you, so you can't break up. Then may I ask, Mr. Fu, what will it take for you to get tired of playing with me? Yao Lingling's bones were hurt by his pinching, and she stared into his eyes stubbornly. Fu Tingji is like a tyrant, moody and self-righteous. Pleasure me like you did before. Fu Tingji nodded. Yao Lingling used to respect him, and it will continue to be so in the future. How to please? By going to bed. Yao Lingling sneered, tears welling up in her eyes, but she was stubborn and refused to let them flow. Apart from their romance in bed, it seemed that he and the original owner had no good memories. Your suggestion is good. Fu Tingji picked her up and threw her onto the bed. As soon as Yao Lingling fell down, he pressed on her and roughly stripped off her bath towel. Yao Lingling only felt that the person pressing on her was a ferocious beast, and the man who was so distressed when he just got a few scratches on her arm seemed to be just her illusion. The first time I was intimate with a man, there was neither the tenderness nor the sweetness I had imagined. There was only plunder, domineering plunder. After the sex, Yao Lingling was so exhausted that her whole body ached. She finally understood what it meant to have new injuries before the old ones had healed. Hiss. Yao Lingling dragged her legs with difficulty and tried to sit up, but Fu Tingji held her down. Don't move, you're injured. Fu Tingji stood up and lifted the quilt, revealing a bright red spot on the snow-white bed sheet. The rude bastard actually made her bleed. Yao Lingling endured the severe pain, raised her leg and kicked Fu Tingji, hitting him in the lower abdomen. Fu Tingji was kicked off the bed by her. Bastard! Yao Lingling cursed with gritted teeth. Fu Tingji got up from the ground, his lower abdomen was aching, but he was more concerned about Yao Lingling who was bleeding because of him. Fu Tingji pursed his lips, glared at her angrily, stood up to get his clothes, put them on neatly, and walked out the door. Yao Lingling lay on the bed and sighed deeply. She just left after finishing the job. What a bastard's behavior! Her lower body was already very painful, and due to the intense exercise just now, the pain was even more excruciating. Feeling both painful and sleepy, she curled up in the quilt and fell asleep. Yao Lingling woke up again in the villa with an drip on her hand. This bastard actually brought it back to her while she was asleep, which means that all her efforts for a whole day were in vain. Miss Yao is awake, go and inform the young master. The maid at the side immediately became excited when she saw Yao Lingling open her eyes, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Yao Lingling frowned. At this moment, the person she least wanted to see was Fu Tingji. But now she has an 4 in her hand and her lower body is in so much pain that she can't move. She is like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, and no one has a say. After a while, Fu Tingji came in, but was hit on the head by a pillow as soon as he entered the door. Fu Tingji frowned, he was so dishonest even with an drip on his hand. You can make a fuss if you want to. If you continue to act unreasonably, I can't guarantee that I will continue to indulge you. Fu Tingji picked up the pillow and threw it on the sofa beside him, staring at her sharply. He was very dissatisfied with Yao Lingling's behavior. The maid glanced at Yao Lingling, and her jealous look seemed to say that she was really ungrateful. Yao Lingling was brought back by someone, and their young master was afraid of waking her up, so he treated her with great care, like a rare treasure. But this woman was so fierce to their young master as soon as she opened her eyes. Yao Lingling couldn't help but find it funny. In his eyes, she was being unreasonable when she said she didn't like him anymore and wanted to break up. Did she, Yao Lingling, deserve to be tied to him for the rest of her life? Did she have to like him? I will prove to you that I am not being unreasonable. Yao Lingling met his gaze. In the past, she would never have had the guts to really quarrel with Fu Tingji. Fu Tingji's eyes would scare her into submission. Yao Lingling's change made Fu Tingji feel extremely uncomfortable. Her change was beyond his control, and he felt inexplicably irritated. He should have thrown such an ungrateful woman out long ago, but when she was wearing a short skirt and pigtails and hugged his waist and called his name softly, he really couldn't let go. No matter what she did, she would return to him and pester him until he got annoyed and locked her in the room. No matter how badly he treated her, she would try every means to get close to him. The most important thing is that this woman loves him very much. It seems that there are only 3 words, Fu Tingji, in her mind. Who would believe it if the woman who loves him so much suddenly tells him one day that she doesn't like him anymore? He felt that Yao Lingling must have acted out again. It's past dinner time. I'll ask the chef to make you whatever you want to eat. Fu Tingji said. He didn't have the patience to deal with Yao Lingling's emotions, because she caused him heavy losses today. He could have chosen not to come back, but when she blocked all his contact information, he was furious. He thought that if he caught her, he would kill her. It was this feeling that made Yao Lingling lie in bed unable to move. If she provokes him again, he might do something even crazier, so she'd better be obedient. Fu Tingji is an extremely paranoid person, and he may not be able to control himself when he goes crazy. But will Yao Lingling be obedient? I don't want to eat anything. I just want to leave now. If you let me go, I will find food by myself when I go back. Yao Lingling was determined to leave. Fu Tingji smiled jokingly. Just as he expected, she was just as pretentious as ever. I told you my patience is limited. Fu Tingji pinched her jaw and said angrily, if you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Fu Tingji walked away, followed by the maid who left the room. The door was closed, and there was even a sound of it being locked. Yao Lingling quickly pulled out the needle and went to open the door, and found that Fu Tingji had really locked her up. This bastard is so nasty. Fu Tingji believed that she was acting like before, and the only way to get out of this situation was to make Fu Tingji understand that she really didn't want to be with him anymore. It's just hunger. She won't eat even if she starves to death. She wants him to see her determination to leave and let him know that she doesn't like him. Yao Lingling lay back on the bed, covered herself tightly with the quilt and went to sleep. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. You won't starve to death by skipping a meal. Chapter 8 Perseverance. The next day, the maid came knocking on the door, but it was locked from the inside. Yao Lingling refused to open it no matter what, and Fu Tingji had been sitting in front of the computer working all morning. She hasn't opened the door yet. Fu Tingji looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock. Master, Miss Yarrow seems to be very serious this time. Dantes said. Are you reminding me that she really doesn't like me anymore? Fu Tingji raised his eyes, and his sharp gaze made Dantes' scalp tingle. Dantes pursed his lips and said nothing. He didn't say it, but this was what he thought in his heart. Yao Lingling liked Fu Tingji so much, but she suddenly wanted to leave him so strongly. There was no other reason to explain her abnormal behavior except that she didn't like him anymore. I'll go call her myself. Fu Tingji put down the work in his hands. In front of the bedroom door, the maids shouted one by one until their voices were hoarse, while Yao Lingling was wrapped in the quilt and leisurely browsing her phone. When they saw Fu Tingji coming over, all the maids lowered their heads. Are you planning to die in there? Fu Tingji kicked the door. Hearing Fu Tingji's voice, Yao Lingling shouted to the outside of the door, I will open the door if you promise to let me go. Oh. Do you think I really can't do anything to you? Come on, take down the door. Fu Tingji ordered. In the end, Yao Lingling watched the door worth tens of thousands of dollars being taken down, and she was so scared that she jumped off the bed. Have you had enough of the trouble? Fu Tingji stared at her. Not enough, let me go. Yao Lingling said. Isn't there anything else she can say besides this? Fu Tingji stepped forward, and with an angry look on his face, he was about to pinch her chin again. Yao Lingling subconsciously stepped back, and the next second she squatted down, holding her stomach in pain. Hiss. Pretending again. Fu Tingji looked at her with even colder eyes. Yao Lingling was the shepherd boy who disappointed him time and time again. However, after Yao Lingling squatted down, she never stood up again. Her stomach really hurt, as if her intestines were rolled up. Stop playing tricks and get up quickly. Fu Tingji said again, and kicked her foot. Yao Lingling gritted her teeth and glared at him, her forehead covered with fine beads of cold sweat. What's wrong? Fu Tingji then realized that Yao Lingling was really unwell. He picked her up in a panic, put her on the bed, and immediately ordered the servants to find the family doctor. This plot is different from what they imagined. Those maids whose voices were hoarse thought that their master would punish this ungrateful woman, but they were all ready to watch the show, and that was it. The female doctor came over to examine Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling gritted her teeth and let her examine her for a long time. Finally, the doctor determined that she had stomach pain due to hunger. Don't you know whether you are hungry or not? Fu Tingji glared at Yao Lingling and told the maid to make porridge. Yao Lingling turned her head away. Do you blame me? It was you who told the maid to lock the door. She hasn't had a drop of water since she woke up yesterday morning. The porridge was served quickly. Fu Tingji brought the porridge over and it was obvious that he was going to feed Yao Lingling himself. Give it to me, I can eat it myself. Yao Lingling said unhappily. However, Fu Tingji seemed to have turned a deaf ear to it. He scooped a spoonful, blew on it, tasted it to make sure it was not too hot, and then put it to Yao Lingling's mouth. Open your mouth. Fu Tingji said. Yao Lingling kept her mouth tightly shut. I told you to open your mouth. Fu Tingji repeated. Who wants to eat your saliva? Yao Lingling glared at him. Fu Tingji couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you haven't eaten it before. Yao Lingling's ears turned red after hearing what he said. The one who was eating her saliva was not her. Yao Lingling, this is treatment you could never ask for in the past. Fu Tingji frowned. If she wasn't a patient now, he would definitely make her regret her behavior. I didn't ask you to feed me. If you don't let me go, I won't eat even if I starve to death. Yao Lingling reached out to slap the bowl, but Fu Tingji dodged it skillfully. You have to give me some even if you don't want to. Fu Tingji put the spoon to her mouth, and no matter whether she opened her mouth or not, he just stuffed it into her mouth with force. Yao Lingling didn't want to eat and knocked the spoon over. Fu Tingji continued to feed her persistently, again and again. Yao Lingling's mouth was sore from being stuffed, and she had no choice but to open her mouth and accept Fu Tingji's domineering feeding. Since Yao Lingling was very uncooperative, most of the bowl of porridge was fed to their bed. The expensive quilt was made dirty, and Fu Tingji was also covered in porridge. However, apart from frowning slightly, he still fed Yao Lingling without any disgust. Dantes turned around and held his forehead with his hand. This was a real couple having a cold war. Soon the bowl was empty, and Yao Lingling shouted, I'm not full yet. Your stomach is uncomfortable. You can't eat too much at one time. Take a rest before eating again. Fu Ting ordered the maid to take the empty bowl away. It's you who decides whether to eat or not. Fu Tingji, could you please stop being so overbearing? Yao Lingling touched her stomach, feeling very aggrieved. She couldn't even decide how much to eat. Fu Tingji pointed at the porridge that had fallen off the quilt and said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not cooperating well at the beginning. Eat later, this is your punishment. Punish? Yao Lingling couldn't help but find it funny. Fu Tingji, you are so funny. Is this ancient times? A monarchy? Fu Tingji was not angry at all. He laughed heartily. He had never seen Yao Lingling like this before. She seemed much more interesting than before. Har har har, if I were the king, you would be my beloved concubine. Fu Tingji nodded, complacently. Yao Lingling also laughed, not because she was happy, but because Fu Tingji said that she was his beloved concubine, not the queen, but the beloved concubine. Fu Tingji didn't know that his words strengthened Yao Lingling's determination not to fall in love with him. Lie on the bed and have a good rest. I'll ask the maid to bring you food later. I still have work to do, so you'd better be obedient. Fu Tingji stood up. He didn't have much time to coax her. Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. You said you would please me and let me go. Fu Tingji's face immediately turned dark, and the whole room fell into silence. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Fu is a man who does not keep his word. Yao Lingling provoked him. This is a society ruled by law, and she is sure that he will not do anything extreme to her. To please means to make me happy. Do you think I am happy? Fu Tingji sneered, it seems that you have not yet understood what it means to please. What do you mean? What I mean is that I'm unhappy and won't let you go. Do you understand? Fu Tingji said this and strode out of the room. If he stayed with Yao Lingling for one more second, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions and hurt her again. Yao Lingling's spirit was quite strong, so not only was she eaten up, but the loss outweighed the gain. Not long after Fu Tingji left, a group of maids came in, quickly cleaned the room and changed the sheets and quilts, and Yao Lingling was carefully placed on the bed again. Perhaps it was the effect of the potion, she felt sleepy as soon as she lay down, so she tucked the quilt tightly and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Yao Lingling had a dream that Zhang Yang, the pervert, came to the villa to avenge her. Zhang Yang pressed her down on the bed and smiled smugly at her with his disgusting face. Yao Lingling was frightened and began to resist, punching and kicking. In her dream, she could be said to be proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Finally, she forced Zhang Yang to the ground. At the same time, she heard a scream. Be honest. The voice was overbearing and familiar. Yao Lingling shuddered and sat up, tears welling up in her eyes as she felt the wound. Only then did she realize that she was not covered with a blanket, and her nightgown was lifted up, exposing her lower body. The pervert is not Zhang Yang, but Fu Tingji. You pervert, I'm in this state and you won't let me go. Are you still a human being? Yao Lingling started cursing. Chapter 9 Smoothing Out the Edges. Fu Tingji stood up from the ground, threw the cotton swab that fell on the ground into the trash can, then changed into a pair of disposable gloves, dipped the cotton swab in the medicine again and approached her. "What are you thinking about? I'm applying medicine to you." Fu Tingji grabbed her legs and pulled her to the bed. Yao Lingling's mind was buzzing with confusion. If Fu Tingji applied medicine to her, wouldn't that mean that she would not only have to show it to this pervert, but also let him touch her? "Why are you the one applying medicine to me? Where's the maid? Where's the doctor? Can't they do it?" Yao Lingling closed her legs and pulled up her skirt to cover her privacy. Fu Tingji laughed out loud, "Because I'm the only one who can see my woman." After saying that, he domineeringly opened Yao Lingling's legs. Yao Lingling refused to cooperate, so Fu Tingji used more force and pinched Yao Lingling's legs with his hands until they hurt. "You'd better cooperate and avoid bringing unnecessary harm to yourself," Fu Tingji said. Yao Lingling glared at him with gritted teeth and had no choice but to give up struggling. Fu Tingji smiled smugly, and the look on Yao Lingling's face, which was angry but unable to do anything to him, was so adorable. His movements were very gentle, and his eyes did not seem to be applying medicine, but rather admiring a work of art, and occasionally he would praise Yao Lingling for her beautiful vagina. Yao Lingling felt that she had been insulted like never before, and one day she would return the shame Fu Tingji had given her. She wants to stay away from this perverted man. She shouldn't have to bear the consequences of the original owner's actions. Okay? Yao Lingling heard Fu Tingji packing up the medicine box. "What else? I thought you wanted to think about it carefully." Yao Lingling mocked him. Fu Tingji froze and suddenly sneered, "How about reaching in to feel the size and depth?" Neuropathy. Yao Lingling kicked him, but this time Fu Tingji dodged it. He had expected Yao Lingling to take action. After failing to kick Yao Lingling, she wanted to kick her again, but Fu Tingji said with a smile, "You are exposed." Yao Lingling felt extremely embarrassed and covered her nightgown with her hands. "Why didn't you say anything just now? I thought you liked to show off." Fu Tingji chuckled. Yao Lingling gets annoyed when she sees him smile. He is so lewd and calls himself an elite and a young talent. The media are blind. They should really let them see what a pervert he looks like behind the scenes. "Pervert, get out of here!" Yao Lingling cursed. Fu Tingji frowned unhappily. "Can you be more educated?" "There's no need to be educated towards perverts," said Yao Lingling. "Be angry, it would be best if you throw her out of the villa in anger." Fu Tingji walked to the bedside and looked down at her, "Then go ahead and scold me. After all, apart from scolding me, you can't do anything to me, har har har. So fucking proud. Yao Lingling is so annoyed. When will this bastard get out of here?" Fu Tingji felt more refreshed when he saw her having a headache. It was so interesting. "Why don't you leave? Get out of here now." Yao Lingling grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Fu Tingji caught the pillow and said, "You smell good, and the whole room smells like you. I can't bear to leave." "She smells good, and that pervert Zhang Yong also said this. Since you are so reluctant to leave, then you can stay and sleep. I promise that when you fall asleep at night, I will smash the bedside lamp and cut your throat," Yao Lingling said angrily. Fu Tingji's eyes, which were originally smiling, suddenly froze with frost. Yao Lingling was interesting now, but she was too out of his control and full of thorns. Fu Tingji picked up the medicine box with a cold face and walked towards the door. How to smooth out her edges. Yao Lingling breathed a sigh of relief only after Fu Tingji left. It was good that he left, because she didn't have the courage to smash the bedside lamp and cut his throat. She might not dare to kill a chicken, but she wouldn't dare to kill anyone anyway. Maybe the medicine applied to the wound was very effective. Yao Lingling was able to get out of bed and walk the next day. As soon as she was able to get out of bed, she wandered around the yard. She couldn't just sit there and wait for death, she had to find a place she could reach and climb over the wall to get out. Fu Tingji stood upstairs, and Dantes stood beside him. "Miss Yao won't be that honest," said Dantes. Fu Tingji looked at Yao Lingling, who was looking left and right downstairs, pretending to enjoy the scenery, and said, "Let her do it. It's all in vain, isn't it? She has to find something to do when she's locked up here. I can't just tell her that she can't go out, or she'll get bored." Dantes was ashamed. If Yao Lingling meets their young master, she will be in real trouble. When Yao Lingling was tired, she sat on the swing wrapped with vines, and the maid followed her closely. "Can you stay away from me? I'm here for a walk, and you follow me closely like I'm a criminal. I'm under a lot of pressure. Yao Lingling said to the maid. But the young master asked me to follow you. If you need anything, I can serve you the first time. The maid said with her head down. Yao Lingling stroked her smooth chin and said, "Oh, then go make me some mousse ice cream. I want it to be matcha flavored. I'll ask the chef to do it right away." "No, I want you to cook it. If it doesn't taste good, you will be fired," said Yao Lingling. The maid paused and nodded. Leaving so easily? Yao Lingling was a little bit unbelievable. The maid left and Yao Lingling continued to wander around. The walls here were too high, at least 2.5 meters, which was really difficult for her with a height of only 169 meters. Yao Lingling moved the stool to the wall, stepped on it and tried, but it was still a long way from reaching the wall. "Ms. Yao, this is very dangerous." The maid came over to stop her, holding a mousse ice cream in her hand. "So fast?" Yao Lingling looked at her in disbelief, pointed at the ice cream and asked, "Did you make this?" "Yes, Miss Yao." "No way." Yao Lingling looked confused. "Of course." At this time, Futingji came over. "My people are carefully selected and trained in various ways, so they naturally know everything." Futingji picked up the ice cream, took a look at it, frowned, and threw it into the trash can beside him. "You're not fully recovered yet and you want to eat ice cream? Don't you want your body anymore?" Futingji was displeased. Yao Lingling's surprised look changed instantly, and her face fell. "Mr. Fu is so free." Yao Lingling glared. In her current memory, Futingji was not so idle. He flew from here to there almost every day. The original owner would make trouble for him every 2 or 3 days and he would only come back once. Futingji walked over, pulled her down from the chair, and took her to sit under the parasol. "I have so much free time thanks to you," he said. If the South China Sea business was successful, he would never be here with her making trouble, but would be planning new projects. "Then I am really capable." Yao Lingling turned her head away. She didn't know what Futingji meant by this. Yao Lingling was being watched by Futingji, and she couldn't think of anything. She could only lean on the bench and yawn depressedly. Futingji hugged her and enjoyed the pleasant afternoon time. Thanks to Yao Lingling, he had a rare moment of leisure. Dante strode over with a look of joy on his face. "Master, there is an urgent matter. Nanhai asked if you are free in the evening." Futingji couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard this, then he looked at Yao Lingling and said, "I'm going out for a while." "Oh, you're not coming back." Yao Lingling instantly became alert. Futingji pinched her chin in anger and amusement. "I will come back as soon as I finish my work." "I really hope you won't come back." Yao Lingling slapped his hand away. Chapter 10, Informal. "You've become such a vicious person. But I don't mind at all." Futingji stretched out his hands and held Yao Lingling's head, then put his cold, thin lips on her mouth. He kissed her mouth domineeringly and ruffled her silky hair with his hands, and no matter how hard Yao Lingling pushed him away, she couldn't. Dantes wisely turned around. He was no longer surprised by this kind of situation. Futingji let her go and laughed heartily. "You've learned this kiss very well, but it's still not satisfactory. But it doesn't matter. We have a long time together, and I can teach you slowly," Futingji said with a proud smile. Yao Lingling poured a full cup of tea from the teapot, rinsed her mouth and spit it out before replying, "You're crazy, I'm just almost suffocated by you." She didn't want to stay with him for even a second. The only difference between Futingji and a gangster was that he had a high status and was rich. Yao Lingling left, and Futingji took the cup she had used and poured a cup of tea, then put it back on the table after drinking it. It was strange that drinking water from the cup Yao Lingling had used made the ordinary water seem sweeter. The most surprised one was Dantes. When did their young master become so careless that he actually drank tea from the cup that Yao Lingling used for mouthwash? And he seems to be enjoying it. Futingji was in a helicopter, and the deafening sound was getting farther and farther away. Yao Lingling was sure that he had really left. She went downstairs and walked around again. This time she was not looking for a place to climb over the wall, because she had just confirmed that she could not climb out. She just wanted to take a walk. The evening menu was nourishing for the stomach and was a bit light. Yao Lingling frowned when she saw it, as she had already had several meals of plain tea and light meals. "Your young master is so rich, can't he afford meat?" I can't eat vegetable porridge every meal. Yao Lingling looked at the food on the table with no appetite. Liang Zhu said, the young master instructed when he left that Miss Yao's body has not recovered yet, so she can only eat light food to nourish her stomach. When can I eat meat? Yao Lingling asked. In her previous life, when she was an artist, she never dared to eat meat properly. In this life, she thought she didn't care anymore, but Fu Tingji refused to let her eat meat. Wait until the young master comes back and says you can eat meat, then you can eat it. Liang Zhu said. I really can't eat this meal. I want to eat crabs, duck meat, or you can pack me a portion of duck neck. If you don't tell me and I don't tell them, and they don't tell me, Fu Tingji won't know. Yao Lingling said. Liang Zhu stepped aside and said expressionlessly, I will tell you. If it weren't for Yao Lingling, he wouldn't have been punished by Fu Tingji. He wouldn't be able to eat meat. I don't want to eat anymore. Yao Lingling put down her chopsticks. She wouldn't starve to death if she skipped a meal. Then I will call the young master and tell him. If he finds out, not only will he not let you eat meat, he will also put you under house arrest. By then, Miss Yao won't even have the right to move freely. Liang Zhu threatened. Yao Lingling was so angry that she really wanted to throw the bowl of porridge on Liang Zhu's face. This villa seems to be under my name, right? Go back to where you came from. I don't want to see you. Yao Lingling had a headache. Liang Zhu raised his lips comfortably. I can go back and forth from wherever I come from, but I have to get the young master's orders. Yao Lingling was extremely annoyed. She knew that Liang Zhu was deliberately making things difficult for her. There is a young master on the left and a young master on the right. Even after Fu Tingji left, his ghost is still lingering around. This place is really unbearable to stay in. She must find a way to escape. 2 days later. She eats plain tea and meals every day. Every time she asks them, they say they want Fu Tingji to come back so he can change her menu. But when will Fu Tingji come back? Yao Lingling almost vomited. It was the same porridge and dishes every day, and she had to finish them all. She picked up the bowl in front of Liang Zhu, and the next second, the bowl fell to the ground. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This bowl is very expensive, right? What a pity. Now that it's all poured out, I won't eat it. After saying this, Yao Lingling was about to turn around and leave. Liang Zhu immediately said to her back, there seems to be more in the pot. I will personally serve a bowl for Miss Yao. Okay, but I'll throw away as much as you put in. Yao Lingling turned around, looking like she was waiting to see what the other person could do to her. Anyway, it's not her money, so she doesn't feel bad about it. Liang Zhu's face twitched with anger. Ms. Yao, are you trying to be grounded by being so naughty? Liang Zhu asked. Yao Lingling laughed indignantly. It's the 21st century now, and they are still using house arrest as a pretext. You don't need to confine me. I'll confine myself. If you starve me to death, I'll see what your young master will do to you. After saying this, Yao Lingling ran back to her room and slammed the door shut. Liang Zhu was ashamed. He really didn't like Yao Lingling, but if she got hungry and something happened, he would be the one to be punished. This scourge. Yao Lingling was lying on the bed, her mind full of escape plans. It would be much easier to escape if she could leave the villa and not be under Fu Tingji's nose. Miss Yao, the young master is back. The maid's voice sounded outside the door. Oh, what does it have to do with me if he comes back? She had decided not to eat today. The master said he would take you out for dinner. Upon hearing this, Yao Lingling immediately jumped out of bed and opened the door. Okay. The consul's maid clapped her hands, and a row of maids came forward, each holding clothes, shoes, and jewelry. Ms. Yao, please choose a few pieces to wear. Yao Lingling took a look and felt a little embarrassed. Why are they all skirts? The skirts made it difficult for her to escape. These were all selected by the young master himself. The maid's eyes lit up as she spoke. These are limited editions worldwide, you can't buy them even if you have money. No matter if it was a limited edition or not, Yao Lingling would dislike anything other than jeans. In the end, Yao Lingling could only choose a more convenient lavender dress to wear. The makeup artist came in to do her makeup. Her skin was very good, with almost no blemishes. The makeup artist didn't know where to start. In the end, she just casually drew her eyebrows and put on some grapefruit-colored lipstick. Yao Lingling is like God's favorite, beautiful and lively. Everyone looked at her in admiration, but but the person concerned did not think she was that attractive. Because in her previous life, she was also very beautiful. She was a movie queen, the idol of thousands of girls, and the dream lover of thousands of boys. Yao Lingling came downstairs in a dress. Fu Tingji was standing at the entrance smoking. When he saw her coming, he quickly put out the cigarette. So beautiful, Fu Tingji said with a smile. Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. What a superficial man. Fu Tingji put his arm around her. Yao Lingling wanted to push him away, but when she thought about going out to eat and the possibility that she might escape from Fu Tingji's grasp, she endured it. She curled her lips and asked, "Where are we going to eat?" Haicheng Hotel, Fu Tingji said. He enjoyed playing with her soft hair very much. The air was filled with the pleasant smell emanating from this woman. Dantes looked at his young master and Yao Lingling standing together. Putting aside Yao Lingling's family background, the two of them looked quite a good match in terms of appearance. Chapter 11. It's so casual. After getting in the black Bentley, Yao Lingling sat alone on one side. Fu Tingji pulled her to sit next to him, but Yao Lingling was unwilling to get close to him and kept squeezing towards the door. Finally, Fu Tingji sat next to her and pressed his body against hers. Yao Lingling felt very uncomfortable. Fu Tingji said that the original owner was a sticky person. Who is the sticky person? Fu Tingji sat next to her and continued to play with her hair. Yao Lingling's hair was very smooth and fragrant. Can you stop playing with my hair? Yao Lingling was annoyed by his touching. She pulled her long hair back from his hand, but Fu Tingji pulled it back again. What's wrong? You hurt me. Fu Tingji let go of it reluctantly. Yao Lingling raised her eyes to look at him. Fu Tingji was unexpectedly easy to talk to today. I heard that you have been very naughty these past 2 days. Fu Tingji reached out and tapped her forehead. Yao Lingling rubbed her forehead and said, "A gentleman should use his mouth instead of his fists." Oh. Fu Tingji held her down and kissed her, not caring at all that there were other people in the car. Are you horny? Yao Lingling reached out and hit him, wrinkling Fu Tingji's suit. Miss Yao, don't be rude to the young master. Dantes in the front row couldn't help but say. Isn't this exactly what she wanted? Fu Tingji was nice to her, and she pretended to be innocent. She was good at playing hard to get. Look carefully who is being rude to whom. Yao Lingling gritted her teeth. He doesn't dare to look. Fu Tingji held her in his arms. Do you want him to see how I was rude to you? Yao Lingling wanted to scold him again, but after thinking it over she decided to give up. After all, she still wanted to go out with him. In the end, Yao Lingling could only pretend to be asleep. Fu Tingji still wanted to bully her, but when he saw her close her eyes, he gave up. Yao Lingling is very cute when she is sleeping, with long eyelashes on her cheeks and a pink little mouth, just like a porcelain doll. It would be better if she could be as obedient as before. Yao Lingling, you are mine, you can't escape. He leaned close to her ear and said. Yao Lingling's heart couldn't help but tremble. Fu Tingji's harmless words made her completely confused. She was so afraid that this guy would decide on her. She knew that Fu Tingji was not someone she could control. TSK, how do you know she can't escape if you don't try? They soon arrived at Haicheng Hotel. After getting off the car, Fu Tingji hugged Yao Lingling. The manager came out to greet them personally and led them to the second floor. Yao Lingling looked left and right. The layout of this hotel was like a replica. The left and right sides were symmetrical. In order to allow better sunlight to shine through, the exterior was covered with tempered glass. The entire second floor was booked, and Fu Tingji's men were guarding the exit and the corridor. I want to go to the bathroom, Yao Lingling said as soon as she sat down. Fu Tingji nodded. If you want to escape, I advise you not to waste your energy. You can't escape in the villa, let alone here. I just want to go to the bathroom. Please don't think I have impure intentions, okay? Yao Lingling said. I hope so. Fu Tingji poured red wine into the goblet. Yao Lingling got up and left. The bodyguard was just a few steps away from the toilet. Fu Tingji was right. She couldn't escape in the villa, and it would be even more difficult here. Yao Lingling stayed in the toilet, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. This was her chance, and she didn't want to give it up. Fu Tingji looked at his watch. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Ask a waitress to check the ladies' room. Fu Qingji stood up, his anger gradually rising. As he expected, Yao Lingling was not in the bathroom. Yao Lingling is really disobedient. Since she insists on escaping, he will see where she can escape to. Find it for me, even if you have to turn the whole hotel upside down. Fu Qingji angrily pushed all the drinks on the table to the ground. The priceless cups fell to the ground with a crash, and the ground was covered with glass shards. Yao Lingling found an employee passage that was not locked, so she successfully avoided Fu Qingji's bodyguards and came to the first floor. But just when she thought she had escaped from the tiger's mouth, Fu Qingji realized that they were looking for her. Yao Lingling opened the door of a private room. The moment she opened it, she was stunned, and the other party was also stunned. Brother-in-law, Yao Lingling said. Jiang Jingxian was stunned for a long time. Why was Yao Lingling dressed like this? Help me. Yao Lingling closed the door of the box. Jiang Jingxian frowned. There was a lot of commotion outside. What trouble had Yao Lingling gotten into? You'd better explain it clearly, otherwise I can't help you. Jiang Jingxian nodded. He doesn't like Yao Lingling because Yao Lingling always goes against Yao Shiyun. Yao Lingling is the real daughter of the Yao family, while Yao Shiyun is adopted. Yao Lingling was found by the Yao family when she was 16 years old. She went from the countryside to the developed Haicheng, and it was a paradise in a second. Yao Lingling found that she should be a princess, not a country girl. So Yao Lingling felt that Yao Shiyun had taken away everything that originally belonged to her, and she was full of hostility towards Yao Shiyun, but she never thought about how pitiful Yao Shiyun was, who had no father or mother. Jiang Jingxian felt sorry for Yao Shiyun, so he couldn't like Yao Lingling, who always opposed Yao Shiyun. Yao Lingling has now inherited the original owner's memory, so she knows Jiang Jingxian's attitude towards her. Help me get rid of the trouble outside, and I promise I will never bother you from now on. Yao Lingling said, otherwise. No otherwise. I won't help you, but you'd better keep your word and stay as far away from me as possible. Jiang Jingxian said coldly. I promise. Yao Lingling felt extremely aggrieved. The original owner had offended too many people. The Jiang family and the Yao family arranged a marriage for their children. Later, Yao Lingling disappeared and Yao Shiyun was adopted. The two grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. The original owner came back to find that she had lost her position as the eldest daughter and her fiancé belonged to someone else, so she did a lot of wrong things. Yao Lingling calls Jiang Jingxian brother-in-law. In fact, Jiang Jingxian and Yao Shiyun are not engaged. They were originally planning to get engaged at Yao Shiyun's 18th birthday ceremony, but the plan was put on hold because of Yao Lingling's return. Jiang Jingxian didn't throw her out, probably because Yao Lingling called him brother-in-law as soon as she entered the door, otherwise she would have been taken away by Fu Qingji. Jiang Jingxian successfully took Yao Lingling into the car and left Haicheng Hotel. Yao Lingling finally felt relieved. Escaping from Fu Qingji gave her the feeling of a war movie. Where are you going? Jiang Jingxian asked. Yao Lingling was stunned for a moment and said, just find a hotel and stop. You are so casual. Jiang Jingxian's tone was full of contempt. If Yao Lingling had not disappeared, then the person sitting next to him should be his wife. This woman had a boyfriend whose identity she did not know despite her family's opposition, and lived with him at such a young age. Now she is running around the streets dressed like this. It is really shocking. Chapter 12, Obvious Hostility. Yao Lingling's smile froze on her face, their hostility was too obvious. Yes, it's good that you know it, so you should be glad in your heart that I just swore to stay away from you. Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him, wait for me to deal with my affairs, I will go back and ask my parents to help you and Yao Shiyun. Don't be so self-righteous and raise your chin. Mr. Jiang, you don't like me, and you are not my type. The secretary in the front row couldn't help but look back at Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling never said that their husbands were her type. She just didn't like things that belonged to her being taken away by others. So even if Jiang Jingxian hated her so much, she still wanted to disgust him. Jiang Jingxian was very upset by Yao Lingling's criticism. This woman really made him unhappy. Turn around. Jiang Jingxian suddenly shouted. No way, are you so stingy? Yao Lingling frowned. Is he going to send her back? In order to prevent you from regretting it, let's stay at Yuting Garden tonight. Jiang Jingxian said. Yu Garden Jiang family. She was just worrying about having nowhere to go, so Jiang Jingxian said he would take her to Yuting Garden. If she stayed in a hotel, Fu Tingji would definitely find her through her ID card, but it would be different if she went to the Jiang family. The Jiang family was a perfect shelter. Okay. Yao Lingling looked at Jiang Jingxian and said with a smile. Yao Lingling's smile was meaningful, and Jiang Jingxian regretted his decision. The Jiang family is in the real estate business. More than 10 years ago, the Jiang family was not as powerful as it is now, and real estate was not as expensive as it is now. Relatives all advised them to give up this business, but the old man just didn't believe it. He used all the remaining money to buy land and build real estate. The next year, he saw the dawn and made a lot of money, and then his business kept getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Jingxian is the current president of Jiang Group. There is a reason why the young Jiang Jingxian was able to successfully take over the Jiang family's business. Old man Jiang is indecisive, while Jiang Jingxian is just the opposite. He is decisive and ruthless. The original owner always brought unhappiness to Jiang Jingxian. If it weren't for the Yao family's face, he would have thrown the original owner to an entertainment club long ago. As soon as Yao Lingling entered Yuting Garden, she was unceremoniously thrown out of the car. Stay still, if you try to escape, I'll have someone break your legs. Jiang Jingxian said sarcastically. Yao Lingling straightened her beautiful dress and looked back at him. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. Without your order, I won't step out of Yuting Garden. If she ran out at this time, she would be walking into the tiger's mouth. She was not stupid. Jiang Jingxian was the one who said the harsh words, but he always felt something was wrong. This personality was so unlike the previous Yao Lingling. However, judging by Yao Lingling's past performance, her calmness proved that the more trouble she made, the more he could not let his guard down. Jiang Jingxian asked someone to take Yao Lingling away. Yao Lingling followed the maid obediently, and Jiang Jingxian turned around and went back to the company. At Haicheng Hotel, Fu Tingji's men searched the entire hotel but couldn't find Yao Lingling. There was only one room where there was a strong and unique smell of Yao Lingling, proving that Yao Lingling had stayed in this room for a long time. Go check who was in this room before. Fu Tingji looked unhappy. Yao Lingling ran away, and with the people in this room. After a while, Dantes came back with the news, but his face looked even uglier when he came than when he left. Yao Lingling went with the future son-in-law of the Yao family. Master, it's the one from the Jiang family. Dantes said. Which Jiang family? Fu Tingji asked. Jiang Jingxian, who just finished discussing business with you not long ago. Jiang Jingxian, the young and promising president of the Jiang family. Fu Tingji couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yao Lingling was really capable. She actually hooked up with Jiang Jingxian. No wonder she broke up with him. Oh. He actually took my people away. I'm going to make him suffer. Fu Tingji nodded, his sharp eyes full of anger. From childhood to adulthood, no one dared to compete with him for something he had set his sights on. Jiang Jingxian was really asking for trouble. The Jiang family didn't have any casual clothes for Yao Lingling to wear, and she was really eye-catching in that purple dress, so she took a clean maid's outfit from the maid and put it on, exchanging it for the bracelet on her hand. When Jiang Jingxian came back, he saw Yao Lingling wearing a maid outfit and carrying dishes to the dining table. Jiang Jingxuan's face turned green. What was she doing? As soon as Yao Lingling put the dishes on the table, Jiang Jingxian stepped forward and grabbed her hand. What are you doing now? What's wrong with me? Yao Lingling felt puzzled. Jiang Jingxian looked her up and down and then turned his head away, his face blushing. Everyone dresses like this, but this dress looks particularly strange on Yao Lingling. The most ordinary maid outfit wraps up Yao Lingling's figure, outlining the perfect lines. Coupled with her beautiful face, she is simply a creature from the world. Yao Lingling instantly understood why Jiang Jingxian reacted so strongly. Didn't he think that she dressed like that on purpose to seduce him? You don't have any clothes I can wear in your house. What should I wear if not a maid's outfit? Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. What size do you wear? I'll ask someone to bring you clothes later. Jiang Jingxian tried to speak in a normal tone. Yao Lingling paused and looked at him with a smile. Do I need to tell you what's inside? Go and talk to the maid inside. I'm not interested in knowing. Jiang Jingxian said with a sullen face. Yao Lingling snorted and walked towards the kitchen, holding back her laughter. No wonder the original owner liked to make Jiang Jingxian unhappy so much. This guy was too funny. Jiang Jingxian sat down at the dining table. Some of the dishes today were different from usual. He was sure they were not cooked by the chef at home. Yao Lingling brought out the last dish, then sat down at the dining table, and then moved the dishes she had prepared in front of her one bowl at a time. Jiang Jingxian looked at her quietly, and an idea popped into his mind: could these dishes be cooked by Yao Lingling? In his impression, Yao Lingling had nothing special except her beauty. Yao Lingling took a sip of soup first, and then picked up some vegetables, especially the meat. She felt like she had come from a famine, and finished a full bowl of rice without realizing it. Everyone thinks that celebrities generally can't cook, but she is different. She considers herself a real foodie, and the best way to satisfy a foodie's stomach is to learn how to cook by herself. However, in order to keep their artists in good shape, agents usually control their diets, but Yao Lingling encountered this problem. So she spent a lot of money to invite an internationally famous chef to come to her home to teach her, and then quietly started cooking. Her cooking skills were also practiced little by little. She dares to say that the dishes she cooks are absolutely delicious and can win over even the pickiest of stomachs. Chapter 13: Come and pour tea. The two of them ate in silence. After the meal, Yao Lingling got up and left the table. Jiang Jingxian didn't like her, so he didn't ask her where she was going. As long as she didn't make him unhappy, she would do anything. This dish is cooked in a lot of different ways, and I don't know how it tastes. It won't just look good but actually taste terrible, right? Yao Lingling must have eaten so little on purpose, wanting him to taste the food she cooked. Did she think he would be fooled? Yao Lingling had just eaten very fragrantly, and it seemed to taste good. Jiang Jingxian made sure that no one was around, and scooped a spoonful of soup to drink. As soon as he took a sip, his slightly frowned brows relaxed. It tasted good. He suddenly felt that the soup he had drunk before was just pot water. But when did Yao Lingling learn to cook? Jiang Jingxian couldn't help but feel confused. Where had she been during the past few months when he hadn't seen her? Why did she appear in Haicheng Hotel wearing a dress and be caught by so many people? Who did she offend? After dinner, Yao Lingling took a walk in Yuting Garden. When she got tired, she sat down in the antique pavilion. Cousin, is it really okay for you to come to Yuting Garden to look for young Master Jiang so late at night? What's wrong with that? Yao Lingling ran off with her boyfriend, who has no idea what his identity is. That means she denied her marriage to Jingxian. Jingxian and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts. Everyone recognizes that I am his fiancé. What's wrong with a fiancé visiting her fiancé? The voice was very familiar. Yao Lingling intuitively told her that the person speaking was Yao Shiyun, and the other one was her second uncle's daughter, Yao Xiujiao. How shameless. This way Jiang Jingxian becomes her fiancé. Cousin, look, there's a maid in young Master Jiang's house who is slacking off. Yao Xiujiao said, pointing at Yao Lingling who was resting in the pavilion. Yao Lingling was wearing a maid's outfit, and Yao Xiujiao didn't recognize her from a certain distance. It's true. She gets a high salary from the Jiang family but she doesn't work and is lazy. I'll take her to brother Jingxian to take credit. Yao Shiyun lifted her sleeves and walked towards Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling couldn't help but frown. She didn't want to meet Yao Shiyun. Yao Lingling stood up and was about to leave. Yao Shiyun became anxious and shouted at her back, "Stop!" But Yao Lingling would not listen to her and continued to walk forward. Yao Shiyun strode after her, and Yao Lingling started running, and finally Yao Shiyun followed her. Yao Lingling ran back to the villa where Jiang Jingxian lived. The moment she rushed into the living room, she was stunned. She was experiencing the most unfortunate moment in her two lives. Fu Tingji held a teacup in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on her as she came in, his face slightly raised with a big smile. Yao Lingling was so reckless that Jiang Jingxian almost dropped his teacup. Fu Tingji came to him and said that there was a problem with the previously agreed business. He called back all the servants, but forgot about Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling was in a panic when Yao Shiyun and Yao Xiujiao caught up with her. They grabbed Yao Lingling's hands breathlessly and looked at her straight in the eye. Yao Shiyun froze. Why was it her? Why are you here? Yao Shiyun looked her up and down. Not only was she here, but she was also wearing a maid's outfit. Oh my god, she wouldn't have been living in the Jiang family all this time. And as a maid. Yao Lingling wore the formal maid outfit in a special way. Yao Shiyun was very upset seeing this. This woman already had a boyfriend, yet she still came to harm Jiang Jingxian. You're dressed like this, you. Yao Shujiao was stunned. Jiang Jingxuan's heart was in a mess. Fu Tingji stared at Yao Lingling and said with a smile, young Master Jiang's house is very lively today. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Fu. These two are the young ladies of the Yao family, Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujiao, the ones wearing maid uniforms. Jiang Jingxian introduced. I know, the maid of young Master Jiang's family. Yao Lingling. Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujiao looked at Fu Tingji who was sitting on the sofa. Oh my god, this man is so handsome. Jiang Jingxian is already one of the most handsome men in Haicheng. It is precisely because of his handsome appearance and wealth that can last a lifetime that Yao Shiyun desperately competes with Yao Lingling for the position of the young lady of the Jiang family. But compared with the strange man in front of them, Jiang Jingxian is far inferior. Fu Tingji immediately attracted the attention of the two girls. He raised his chin proudly. He was extremely confident in his appearance. However, the woman he was looking at lowered her head, wishing she was air. The tea is gone, come and pour some tea. Fu Tingji said to Yao Lingling. Everyone looked at Yao Lingling. Would she be obedient if they ordered the hot-tempered eldest daughter of the Yao family to pour tea? Jiang Jingxian looked at Yao Lingling, his palms full of sweat. He was really worried that she would lose her temper at the critical moment, and then all his efforts for so long would be in vain. Yao Shiyun was almost mad with anger. This handsome man must have been attracted by Yao Lingling's beauty. As expected, beautiful women are popular everywhere. Even as a maid, she is the most eye-catching one. Yao Shiyun was extremely jealous. Why was Yao Lingling still so fair-skinned and tender even after living in the countryside for so many years, while she, who had been a young lady for 20 years, was not as fair-skinned and tender as her? TSK. What's the use of being handsome? You need money and status. She has never seen this man before. At most, he is just a rich second generation. He is definitely not as talented as Jiang Jingxian. Yao Shiyun comforted herself in her heart. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear the gentleman asking you to pour tea? Yao Shiyun said to Yao Lingling in a haughty manner with his arms folded. I asked you to come to Yuting Garden to seduce Jiang Jingxian, now I'll let you taste the pain. Yao Lingling was standing there, neither knowing whether to go nor not to go. Wasn't there anyone who could come forward to explain her identity? Don't the maids in young Master Jiang's house have to work? Fu Tingji deliberately kept a cold face, his eyes never leaving Yao Lingling. Jiang Jingxian was about to explain when Yao Shiyun said, that's right. When I came, she was lazing around in the pavilion. Oh. Fu Tingji raised his eyebrows. What are you standing there for? Go and pour tea for this gentleman. Can you afford to neglect the guests of young Master Jiang's family? Yao Shiyun pushed Yao Lingling, her eyes full of sarcasm. Since you like pretending to be a maid, let me let you experience what a real maid is. Jiang Jingxian looked at Yao Lingling. No matter how much he explained to Fu Tingji, it would be useless. He just hoped that Yao Lingling would not lose her temper, otherwise the cooperation between Jiang's and Forex Group would come to an end. Sure enough, bringing Yao Lingling to Yuting Garden was a mistake. Har har, I'll pour tea for you right away. Yao Lingling raised her head and walked towards Fu Tingji with a smile. She knew that she couldn't escape. If Fu Tingji could find her here, he would be able to find her even if she fled to another place. Jiang Jingxian felt like he was shaking all over. Given Yao Lingling's personality, would she pour the tea on Fu Tingji's face? Chapter 14, It's Hard to Drink. Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujiao sat on the sofa, and the strong smell of perfume from the two women immediately filled the entire room. Fu Tingji couldn't help but frown, and even Jiang Jingxian felt very repulsed. The perfume on Yao Shiyun was so strong that it was pungent and even made him want to vomit. On the contrary, Yao Lingling, who was pouring tea for Fu Tingji, smelled unexpectedly good today. It was hard to tell what the smell was, but it was particularly refreshing. Yao Lingling quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it to Fu Tingji. Please have some tea, sir. Fu Tingji pretended to take it, took a sip, and said, it's cold. Then I'll pour another glass for you, sir, said Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji waved his hand, make me a cup. Can Yao Lingling make tea? Har har har, what use is this country bumpkin except that she is pretty and has a bad temper? Yao Shiyun almost laughed out loud. She wanted to teach Yao Lingling a lesson, but she didn't expect that someone would punish her before her. At first she thought that this gentleman was attracted by Yao Lingling's beauty and deliberately asked her to come over and pour tea for him to take advantage of her. Now it seems that he was just unhappy with Yao Lingling's recklessness and took it out on her. Yao Lingling frowned and even had the urge to splash the tea in her hand on Fu Tingji's face, but she didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she held back. At this time Jiang Jingxian said, "Mr. Fu, she is just a little maid and doesn't know how to make tea. I just learned a skill from a tea master a while ago. Why don't I make a cup myself for you to try?" Jiang Jingxian, who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, had never been so servile to others. Even when he was discussing business with Fu Tingji that day, he was extremely arrogant. Now he stooped to make tea for Yao Lingling to save face. It was shocking. Yao Shiyun's face twitched, the smile in her eyes gradually disappeared, and her face, which was looking forward to the show, turned dark. She would never let Jiang Jingxian bow to others for Yao Lingling. Brewing tea is the basic skill. The maids in the Jiang family are all carefully selected. They must know how to make tea, right? Yao Shiyun said to Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling had a blank expression on her face. She knew how to make tea, and her tea-making skills were excellent. She was a movie queen, she had learned everything, how could a mere cup of tea frustrate her? But she was very unhappy that Yao Shiyun ordered her around. The tea I brew is unpalatable. Miss Yao has also learned the tea ceremony. Mr. Jiang even praised the tea Miss Yao brews for being delicious. Why don't you brew some for this gentleman to try? Yao Lingling smiled at Yao Shiyun. Yao Shiyun showed a smug smile on her face after hearing what Yao Lingling said. Who doesn't like to be praised by someone they hate? Yao Lingling finally admitted that she was not as good as her in some aspects. In that case, I'll show you my ugliness. Yao Shiyun got up to make tea. Yao Lingling looked at her back as she went to make tea and smiled widely. What a self-righteous stupid woman. Soon Yao Shiyun came out with a pot of tea and poured a cup for everyone. As soon as the tea was poured out, the rich aroma of tea filled the entire air. It smelled very comfortable. Jiang Jingxian picked up the teacup and took a sip, with the corners of his mouth curled up. Fu Tingji took a look at the teacup in front of him and found it looked quite good. Why doesn't this handsome and cold man drink yet? Yao Shiyun began to wonder, and finally she said, "Sir, the tea is not tasty when it's cold." Fu Tingji remained indifferent. Yao Lingling picked up the teacup and dripped it in front of him. "Sir, please have a taste." Fu Tingji took the teacup with his slender hands and looked at Yao Lingling with displeasure. He asked him to make him a cup of tea, but she asked another woman to make it. Didn't she want to show off in front of him? She actually gave this great opportunity to that stinky woman. As soon as the cup of tea was brought to his lips, Fu Tingji frowned deeply, licked it lightly, and poured the entire cup of tea into the trash can. It tastes terrible, extremely bad. It's really a shame. The short-for-word evaluation made Yao Shiyun doubt his life instantly, and Yao Lingling couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was said that Yao Lingling was arrogant, and Yao Shiyun was no exception. Someone actually said that the tea he brewed was extremely unpalatable. How could Yao Lingling let it go after seeing the joke? "I'm really sorry, the tea I made disappointed you, sir. In fact, the tea made by this maid is very delicious. I've tasted it and it's very memorable," Yao Shiyun said as she poked Yao Shujiao beside her, motioning her to speak for her. Yao Shujiao immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. Yes, the tea she makes is delicious. Yao Lingling had a question mark face. In her memory, the original owner had never made tea for them. The original owner was indeed from the countryside, but no matter what, she was a beauty in the countryside. Besides, her adoptive father was the village chief, so she had never done anything to serve others. Okay. There's really no way this matter can be resolved if Yao Lingling doesn't go make a cup of tea. Jiang Jingshuan's eyes were instantly filled with disappointment when he looked at Yao Shiyun. Everyone knew that Yao Lingling was useless, but she actually instigated him to make tea for Fu Tingji. It's not certain whether it was a mistake for him to bring Yao Lingling to Yuting Garden today, but it was a big mistake for Yao Shiyun to stay here. Everyone was waiting for Yao Lingling's answer, and Fu Tingji's face darkened again and again. To be honest, he really had never drunk the tea brewed by Yao Lingling. Apart from going to bed, they seemed to have never done anything meaningful. He could see that Yao Shiyun was deliberately targeting Yao Lingling. He had already made up his mind that as long as Yao Lingling made this tea, he would drink it no matter how unpalatable it was. He had to support her, didn't he? But, does Yao Lingling know how to date? Yao Lingling smiled and said, Miss Yao, if I don't make a cup of tea when I praise me like this, it would seem like I'm at fault. She was about to make tea, and Jiang Jingxian immediately said, Mr. Fu, it's this maid. Actually, I'm very good at making tea. Yao Lingling patted her chest with a confident look on her face. Jiang Jingxian. Yao Shiyun and Yao Xiujiao looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Yao Lingling was really confident in herself. Although she had never seen Mr. Fu before, she could tell from his temperament that he was either rich or noble. She made tea for him, but he was so disgusted that he vomited. After all, she thought she was quite good at making tea, but even the tea she made couldn't satisfy the appetite of the man in front of her. It turned out that Mr. Fu had a very picky taste. Since you have such good skills, why don't you go quickly? Yao Shiyun fiddled with the bracelet on her hand, looking like she was enjoying a good show. Yao Lingling gave her a confident smile in response and went to make tea. Little guy, I'm just making a cup of tea, how can she be better than her? After a while, Yao Lingling came over with tea. The fragrance of the tea she brewed was very light, not as strong as Yao Lingling's, but it was very lingering and particularly tempting. Fu Tingji raised his eyes to look at her. She smelled just the right amount of fragrant, just like Yao Lingling herself. Being stared at by Fu Tingji, Yao Lingling turned her head away. What was she doing? Was she afraid that they couldn't see the relationship between them? Chapter 15, Nectar and Jade Dew. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour the tea. Yao Shiyun said. The aroma is so light, it must be awful to drink. Fu Tingji raised his eyelids and glanced at Yao Shiyun. This ugly freak was actually ordering Yao Lingling around. Receiving Fu Tingji's cold gaze, Yao Shiyun felt a chill down her spine. Was he glaring at her? Or was it her illusion? Yao Lingling quickly poured a cup for everyone. Fu Tingji picked up the cup without hesitation, smelled the tea, and then took a sip. As he tasted the light tea, he relaxed all over. The tea spread in his mouth, and after entering his throat, it still lingered between his lips and teeth, with a long, sweet taste. What he said about Yao Shiyun's tea was really unpalatable, because he felt it was bitter and astringent at first. Yao Lingling gets the soaking, temperature, and time of putting the tea leaves just right, so that the tea tastes sweet and is worthy of a good tea. Nectar. Fu Ting finished his drink and passed the cup to Yao Lingling. Pour it up. Is it really that delicious? Yao Shiyun's face twitched. Mr. Fu's reaction was a bit embarrassing. She didn't believe that the tea Yao Lingling brewed could be better than hers. Yao Xiujiao and Jiang Jingxian also picked up the cups to drink tea. After taking a sip, both of them had lightning in their eyes. It was so delicious. It is no exaggeration for Fu Tingji to describe it as nectar and jade dew. Yao Shiyun saw everyone's performance. If Fu Tingji and Jiang Jingxian were acting, then Yao Xiujiao wouldn't have to act with Yao Lingling, right? Miss Yao, why don't you drink it yet? The tea won't taste good when it's cold. Yao Lingling said to Yao Shiyun with a smile, her eyes full of teasing. Finally, Yao Shiyun took a sip of tea in disbelief. She felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. When did this country bumpkin Yao Lingling become so skilled in making tea? She looked at Yao Lingling with confusion and jealousy. Yao Lingling raised her eyebrows at her, as if saying, how can I have the nerve to disappoint you when you praise me so much? Jiang Jingxuan's eyes gradually turned into approval when he looked at Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling had brought him so many surprises today. However, Fu Tingji's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Jiang Jingxian looked at Yao Lingling as if he was looking at his lover, gentle and full of appreciation. Yao Lingling is wearing a maid outfit today. Are she and Jiang Jingxian playing a dress-up game? Mr. Jiang, it's not impossible to reach a cooperation. I want her. Fu Tingji pointed at Yao Lingling and said. The contract they were negotiating was worth 200 million yuan. Between 200 million yuan and a woman, most men would choose the former. Yao Shiyun and Yao Xiujiao were both shocked. This Mr. Fu wanted Yao Lingling. Although she didn't know Fu Tingji's identity, Yao Shiyun was extremely jealous. He was so handsome, it was worth a night with him. Yao Shiyun gritted her teeth, as if she wished she was Yao Lingling. Jiang Jingxian placed the teacup on the table, and the atmosphere in the entire living room suddenly became tense, even giving people a creepy feeling. Fu Tingji was very strong, while Jiang Jingxian was furious. Mr. Fu, I really want to reach a cooperation with you, but I am not willing to exchange a woman for you. Jiang Jingxian said coldly. He loves Yao Lingling so much. Fu Tingji raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Yao Shiyun really wanted to say, take Yao Lingling away quickly, Jiang Jingxian is mine. But Jiang Jingshuan's reaction just now made her confused. He was angry, as if Fu Tingji had touched his bottom line. She didn't know that during this period of time, Yao Lingling and Jiang Jingxian were together. What kind of magic potion did Yao Lingling give Jiang Jingxian that made him change his opinion of her so quickly? This project is worth 200 million yuan. Have you thought it through, Mr. Jiang? Fu Tingji asked while looking at Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling immediately turned her head away. No matter how many hundreds of millions it was worth, even if it was worth 2 billion, it was none of her business. She was not a commodity. There was no way she could exchange her for a cooperation. He just wanted to test how much Yao Lingling loved Jiang Jingxian, but Yao Lingling's performance made him a little confused. Was she unwilling to make the exchange or unwilling to go with him? She is just a maid in your house. Young Master Jiang is reluctant to give up even a maid. So this cooperation. Then let's not talk about this cooperation. Goodbye, Mr. Fu. Jiang Jingshuan's handsome face became extremely ugly. Not to mention that the person Fu Tingji wanted today was Yao Lingling, he would not agree even if it was any other woman. Fu Tingji couldn't help but sneer, what if we add another 100 million to the original contract? Fuck. Fu Tingji wants to bribe Jiang Jingxian with money. Yao Shiyun was so anxious. It was a project worth 300 million yuan, and the total assets of the Yao family were less than 100 million yuan. He could reach a cooperation and get rid of Yao Lingling, the lunatic. What on earth was Jiang Jingxian thinking? Brother Jingxian, she is just an ordinary maid. Nothing is more important than business. Yao Xian said, besides, she is with Mr. Fu, and Mr. Fu will not treat her badly. Yao Lingling has no idea how many times she has slept with her mysterious boyfriend. It's hard to say who will suffer when she goes to bed with a handsome man like Fu Tingji. Jiang Jingxian glared at Yao Shiyun and said, Mr. Fu, I'm very sorry, but it's not up to me to decide whether she stays or goes. What's wrong with Yao Shiyun today? Does she know what she is talking about? It was true that Yao Lingling was always picking on her, but it was just a prank to make her unhappy. But she was pushing Yao Lingling into the fire. If a man finds a woman, he can tell what they are going to do just by using their toes. How could she have such evil thoughts? Yao Shiyun really wanted Yao Lingling to be taken away by Fu Tingji and then be played with until there was nothing left of her, but Jiang Jingxian obviously would not let Fu Tingji take her away. If she insisted on instigating Fu Tingji to take Yao Lingling away, Jiang Jingxian would definitely feel disgusted with her, so she hung her head and kept silent, like a kitten that had done something wrong. Jiang Jingxian, open your eyes and look, this is the woman you like, look at how vicious her heart is. Yao Lingling turned her head and looked out the window. She really felt sorry for the original owner. If Jiang Jingxian didn't hate the original owner so much, she wouldn't have gotten together with Fu Tingji to avenge him after her 18th-year-old coming-of-age ceremony. Fu Tingji could tell at a glance that these three people had a story. His impression of Yao Lingling was that after they were together, she stuck to him like a piece of taffy. He only knew that she liked him, but had never known about Yao Lingling's past. Now it seemed that he had to look into the story of Yao Lingling and her fiancé. I just really admire the maid's tea ceremony. Since young Master Jiang is reluctant to let me go, I won't force him. It's getting late. Can you see me off? Just to the door. Fu Tingji said to Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji didn't even try to take her away by force, but instead asked her to walk him to the door. What was he up to? Chapter 16 Justified. Mr. Fu, my time is very valuable, said Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji looked at her and asked, how much is your time? I'll buy it. 10,000 a minute. I'll pay 10 times as much, give it to me. Fu Tingji nodded. To him, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. Yao Shiyun almost thought there was something wrong with her ears. 10,000 per minute, multiplied by 10, that's 100,000. It would take at least 5 minutes to walk from here to the entrance of Yuting Garden. Just walking with him for a while would cost 500,000. Oh my god. Is he a nouveau riche? Mr. Fu, if you don't mind, I can take you there. Yao Shiyun said. I mind. Fu Tingji stood up without even looking at her. Yao Lingling laughed out loud. Is Yao Shiyun so impatient? Okay, Mr. Fu, I'll take you there. Yao Lingling made a face at Yao Shiyun. Today was another day that made Yao Shiyun unhappy. So the two of them walked out the door. Yao Lingling walked very fast and Fu Tingji almost chased after her. Why are you walking so fast? Fu Tingji shouted. Yao Lingling replied without even turning her head, save money from Mr. Fu. But I want you to make money. What if you leave so fast and lose me? Fu Tingji said seriously. Yao Lingling was embarrassed. If Mr. Fu could get lost in this small yew garden, it would be a world wonder. Yao Lingling, you are becoming more and more courageous. You actually dare to run away. Fu Tingji strode to her side and put his arms around her waist. Now that there is no one left, there is no need for the two of them to continue acting. Yao Lingling is really brave. No matter what he says is not allowed, she will insist on doing it. She just likes to challenge his patience, both in the past and now. I've told you more than once to let me go. If you don't want to, then I can only run away. You asked me to send you off alone. Are you planning to take me away by force? Yao Lingling shook off his hand that was around her waist. Even if there was no one around, there was no need for him to be so close to her. Although she inherited the original owner's memory, in reality her emotions were still a blank slate. Har! Do you think I look like a robber? Fu Tingji asked angrily and amusedly. Yao Lingling glanced at him. It wasn't like him, it was that he was. I did have such thoughts when I knew you were taken away by your fiancé, but not now, said Fu Tingji. Thank you Mr. Fu for letting me go. Yao Lingling quickly began to thank God. Fu Tingji sneered, don't be too happy too soon. I didn't say I would let you go. I just want to play games with you and your fiancé. Yao Lingling was confused. Since you like your fiancé so much, I'll have some fun with him and see who will end up with you. Fu Tingji said as he took her hand and kissed the back of her fair and smooth hand. The tingling electric sensation immediately spread throughout her body, and Yao Lingling got goosebumps all over her body. Why did she stretch out her other hand to wipe it, as if she had been stained by something dirty? You dare to wipe it off. If you dare to wipe it off, I will carry you into the car immediately. Fu Tingji threatened her. His intimidation worked, and Yao Lingling had no choice but to give up. We're at the door, let's go. Yao Lingling said unhappily. She agreed to see him off to the door only to appease Yao Shiyun. She didn't really want to see him off. Fu Tingji looked at her reluctantly. Are you really willing to let me go? Get out of here. Yao Lingling couldn't help rubbing her arms, they were so numb. Then walk back. No, it should be described as running. She was really afraid that Fu Tingji would change his mind, carry her into the car, and then send her back to the villa and lock her up. In fact, it had nothing to do with the ending she saw when she traveled through time. She just simply didn't love him. When they returned to the villa, Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujie were walking out the door and met Yao Lingling. Yao Shiyun couldn't help but sneer. Hey, our Miss Yao is back? It's been more than 20 minutes. I guess you two were hiding under a tree and kissing each other before coming back. Yao Shiyun said in her sarcastic tone. Yao Lingling checked the time on her phone. It was all Fu Tingji's fault for walking so slowly. Why do you care if we kissed under the tree? It's 2 million anyway. Yao Lingling laughed. Some people just wanted to make money but we didn't want it. Har har har. Yao Shiyun's face twitched. Where's the 2 million? Yao Shiyun looked at Yao Lingling with a joking expression. We don't even know whether the 2 million is real or not. Only an idiot like Yao Lingling would believe it. Mr. Fu is obviously a rich and powerful man, how could he cheat on a little girl like me, right? Yao Lingling said with a smile, besides, does it matter whether the 2 million is real or not? Mr. Fu is so handsome, how many men in the world can compare to him? The rose scent on him is so fragrant, you can smell it, I am covered with it. Yao Lingling deliberately rubbed against Yao Shiyun, but Yao Shiyun pushed her away with a sullen face. That man was so handsome, there was no other man in the entertainment industry who could compare to him. Just by looking at him a few times, his appearance was imprinted in his mind. Tonight would probably be a sleepless night. Maybe it's a duck. I don't know why some people are so proud of it. Yao Shujiao suddenly spoke up. Duck? Yao Shiyun suddenly felt chills. Yao Lingling couldn't help but laugh. He actually said that Fu Tingji, the youngest and richest man in Xie country, was a duck. I wonder how Fu Tingji would feel if he knew that. How can a duck casually talk to Jiang Jingxian about a 300 million project? You two are just jealous. Yao Lingling was too lazy to chat with them. She walked into the door with big strides. Suddenly, she stopped and looked back at the two people leaving. She said, I guess you two are going to take a taxi back to the Yao family overnight. The implication is that Jiang Jingxian didn't let you stay overnight. What do you mean by taxi? It's obvious that you want the driver to take you there. Yao Shiyun stomped her feet. She came so late on purpose, thinking she could stay overnight at Jiang's house, but she didn't expect Jiang Jingxian to be such a stubborn person who actually wanted the driver to send her away. She had been ready to give herself to him so many times, but he rejected her every time without any surprise. Sometimes she even wondered if Jiang Jingxian was not good at that. It's so miserable. It's already 10 o'clock. By the time you get home and take a shower, you'll be in bed by 12 o'clock, right? Yao Lingling covered her mouth and sneered. You are also a lady of the Yao family, why don't you leave? Yao Shiyun said angrily. Because I'm the Jiang family's maid now. Yao Lingling adjusted her maid outfit. You're dressing like this to seduce brother Jingxian. I'm going to tell Dad. Then go ahead and sue me. I'm the Jiang family's maid now. It's no use telling Dad. I have the right to stay in the Jiang family. Yao Lingling deliberately emphasized the word maid. Just now, some people took advantage of her status as a maid and ordered her around. Yao Shiyun angrily pulled Yao Shujiao away. She wants to be a maid too. Tomorrow she will discuss with Jiang Jingxian about working as a maid in the Jiang family. Chapter 17, Can't Take Care of Me. After deliberately bullying Yao Shiyun, Yao Lingling felt extremely comfortable. This was probably the happiest moment of her day. Jiang Jingxian hadn't gone to rest yet. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When he saw Yao Lingling come in, he stood up and walked towards her. He sat here waiting for her on purpose. He thought that if Yao Lingling didn't come back in half an hour, he would immediately go to Fu Tingji to ask for her. Fortunately, she came back. Sorry. Jiang Jingxian said. He felt that Yao Lingling couldn't let him go, so she had to send Fu Tingji off for him. Yao Lingling waved her hands, feeling a little nervous. After all, Fu Tingji came for her. If Mr. Jiang feels guilty, then be nice to me and don't treat me like an enemy. Also, can I go back to the Yao family tomorrow? Or does Mr. Jiang really want me to stay at the Jiang family as a maid? Yao Lingling asked him. Fu Tingji said he wanted to play some game with Jiang Jingxian, but she didn't want to participate. She should hurry back to the Yao family and tell her parents that she didn't want to marry Jiang Jingxian. Jiang Jingxian said hurriedly, Okay, I will personally take you back to the Yao family tomorrow. No need, just give me some money for the taxi. Yao Lingling said as she walked away. I'm so sleepy. Today has been so exciting. Jiang Jingxian stood there in a daze. Yao Lingling had changed. Did he hurt her heart? The next day, Yao Lingling got up and did some yoga before going downstairs to have breakfast. Yao Shiyun came again with Yao Shujiao. Yao Shujiao sat on one side of the sofa, while Yao Shiyun sat next to Jiang Jingxian. There was a breakfast on the table that was different from the others. It should be a loving breakfast that Yao Shiyun made specially for Jiang Jingxian. Brother Jingxian, is it delicious? Yao Shiyun asked. Jiang Jingxian didn't know how to answer. If he hadn't eaten the food cooked by Yao Lingling yesterday, he would definitely praise Yao Shiyun as always, but what Yao Shiyun cooked was really far inferior to what Yao Lingling cooked. It's delicious. Jiang Jingxian said against his conscience. Then I will make breakfast, lunch and dinner for you every day. Yao Shiyun said with a smile. Jiang Jingxian was stunned. Lingling is useless, but she can stay in the Jiang family as a maid. Look at my good skills. Yao Shiyun held Jiang Jingxuan's hand. Brother Jingxian, can you let me stay with you? Vomit. Yao Lingling felt like she was about to vomit. She gave full marks to this art. Yao Lingling had already walked downstairs. She wanted to go back, but Jiang Jingxian stood up and called out, Since you're all down, come and have breakfast together. I prefer to eat what I cook myself. Yao Lingling said as she walked into the kitchen. She wasn't that picky, she just couldn't sit and eat with Yao Shiyun because she was afraid she would vomit. Yao Lingling had made breakfast and was eating in the kitchen when Yao Shiyun walked in with her chin raised. She had changed her clothes at this moment. I have convinced brother Jingxian to let me stay at Jiang's house and cook for him, Yao Shiyun said proudly. Then he looked Yao Lingling up and down and asked, why aren't you wearing a maid outfit today? Oh, I was fired, Yao Lingling said casually. Stupid guy, just be your maid, I won't play with you anymore. I told you, you are so useless, how can you stay in the Jiang family for a long time? Some people are not born to be suitable for the Jiang family, you should know your own limitations. Yao Shiyun continued arrogantly. That's right, so I'm leaving after dinner, Yao Lingling said. Yao Shiyun laughed loudly. Now that Yao Lingling had left, she could stay by Jiang Jingxuan's side and get the upper hand. Perhaps because she knew that Yao Lingling was leaving and was in a good mood, Yao Shiyun no longer stayed beside Yao Lingling and deliberately made trouble for her. She turned and left the kitchen. Yao Lingling felt that the world was finally quiet. After finishing her meal, Yao Lingling left the kitchen and saw Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujiao competing with each other in her lavender dresses. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. This is a rare dress designed by Master Nasha herself, it costs 1,500,000. Why is it placed here? I know, cousin, this must have been bought for you by young Master Jiang, Yao Shujiao said with envy in her eyes. Upon hearing what Yao Shujiao said, Yao Shiyun couldn't let go of the dress. She saved money for several months just to get this dress, but it was instantly snatched away by a mysterious person. Now the dress appeared here, and who else could it belong to if not her? Then let me try it on, Yao Shiyun said, holding the dress. That's mine. Yao Lingling walked up to her and said. Yao Shiyun and Yao Shujiao looked at her at the same time. Is this a gift from brother Jingxian? Yao Shiyun was very jealous. At the same time, she was sure in her heart that this must have been a gift from Jiang Jingxian to Yao Lingling. It was indeed given to me by someone else, but it wasn't given to me by Jiang Jingxian, said Yao Lingling. This was what she wore when she escaped yesterday. She felt the material was nice and thought it must be worth a lot of money, so she packed it up. Unexpectedly, these two people actually opened her bag. TSK, did you know that the name of this dress is Eternal Light, which means love is a ray of light? It is designed by the famous fashion designer Nasha, and there is only one in the world. Yours must be a high-end imitation. Yao Shiyun threw the dress to Yao Lingling in disgust. But even if it was a high-end imitation, the feel was great, the stitching was perfect, and the lace was made of expensive tencel. She could already imagine how charming she would be in this dress. Yao Lingling put the dress away, and Yao Shiyun felt jealous. People like you are only worthy of wearing such imitations. Seeing Yao Lingling's nonchalant look, Yao Shiyun said again. Yes, I am happy to wear imitations, Miss Yao, just shut up. Yao Lingling brushed past her while holding a bag. It's a pity that some people don't even have anyone to give them imitations. You have to be blind to think this dress is a replica. Yao Lingling didn't want to stay with a weirdo like Yao Shiyun for a moment, who acted like she was jealous of you if you were beautiful and proud of me if I was ugly. However, as soon as Yao Lingling reached the entrance of Yuting Garden, she was blocked by Jiang Jingxian. I told you I don't need to take me there. I can take a taxi by myself, said Yao Lingling. Jiang Jingxian still refused to let him go, and said, you can't leave for the time being. What do you mean? Yao Lingling's beautiful eyebrows were tightly furrowed. She had endured Yao Shiyun for the entire morning, and he told her that she couldn't leave. Mr. Fu has invited me to a dinner tonight, you have to go with us, Jiang Jingxian said. What if I don't go? Yao Lingling asked. You must go. Jiang Jingxian nodded. Only then did Yao Lingling realize that there were several bodyguards around her. Jiang Jingxian must have been waiting for her here for a long time. I have my own secret, and I promise to protect you, Jiang Jingxian said. When you say that, I feel like you don't care about me at all. Yao Lingling smiled awkwardly. Chapter 18, Extravagant and Luxurious Life. Please go back, Jiang Jingxian said. Yao Lingling turned around helplessly. If she hadn't invited Fu Tingji, she wouldn't have stayed. She didn't want to have anything to do with Fu Tingji, nor did she want to have anything to do with Jiang Jingxian. Compared with Fu Tingji, she disliked Jiang Jingxian even more. Her purpose in coming to this world is very simple: to be a small artist, make some money, travel around the world, and the most important thing in this life is to live a life of eating and waiting for death. In the previous life, I took on so many roles just to become a top movie queen. How stupid. Yao Lingling returned to the villa, and Yao Shiyun saw her and turned back to stop her. Why are you back? Do you want to pester brother Jingxian again? Yao Lingling, please have some shame. You already have a boyfriend, how do you still have the nerve to walk around the Jiang family? Yao Shiyun said angrily. Yao Lingling is the most shameless woman she has ever seen. It was Jiang Jingxian who asked me to stay. Yao Shiyun, could you stop buzzing in my ear? No one is competing with you for Jiang Jingxian, so stop worrying about nothing. Yao Lingling was annoyed to death by her noise. Is Jiang Jingxian very good? She doesn't even want a man as awesome as Fu Tingji, so how could she fall for Jiang Jingxian? You'd better tell the truth. Everyone in the socialite circle knows that you moved out to live with your mysterious boyfriend. If you continue to pester brother Jingxian, it will not only bring shame to you, but also to the Yao family. You don't want people to say that our Yao family's daughter is uneducated, right? Yao Shiyun said. She was originally very popular in the socialite circle, but ever since the news of her cohabitation with Yao Lingling came to light, everyone was disgusted with her, and even several of her previous suitors avoided her. I'm not raised by the Yao family, and you're not born by the Yao family, so what are you worried about? Yao Lingling said. Among the three of them, only Yao Xiujiao can truly be considered as Miss Yao. Yao Shiyun, don't think that Jiang Jingxian is yours just because I have a boyfriend. There are many young ladies in the Yao family who are related by blood. Where do you rank? Yao Lingling said again. Yao Shiyun was picked up, and the marriage between the Yao and Jiang families can be considered a business marriage, so the girl must be of Yao family blood. Yao Xiujiao blushed at what Yao Lingling said, and she straightened her body at the same time. That's right, even if it wasn't Yao Lingling, it wouldn't be her turn, Yao Shiyun. Yao Lingling narrowed her beautiful big eyes slightly. Har har, there will be something interesting to watch in the next few days of living in the Jiang family. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Jingxian was waiting for Yao Lingling downstairs in a suit. Yao Xiujiao and Yao Shiyun saw him come back and change his clothes and sat downstairs, so they walked over together. Brother Jingxian, I'll make you what you want to eat tonight, said Yao Shiyun. Yao Xiujiao frowned. Why was she doing it again? Let me do it. You made it this morning, and brother Jingxian didn't eat much. Yao Xiujiao said. That's because brother Jingxian wasn't hungry, so he didn't eat much, okay. Why do I feel like brother Jingxian is tired of eating? Yao Xiujiao, what do you mean? What I mean is that either brother Jingxian is tired of the food you cook, or your cooking skills have declined. You two stop arguing. Jiang Jingxian rubbed his temples with a headache. I'm waiting for Lingling. You two have had enough fun today, go back early, I'll ask the driver to take you. Jiang Jingxian said he was waiting for Yao Lingling. What was he waiting for Yao Lingling to do? The two stopped arguing. Damn Yao Lingling, she still said that she didn't bother Jiang Jingxian. Is she starting to play hard to get? Brother Jingxian, are you going out? Yao Xiujiao asked. Are we going out to eat? Yao Shiyun also asked. I guess so. She needs to accompany me to the banquet. Jiang Jingxian said. She actually accompanied Jiang Jingxian to the banquet. I'm so jealous. Yao Lingling accompanied Jiang Jingxian to the banquet. Doesn't that mean that their relationship has been further elevated? But Jiang Jingxian is currently being coaxed around by Yao Lingling, so he won't listen to them saying bad things about her now, right? Just at this time Yao Lingling came downstairs. She was wearing a pink dress, which made her already pitiful appearance even more tender and charming. Yao Lingling is definitely playing hard to get. Yao Shiyun walked up to her, took Yao Lingling's hand and said, Wow, my sister looks so beautiful today. Then she leaned close to Yao Lingling's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Didn't you say that you have no interest in brother Jingxian? Then what are you trying to do? I was just accompanying him to the banquet. You're overthinking it, said Yao Lingling. I want to go, too. Yao Shiyun walked around behind Yao Lingling and grabbed the bow tied around Yao Lingling's waist. As long as she exerted a little force, the bow would come loose and Yao Lingling's dress would slip off her body. Fuck. Yao Shiyun is so sinister. It's all because the skirt Jiang Jingxian bought was such a rip-off. Can I stop you if you want to go? Yao Lingling said. But brother Jingxian seems to be planning to take you alone. He will definitely not agree to let me go unless you ask. So, you should tell brother Jingxian that he hopes I can go too. Yao Shiyun said with a smile. There was still a certain distance between Yao Lingling and Jiang Jingxian. Yao Shiyun was behind Yao Lingling. From a distance, it looked as if Yao Shiyun was just adjusting Yao Lingling's dress. Okay. Yao Lingling agreed, and then she said to Jiang Jingxian, Mr. Jiang, can I let my sister go with me? It'll be more company. Jiang Jingxian thought Yao Lingling was scared, so he nodded after thinking about it, but then frowned again. There are no more dresses. Jiang Jingxian said. Yes. Yao Shiyun said with a smile. Isn't the lavender dress that Yao Lingling is wearing a dress? Yao Shiyun smiled at Yao Lingling and said, you wouldn't mind letting me wear that dress, right? He actually set his sights on her dress. Didn't you say it was a high imitation? Yao Lingling said. The meaning of high imitation is to be indistinguishable from the real thing. When the clothes are on me, who can tell that they are high imitations? Yao Shiyun said with a smile. No matter what happens today, he will follow Yao Lingling. Yao Xiujie was so angry that he went back to the Yao family alone, while Yao Shiyun went to the banquet with Jiang Jingxian and others. The dress that Yao Lingling wore did not fit Yao Shiyun well. Although they were of similar height, Yao Lingling had a curvy figure and the dress brought out her soul, while for Yao Shiyun, not only did the back not curve, but the front was also flat. The real thing is turned into a fake. Being able to indulge in wearing such a beautiful dress and go to the banquet with Jiang Jingxian, Yao Shiyun seemed to have added a filter to herself. I don't care, I am the most beautiful anyway. So the three of them got in the car and went to the banquet. The banquet was arranged at Haicheng's largest entertainment club, Life of Debauchery. The moment the door of the box was opened, the three of them froze. The huge box was full of women, all dressed up brightly and beautifully, with fancy clothes on. Most importantly, these women all looked like one person, Yao Lingling. Chapter 19, Compromise. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Yao Shiyun felt like she was questioning her life. These women either have a figure like Yao Lingling or a face like Yao Lingling, anyway, they always look a little like Yao Lingling. The one with the ugliest expression was Jiang Jingxian, as if he had been deeply insulted. Mr. Jiang, what are you standing there for? Come in quickly. Fu Tingji shouted from the sofa. He has prepared so many women, and as long as Jiang Jingxian is willing, he can give them all to him, on the condition that he wants Yao Lingling. He checked carefully and found that Yao Lingling had been pestering Jiang Jingxian before she met him, which meant that Yao Lingling had indeed loved Jiang Jingxian. She suddenly said that she didn't like him anymore and wanted to break up with him, which must have been caused by Jiang Jingxian's bewitching. With a project worth 300 million yuan and these women, he didn't believe that Jiang Jingxian would not hand Yao Lingling over to him obediently. As long as Jiang Jingxian was moved, Yao Lingling would understand that Jiang Jingxian did not love her, and she would definitely come back to him obediently. Mr. Fu, what are you doing? Jiang Jingxian walked in with Yao Lingling and Yao Shiyun. Although each of these women has the shadow of Yao Lingling, to be honest, they are far from Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling's beauty is unmatched by any of them. Make a deal with young Master Jiang. Fu Tingji said with a smile. He looked at Yao Lingling, who kept rolling her eyes at him. However, when his eyes swept to Yao Shiyun beside Yao Lingling, his eyes were cold. She was actually wearing the dress he gave to Yao Lingling. The ugly woman had such a bad figure that she made the dress look ugly. Yao Shiyun felt uncomfortable all over. Fu Tingji looked at her as if he wanted to kill her. She couldn't help but shrink her body, trying her best to look like air. Give her to me and swear never to bother her again. The 300 million project plus these women are all yours. Fu Tingji said. He didn't believe any man could resist these temptations. Yao Lingling was ashamed, so Fu Tingji thought Jiang Jingxian liked her? Why do I suddenly feel that Fu Tingji is so cute? Impossible. Jiang Jingxian said. This is not making a deal with him, this is insulting him. Say it again. Fu Tingji's face became increasingly uglier. I said it's impossible. Jiang Jingxian nodded proudly. Fu Tingji stood up suddenly and looked down at Jiang Jingxian. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. In that case, don't blame me for using tough measures, he said coldly. At the same time, the women walked away, and the bodyguard came over, pulled Jiang Jingxian up and started beating him, especially on the face. Brother Jingxian. Yao Shiyun was terrified. She had never seen such a show of force. After all, Jiang Jingxian was the #1 young master in Haicheng. Anyone who saw him would avoid him. But this Mr. Fu actually started fighting without hesitation. Fight hard, as long as you don't die. Fu Tingji nodded. Jiang Jingxian was still resisting at first, but he was not a professional thug after all. 2 of the 4 bodyguards held him and 2 beat him. After a while, he was beaten black and blue, with blood flowing from his nose. He looked horrible. Yao Lingling, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Brother Jingxian wouldn't have been beaten like this. Yao Shiyun cried and tried to hit Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji pulled Yao Shiyun away and threw her to the ground, then hugged Yao Lingling and covered her eyes. Not only was Yao Shiyun frightened, Yao Lingling was also frightened. She sat there in a daze, trembling all over, with only one thought in her mind, which was, Fu Tingji is crazy. Stop. Stop hitting me. Yao Lingling screamed, tears streaming down her face, she was so scared. Fu Tingji was very angry and he couldn't bear to hit Yao Lingling, so he could only vent his anger on Jiang Jingxian. But Yao Lingling cried, her eyes were full of tears, which made people feel very distressed. Miss Yao, as long as you agree to go back with the young master, he will let young Master Jiang go immediately. You don't want anything to happen to young Master Jiang, right? Dantes said. He also didn't want Fu Tingji to beat Jiang Jingxian into trouble, as this would affect the 4X group. Okay, I'll go back with you and tell them to stop. Yao Lingling sobbed. Fu Tingji frowned, even his breath was filled with anger. She had to compromise with him for Jiang Jingxian. Fu Tingji, did you hear me? I said I would go back with you, so tell them to stop. Yao Lingling hit him on the chest. The man grabbed her hand, his eyes cold, please me. Otherwise, no one knows what terrible thing he will do next. It's scary when a paranoid person gets angry. Dantes was feeling very nervous. Although the young master of the Jiang family looked aloof on the surface, he was actually very weak. If the fight continued, someone might really die. Miss Yao, do now the same way you did to please the young master before, Dantes reminded. Before? The original owner had many ways to please Fu Tingji, but there was only one trick, which was to be obedient and speak softly, especially words that Fu Tingji liked to hear. When it comes to acting, she's the best. Yao Lingling took Fu Tingji's hand with her little hand, blinked her big watery eyes and said, Fu Tingji, let him go and I'll go with you. Fu Tingji remained cold and unmoved. Is this guy out of breath? Yao Lingling threw herself into his arms and put her arms around his neck. Fu Tingji raised his chin, looking unmoved. Punishing her and letting her know how powerful he is the only thing he wants to do at this moment. In this case, the only option is to use the ultimate move. Yao Lingling sat on Fu Tingji's lap, held up his face, and kissed his thin lips. The girl's body was soft and gentle, and her faint fragrance was refreshing. Jiang Jingxian was beaten dizzy, and was filled with resentment when he saw that Yao Lingling had to please Fu Tingji for him. If he were stronger, Yao Lingling wouldn't have to compromise like this. How much she must love him to do this for him, he is such a bastard, he treated her so badly before. Lingling, no, don't try to please him, he's a lunatic. Jiang Jingxian shouted. Everyone in the business world knows that Fu Tingji is a madman who will not give up until he achieves his goal. However, his methods are almost all used in business. Jiang Jingxian never thought that he would be so crazy just to get a woman. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have agreed to let Fu Tingji bring Yao Lingling to attend his perverted party. After the kiss, Yao Lingling hugged Fu Tingji and said, Fu Tingji, can you tell them to stop fighting? I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night. You don't want me to have a psychological trauma, right? Stop. Hearing this, Fu Tingji raised his big hand and said like a favor. Then he bit the girl's fair neck again and asked in his magnetic voice, are you still running away? I don't dare anymore. The girl said softly. She just wanted to live a good life. If escaping from Fu Tingji brought her this kind of result, then forget it. She was more suited to hiding. Chapter 20. Will you marry me? You gave the dress I gave you to that ugly bastard. Fu Tingji curled his lips. Because she was going to accompany Jiang Jingxian to the banquet, and she liked that dress, so I gave it to her. You can put them back and she can return it to me after washing it. Yao Lingling said. Fu Tingji frowned, glanced at Yao Xian coldly, and said, "It's dirty, don't want it, I'll buy you a new one." "Okay, buy a new one." Yao Lingling nodded repeatedly. Because she was frightened, she was still trembling. Fu Tingji picked her up and hugged her in an extremely ambiguous posture. Yao Lingling was wearing pink and glutinous clothes today. She was very cute. He couldn't let her go. This little goblin, he would die in her hands. Jiang Jingxian recovered his breath and saw Yao Lingling being hugged by Fu Tingji in an ambiguous way. The man's actions were extremely wanton and wild, and Yao Lingling showed obvious discomfort. She must have been very disgusted with him, but in order for Fu Tingji to let him go, she had to obey Fu Tingji. "Lingling, don't. Jiang Jingxian endured the severe pain from the wounds on his body and crawled towards Yao Lingling. He never thought that one day he would have to sacrifice Yao Lingling to beg others to let him go. He regretted it and regretted being so bad to Yao Lingling. What an eyesore! Fu Tingji stared at Jiang Jingxian, who was desperately crawling towards him, and Dantes immediately went over to block his way. Yao Xian trembled with fear and went to hold Jiang Jingxian in her arms. It was all Yao Lingling's fault that Jiang Jingxian was beaten like this. If she didn't have that seductive face, something like this wouldn't have happened. Yao Lingling, it's all your fault. Why didn't you just agree to go with Mr. Fu earlier? Why did you make him unhappy and angry? Yao Shiyun yelled at Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling was really inconsolable. She didn't know Fu Tingji would be so crazy as to hit someone directly. "Brother Jingxian, please bear with it. I will take you to the hospital right away," Yao Shiyun said to Jiang Jingxian. "No, since we came in groups, we should leave in groups. Lingling, don't follow him. Come here, come to me," Jiang Jingxian said to Yao Lingling. If he still had the strength, he would definitely stand up and pull Yao Lingling out of Fu Tingji's arms, but he had been beaten to death, his white shirt was soaked with blood, one of his eyes was so swollen that he could not open it, and the other one was not much better. He could barely open it to look at people, he had lost a tooth, his hands were dislocated, and both legs were broken. "Yao Shiyun, take Jiang Jingxian away," Yao Lingling said. "What's wrong with Jiang Jingxian? Doesn't he hate himself? Didn't she bring her here just to get her to help him get the contract? Wasn't he ready to give her to Fu Tingji? Fu Tingji, is the contract still valid?" Yao Lingling asked the man who was holding her. Fu Tingji bit his ear lightly, raised the corner of his mouth in enjoyment, and said wickedly, "It counts as long as you are obedient." "Okay." Yao Lingling said, "Give the contract to Yao Shiyun, and find a car to take them to the hospital." "Dantes, go do it," Fu Tingji said. Dantes hurried to prepare, and the bodyguards found a stretcher from somewhere and carried Jiang Jingxian out. Jiang Jingxuan's face turned red when he went out, but it was of no use. He thought he could take her into consideration, but in the end it was Yao Lingling who had to compromise. Yao Lingling breathed a sigh of relief only after Yao Shiyun and Jiang Jingxian were sent away. The man holding her breathed in her scent and gradually became dishonest. "Did you miss me?" Fu Tingji said while kissing her. Having just experienced such a bloody thing, she didn't know where his interest came from. "Don't do this, you scared me and I haven't recovered yet." Yao Lingling struggled from his hands, as if she would not be eaten by him if she stayed away from him. Her body couldn't help but tremble. She really hadn't recovered yet, but her body had stopped shaking a long time ago and she was just pretending. "I'm sorry to scare you, but if you had been obedient from the beginning, this wouldn't have been the outcome. Yao Lingling, I don't care whether you were truly obedient or not, if you make this mistake again, the outcome will be the same as today," Fu Tingji warned. "Era." Yao Lingling was confused. "Leaving me is the biggest mistake you've ever made," Fu Tingji said. "What an arrogant man. But didn't you hear what I said? I said I don't like you anymore," Yao Lingling said. Now that everyone had left, she was no longer worried about who he would get angry at. "Then you should love me as much as before and forget about your fiancé," Fu Tingji said. Before this, he had never thought that he would be a spare tire. Now he knew that he had always been Yao Lingling's second choice, and what she said about looking for another beauty was true. Yao Lingling felt a headache. It was such an injustice. Not to mention her, even the original owner didn't like Jiang Jingxian. Okay. I don't like Jiang Jingxian, are you jealous? Yao Lingling asked. This person is too jealous. You don't like him. You don't like him so much that you tried your best to escape but are willing to come back to me for him. Fu Tingji said. They acted like they were madly in love, and when she said he didn't like Jiang Jingxian, he didn't believe it. This is what a paranoid person is like. Once they have determined something, it is not easy for them to deny it. Unless you want me to like him. Yao Lingling said. She didn't want her affairs to affect others. As long as Fu Tingji was sure that she liked Jiang Jingxian, then Jiang Jingxian would be his love rival, and it would be difficult for him to erase the label of love rival. I hope you like me, and only me. Fu Tingji looked at her with sharp eyes. What about you? Do you like me? Yao Lingling asked. She has never liked anyone, so she longs for sweet love like a little girl. She can like Fu Tingji, but only if Fu Tingji likes her. If he just overbearingly orders her to serve him like a servant, she will definitely not like him, because this is not love, he is just satisfying his perverted possessiveness. I like it. Fu Tingji nodded. You may not have understood what I mean by like. The like I'm talking about is the love between lovers. I love you, do you understand? The love between two people for a lifetime. Yao Lingling explained in a panic. Fu Tingji's simple 2 words made her feel a little nervous, but she knew clearly what she wanted. Of course I understand. Love is an emotion that comes with the secretion of love hormones. Fu Tingji replied. This answer was so rational that Yao Lingling didn't know how to respond. In other words, will you marry me? The family background of someone like Fu Tingji is very different from that of Yao Lingling. Under normal circumstances, there is no chance for them at all. After all, even if Fu Tingji was willing, his parents would not agree to him marrying a useless woman. Meeting. Chapter 21, Too Domineering. Fu Tingji, your joke is too much. There is no possibility for the two of us, and there should be no possibility between us. Yao Lingling said. Cinderella and the President, only TV dramas dare to play it like this. Yao Lingling's statement that it shouldn't exist might have angered Fu Tingji. There is nothing in the world that shouldn't happen, unless she doesn't want it to happen. I said I would marry you, provided you loved me as much as before. Is she as stupid as the original owner, with his mind full of thoughts? Impossible. Yao Lingling said firmly. I will make everything possible. You must love me because you loved me before. Fu Tingji said. What kind of divine logic is this? If you don't love me, what happened today will happen again. Do you dare not love me? Fu Tingji said again. Too domineering. She was almost dizzy from all the twists and turns he was talking about. Is Fu Tingji a member of a cult? Regardless of whether they love each other or not, Yao Lingling is certain that she cannot escape from Fu Tingji's grasp. In that case, she could only do everything she could to make him dislike her. I'm sleepy. When will we go back? Yao Lingling asked. She didn't want to continue this topic with him in the box. It was meaningless. Now. Fu Tingji said. Then he took out a pair of flat shoes from somewhere, took off their high heels on Yao Lingling's feet himself, put the flat shoes on her, and then threw their high heels into the trash can without any hesitation. Jiang Jingxian doesn't love you that much. Fu Tingji sneered. You know this again. Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. He doesn't even know what size shoe you wear. Fu Tingji looked at the shoes he had put on Yao Lingling with satisfaction. Yeah, the size is just right. Indeed, the pair of high heels that Yao Lingling wore were too big for her. Her feet were size 36, and the shoes were size 37. In a hurry, she did not tell Jiang Jingxian that she was uncomfortable wearing them. Another reason is that Jiang Jingxian hates her, so she doesn't want to tell him because it would make her seem pretentious. How did you think of preparing flat shoes? Yao Lingling asked. Fu Tingji nodded slightly, because I am sure I can take you away. What a confident sentence. Yao Lingling met Fu Tingji's fiery gaze. Although his behavior today was overbearing and rampant, he prepared flat shoes for her and chose the right size, which made her feel warm in her heart. When Dantes came back, he saw the two people looking at each other lovingly. They were really a pair of happy enemies. Yao Lingling followed Fu Tingji back to the villa. It was a thrilling night. The moment Yao Lingling walked into the bedroom, she felt paralyzed. She lay down on the bed like a big character as soon as she entered the room. Take a shower, Fu Tingji said. I'm so tired today. Can I get up and take a shower tomorrow morning, said Yao Lingling. She was afraid that Fu Tingji would eat her after she washed him. After all, when they were living a life of luxury, he had the intention of eating her up. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your little head. If I want to touch you, I don't care whether you've washed or not. Fu Tingji reached out and patted her butt. Having never been slapped on the butt in her life, Yao Lingling sat up and glared at Fu Tingji in embarrassment. I don't mind if you don't wash. After all, Lingling baby smells so good, I can bear not to wash for half a month. Fu Tingji approached her. Yao Lingling pushed him away. What a pervert. What happened to your misophobia? Can you please have some moral integrity? Yao Lingling got up and ran into the bathroom with her pajamas. Fu Tingji couldn't help but smile when he looked at Yao Lingling's figure. She was really much more interesting than before. Want to run? Once you provoke some people, you have to take responsibility. When Yao Lingling walked out of the bathroom, Fu Tingji was already lying on the bed. He showed off his muscular body without any concealment. Yao Lingling felt like her nose was about to bleed. He had 8-pack abs. Is your man in good shape? Fu Tingji smiled when he noticed Yao Lingling's gaze. To be honest, girls have no resistance to abdominal muscles, especially those of handsome guys. Yao Lingling pretended to cough twice and said, Is it really okay for you to expose your breasts like this? I think it's good. At least my woman likes to watch it. Fu Tingji said. Who likes to see you? Yao Lingling was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. What do you mean by lying on my bed? Fu Tingji's face darkened instantly. Of course he slept with her. Although the villa was given to her, she should also respect him as the former owner, okay? Come and lie down. Fu Tingji patted the pillow beside him. Of course, you can also choose for me to get out of bed and hug you, or even do something more exciting. Yao Lingling lay on the bed helplessly. She didn't want to play anything more exciting with him. I'm really tired today, don't touch me. I just want to sleep with you. I don't mind if you want me to touch you. Fu Tingji said. The man put his arms around her, his hot breath hitting Yao Lingling's neck. Let me go. Yao Lingling struggled. Shit, he really started to move his hands. Don't move. Fu Tingji bit her ear, if you move again, the gun will go off accidentally. Yao Lingling froze instantly, not daring to move at all, and even her breathing was cautious. Har har har. Fu Tingji laughed very freely. Yao Lingling just wanted to beat him up, but she endured it in order to have a good sleep, and finally fell asleep. Fu Tingji gently placed a kiss on her cheek. Yao Lingling's small face was as delicate as a piece of jade, with long curly eyelashes draped over her eye bags like a fan, and her chubby mouth was extremely cute. Yao Lingling was like an elf. Every time Fu Tingji touched her, he would feel guilty for desecrating a fairy. She was so beautiful that she should be hidden away, and no one except him could covet her. In the middle of the night, the girl suddenly began to sob, and after a while her sobs turned into sobbing. Her tears soaked the pillow, but she did not open her eyes. Don't hit him, he's bleeding, let him go. Yao Lingling muttered. Fu Tingji hugged her tightly, trying to give her a sense of security. This was the reason why he insisted on sleeping with her. Yao Lingling had always been timid, and after letting her see such a bloody scene today, she would definitely not be able to get rid of the psychological trauma for a long time. She must love Jiang Jingxian very much, otherwise she would dream about him. In Yao Lingling's dream, he must be a bad guy, a devil with bared fangs and claws, while Jiang Jingxian is a weak scholar. What a heartless girl. He treated her so well, how come he couldn't compare to Jiang Jingxian? They say that the first love you fall in love with is hard to forget, and it's true. Thinking about how Fu Tingji bit Yao Lingling's neck, he wanted to punish her severely. The woman he was holding made a hissing sound, but Fu Tingji still didn't let go. Did she feel the pain now? Humph, her behavior made him sad. The physical pain may only last for a while, but the heartache will take a long time to heal. This little pain is nothing. Chapter 22 Don't Mess With Me. When Yao Lingling woke up, Fu Tingji was gone. She felt a sharp pain somewhere in her neck, so she ran to the bathroom to look in the mirror and found teeth marks on her neck. Damn Fu Tingji. This pervert actually tortured her while she was sleeping. After washing up, Yao Lingling went downstairs to settle the score with Fu Tingji. However, Liang Ju said that he had already flown away on a helicopter. Yao Lingling had nowhere to vent her anger and could only sulk. In the afternoon, the villa welcomed an unexpected guest, Fu Tingji's cousin Fu Jichen. If everyone around Fu Tingji dislikes Yao Lingling, then Fu Jichen must be the one who hates Yao Lingling the most. Yao Lingling had been thinking about it for the whole morning. She must teach Fu Tingji a lesson for torturing her in the middle of the night. She searched the room for a long time and only found a small whip. She blushed as soon as she got it. This was bought by the original owner and Fu Tingji when they were having some exciting fun. How shameful! Yao Lingling was about to put down the whip when Fu Jichen rushed in. As soon as he entered the room, he pushed Yao Lingling down, and the girl, bang, fell into a pile of sex toys. Fu Jichen. The shame was gone, and his face was filled with anger. When Fu Jichen saw the mess in the room, his face turned redder than Yao Lingling's. I was wondering why my brother was so bewitched by you, so this is how it is. Fu Jichen said, pointing at the series of sex toys under Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling shook her head vigorously. This is none of her business. She has never had such exciting fun with Fu Tingji. You vixen, don't you know how busy my brother is? Do you think it's easy to be the president of Jirshan? My brother is busy working, and you are busy making trouble. I'm going to slap you in the face today and see what you can use to hook up with my brother in the future. Fu Jichen said angrily. Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling felt confused. Even if she had caused trouble, she wouldn't be beaten to the point of disfigurement. I think we can sit down and talk. There's no need to fight. Yao Lingling said quickly. Who wants to talk to you nicely? Didn't I talk to you nicely before? You woman, you just don't want to accept my toast. I'll beat you so hard this time that even your own mother won't recognize you. Fu Jichen said angrily, and then he started looking for something in the room to hit Yao Lingling. Damn, this guy has such a bad temper. Are all the people in the Fu family the same? Fu Jichen didn't find anything, so he rushed towards Yao Lingling with his bare hands. He grabbed her collar and was about to slap her, but Yao Lingling raised her foot and kicked him in the wrong place. Fu Jichen's face changed instantly, his face turned red with pain, and he leaned against the wall for a long time before he recovered. I'm telling you, I have a bad temper, don't mess with me. Yao Lingling said, holding a small whip in her hand and hugging her arms. The original owner was useless except for her bad temper, and had suffered a lot from Fu Jichen, so when Yao Lingling said this to Fu Jichen laughed at her. Everyone knew that she had a bad temper, but what was the use of having a bad temper? I'm here today to cure your bad temper. You better stand still and let me teach you a lesson. Fu Jichen stood up. Just now, Yao Lingling played into his trap. It was such an embarrassment to him. Now he has to get it back. He had already thought it through. If he caught Yao Lingling, he would hit her in the face and then use a knife to draw 2 lines on her face. She would have these 2 scars for the rest of her life and anyone who saw them would feel disgusted. She would never be able to hook up with anyone again. She was stupid to just stand there and let him teach her a lesson. Yao Lingling waved the small whip in her hand. She didn't want to make a big fuss with Fu Jichen, but Fu Jichen insisted on having a conflict with her, so she could only accompany him to the end. She is not someone who is easy to bully. The original owner's weakness does not mean that she is also weak. If Fu Jichen takes advantage of her this time, he will definitely come to trouble her again next time. She likes to solve the problem once and for all, so that the other party will avoid her next time he sees her. Yao Lingling was holding a whip, with a dangerous smile on her face. Fu Jichen stopped rushing over, feeling a chill down his spine. It was only then that he noticed that Yao Lingling was holding a whip in her hand. Fuck, what do you want to do? Fu Jichen shrank back. Yao Lingling raised her lips and smiled. Whatever you wanted to do to me just now, I want to do to you now. He just wanted to hit her and disfigure her. R. Yao Lingling whipped Fu Jichen with a whip, and in an instant, Fu Jichen's screams of pain rang out in the villa. None of the maids dared to step forward, fearing that if they went up to stop the fight, they would become the lucky one to be whipped by Yao Lingling. Liang Ju was stunned. Just now, Fu Jichen came running angrily and said he wanted to cause trouble for Yao Lingling. How come the situation was reversed now? Fu Jichen is Fu Tingji's cousin. Although he is not Fu Tingji's biological brother, he is Fu Tingji's most beloved brother. He is also the only brother in the Fu family who is not scheming and treats Fu Tingji sincerely. When Fu Jichen first learned that his brother had found a woman who was good for nothing except her beauty, he had troubled Yao Lingling. However, Yao Lingling did not listen to his advice. When she knew that the man she was with was the most powerful man in the whole Xie country, she became more determined to be with him. Because of this, Fu Jichen and Yao Lingling became enemies, and Fu Jichen would cause trouble for Yao Lingling from time to time. In the past, it was Fu Jichen who bullied Yao Lingling, but now it has become Yao Lingling who bullies Fu Jichen. The scene is particularly spectacular. Miss Yao, Master Jichen is the younger brother that the master loves the most. If you hurt him, it will be difficult for you to explain to the master, right? Liang Ju shouted. Yao Lingling looked back at Liang Ju and raised her eyebrows. This guy always bullied the original owner in the past. It would be better to get it all back at once. So, Yao Lingling went up and whipped Liang Ju. Liang Ju. Both men fainted. Yao Lingling was in a very bad temper today. Liang Ju, let's work together. I'll hug her from behind, and you go forward and take away her whip. Fu Jichen was furious. When did Yao Lingling become so strong? She chased him around the villa for several laps and she is not tired at all. There's no way you can take her weapon away. No matter which of the two men came forward, Yao Lingling would whip him hard with the whip. Soon both of them were covered with marks. The seemingly weak girl unexpectedly had such great explosive power, leaving Liang Ju and Fu Jichen helpless for a moment. Miss Yao has gone crazy, come quickly and surround her. Liang Ju ordered the maids. Upon hearing this, the maids hurried forward to surround Yao Lingling so that she could not get out of the circle. Yao Lingling was surrounded in the middle of a huge circle, while Liang Ju and Fu Jichen were on the outside. Okay, don't blame me for being rude in that case. Yao Lingling whipped the maids. She just wanted to scare them, and the effect was very good. Which girl wants to have many scars on her body? All the scars disappeared in an instant. Just at this moment, the rumbling sound of a helicopter was heard, and it was Fu Tingji who returned. Chapter 23 Nonsense. Fu Jichen and Liang Ju seemed to have seen their savior. Har! My brother is back. You beat me like this, just wait and see how my brother will deal with you. Fu Jichen pointed at the red and swollen scratches on his body and said angrily. Yao Lingling curled her lips. Fu Jichen was Fu Tingji's beloved younger brother. This was very annoying. Liang Ju nodded slightly and looked at Yao Lingling, as if he was also waiting to see the show. This woman has no ability at all, she just loves to act up. In the past, she didn't dare to say a word when Fu Jichen said something to her, but today she just went crazy. No matter how much Fu Tingji indulges her, he will never allow her to bully her own brothers. Fu Ting got off the helicopter and saw the mess in the courtyard, and felt that something big must have happened. The most important thing was that Fu Jichen was also there, and Yao Lingling and he had always been at odds. Just as Fu Jichen was about to go up and tell Fu Tingji about the treatment he had received in the villa, Yao Lingling pounced on Fu Tingji. The girl hugged him and began to sob. Xiao Jiji, they bullied me. Fu Jichen. Liang Ju. Maids. Wait, what the hell is Xiaojis is he? Also, when did the tears on her face come out? Yao Lingling looked at Liang Ju and Fu Jichen with a smug smirk. I'm a movie queen, why should I show off my acting skills? The girl in his arms yesterday looked at him with disgust, but now she was hugging him and calling him Xiao Jiji. Fu Tingji was at a loss for a moment. Was it because he got off the helicopter in the wrong posture? What's wrong, baby? Fu Tingji asked, hugging the girl in his arms. They beat me. Yao Lingling pointed at Liang Ju and Fu Jichen. Fu Jichen. Liang Ju. It's nothing at all, okay. Miss Yao, please pay attention to the whip in your hand. Liang Ju and Fu Jichen felt extremely wronged. Yao Lingling stretched out her white legs. She remembered that when she was beating Fu Jichen just now, she didn't swing the whip accurately and hit her own leg. Finally, after searching for a long time, the girl found a faint red mark on the outside of her right thigh. This wrinkle looks very good and doesn't he seem to be very strong? Look. This is it, it hurts. Yao Lingling's tears flowed like a dam bursting. Xiao Jiji, I want to blow. Okay, I'll blow it for you. Fu Tingji picked her up and sat her on the chair next to him, blowing it for her lovingly. Everyone. It's really disgusting. Fu Jichen felt aggrieved. Could anyone notice the whip marks all over his body? He seriously suspected that his brother was blind. No, there is only Yao Lingling in his eyes. Brother, you can see it, right? You see, my whole body is covered with whip marks, and she is holding a small whip in her hand. Fujichin ran over and said, "We must not let this little devil succeed, he needs to seek justice." No, it's not true. He stuffed the whip into my hand, and the marks on his body were from when he didn't hit me accurately. Yao Lingling talked nonsense with her eyes open. Fujichin. Brother, this is obviously a lie, you can tell it, right? Fujichin said quickly. This devil Yao Lingling is distorting the facts. Futingji sat upright, his eyes fixed on the red mark on Yao Lingling's leg. This leg was long and white. Her legs were his favorite, but now it was injured. Well, it's all Fujichin's fault. Does it still hurt? Futingji asked. It hurts. My whole body hurts. Fujichin cried out in pain. I didn't ask you. Futingji wiped the tears from Yao Lingling's face with a tissue. Yao Lingling was stunned, so he was asking her. It hurts, but it feels much better after you blew on it. Yao Lingling answered mechanically. She felt so guilty. Compared to Fujichin, the mark on her leg was nothing. Brother, you must not be bewitched by her. The marks on her legs were caused by herself. You know how much she acts like a troublemaker. In my opinion, you should slap her hard and throw her out of the villa, said Fujichin. Futingji's eyes suddenly turned cold. He just captured Yao Lingling yesterday, and Fujichin asked him to throw Yao Lingling out today. Wow. Xiao Jiji, look, your most beloved brother doesn't like me. Why are you still keeping me in the villa? Throw me out right now. Yao Lingling cried. Humph. She wished he would throw her out. Are you angry? Have you calmed down? Futingji asked Yao Lingling. Futingji knew that Fujichin liked to make trouble for Yao Lingling. In the past, he always turned a blind eye to it because the two of them would at most have a verbal quarrel and would never make such a big deal out of it. He had finally gotten the person back, but Fujichin came here to make a scene. What if this made Yao Lingling more determined to escape? He had sat back and watched before, but if he did the same today, Yao Lingling would definitely be heartbroken. Yao Lingling met Fujichin's unyielding look, turned her head away and said, No, I'm very angry now. Okay, sit down and I'll help you vent your anger. Next time you want to teach him a lesson, call me. I feel bad for hurting your hand. Futingji took the small whip from her. Yao Lingling was confused. When Fujichin saw Futingji holding a small whip, he had a bad feeling and wanted to run away. You guys catch young Master Ji Chen. I'm going to teach him a lesson today and let him know what it means to respect your elders. Futing swung the whip and hit the ground, making a crackling sound. My lord. Fujichin blushed. What does the elder have to do with Yao Lingling? Yao Lingling is my woman now, your sister-in-law. Futingji nodded. We haven't even started dating yet, and you're already my sister-in-law? It hurts. Hit me gently, brother. Oh my god, are you really going to fight? Yao Lingling was lying on the bench. Didn't he Futingji love his younger brother Fujichin the most? Over there, Liang Ju had already hidden in some corner, with only one thought in his mind, which was to hope that Yao Lingling would not notice him. Futingji was so cruel to Fujichin, and if you knew he was involved, he would be beaten half to death. Futingji stopped beating him only when he was tired. Fujichin was left with no injured part of his body except his face. He lay on the ground, howling in pain. Brother, you are so cruel. Fujichin's face was full of tears, as if the person who had just come to trouble Yao Lingling was not him. This is just a small punishment. If you disrespect Yao Lingling again, I will break one of your legs. If you continue to disrespect me, I will break both your hands and feet. Futingji warned. I know, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Fujichin was in agony. Brother, please send me to the hospital. The descendants of the Fu family are all treated as treasures. They are afraid of getting bumped or hurt since they were young, but they don't have a single scar on their bodies. Now that they have been beaten like this by Futingji, how can they pick up girls in the future? Call an ambulance yourself. Futingji dropped the whip and strode over to coax Yao Lingling. Am I your brother? Chapter 20. For this is a nickname. Fujichin was taken to the hospital by Liang Ju. After getting in the car, the man who thought he had a heart of steel cried out. It hurts, drive faster. Master Jichen, there is a speed limit here. Next time I will make Yao Lingling look good. You smelled the special fragrance on her, right? She didn't have this fragrance before. It must be the fragrance's problem. Fu Jichen said angrily. Liang Ju recalled that there was indeed an indescribable smell on Yao Lingling's body, which was quite pleasant. What does Master Jichen think? Liang Ju asked. Next time I want to throw shit on her. After Fu Jichen left, the world was finally quiet. Yao Lingling patted her princess skirt, her face beaming with joy. From now on, no one would dare to mess with her. Where are you going? Fu Tingji asked when he saw her getting ready to leave. I want to see what we're having dinner, said Yao Lingling. The maids felt a chill. Was the girl who was beating people with a whip just now the innocent-looking girl in front of them? Sure enough, a femme fatale. Come here and apply the medicine. Fu Tingji said. Dantes has brought the medicine box. No way. Is Fu Tingji really blind? The marks on her legs are almost gone, okay. Fu Tingji, do you know that I was the one who hit him? Yao Lingling asked. Fu Tingji had seen how vicious she was. I know, but you are still injured. Fu Tingji said. This is nothing but a bullshit injury. Open your eyes and look carefully. The wound is almost gone. I don't feel any pain anymore. There's no need to make a fuss about applying medicine. Yao Lingling said. But it has been injured. Fu Tingji walked over and picked her up, then walked into the living room, put her on the sofa, and began to apply medicine to her seriously. Fu Ting's demon barrier has disappeared. After applying the medicine, Fu Tingji raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Fu Tingji, are you serious about what you just said? Yao Lingling suddenly asked. That's what you said. Forget it, I have a score to settle with you. Yao Lingling said, pointing at her neck. She was bitten on the neck by a dog last night. This is a punishment. Fu Tingji said. Then should you be beaten too? Yao Lingling said. Because Fu Jichen accidentally got a red mark on her leg from a whip, and Fu Jichen was beaten like that by him, and he bit her neck until it bled, doesn't that mean she is doomed? Oh. Fu Tingji lowered his head and chuckled, I can compensate you in other ways. The pores on Yao Lingling's body stood up instantly. Fu Tingji's idea was a little dangerous. You wish. Yao Lingling pushed him away. It was really not a pleasant experience to do that with him. It was uncomfortable and even hurt her. Fu Tingji saw what she was thinking of, held her in his arms, bit her ear and whispered, I will be gentle this time. Get out. I won't give you a chance. Yao Lingling struggled to break free from his arms and ran back to the room. Fu Tingji frowned. Ever since that time, she hated his touch. Would Yao Lingling become sexually frigid? As long as you are human, you will have desires, especially those who have had sex. Even if Yao Lingling had Jiang Jingxian in her heart, she should have revealed a woman's desire for a man when he touched her, but she didn't have any of that. After dinner in the evening, Yao Lingling ran back to her room and locked the door. She was really afraid that Fu Tingji would become beastly and ask her to do that with him. She was not the original owner. The original owner could be very compatible with him in that aspect, but she had only done it with him once, and he forced her. She had no experience, and she would be exposed as long as Fu Tingji touched her. She couldn't just sit in the villa and wait for death, she had to find a way to leave the villa. What should she do to make Fu Tingji willingly send her away from the villa? Yao Lingling felt a headache. Finally, she remembered that she was still studying in school. She was studying in an art school, and the teachers didn't care much, so the original owner hadn't been to school for a long time. If Yao Lingling hadn't thought about it carefully, she might not have remembered that the original owner was still a student. Well, she is going to school to continue her studies. Although Fu Tingji has more than a dozen secretarial assistants, he is still very busy. As long as he is not with Yao Lingling, he is working. It is easy to find him, just go to his study. Yao Lingling came to the door of the study with the tea she had brewed, but Dantes stopped her. Miss Yao, do you have something to talk to the young master about? Asked Dantes. Yes, I'll bring tea to Fu Tingji. Yao Lingling said. Dantes couldn't help but frown. He was so cold to Fu Tingji during the day, but now he came to serve tea. This was abnormal, so there must be something wrong. Give me the tea and I'll bring it to you. I'll tell the master that you made the tea yourself, said Dantes. Experience told him that he must not let Yao Lingling in. Dantes, just let me in. I promise I'm going in just to bring tea to Fu Tingji. Yao Lingling looked well behaved and lovely. Dantes shook his head. He wouldn't believe someone with a criminal record. Humph, if the tea gets cold and Fu Tingji can't drink it, I'll cry in front of you. Yao Lingling said. Dantes was speechless. Then cry, even if you complain to the young master and ask him to punish me, I will accept it. Yao Lingling's cheeks turned red. The original owner had really done this. Since he wouldn't let her in, she had only one solution. Xiao Jiji, are you in there? I'm here to bring you tea. Yao Lingling shouted at the door. Dantes' face darkened instantly. She knew that Yao Lingling would not be so honest. Ms. Yao, if you continue like this, I will be rude to you. Anger gradually appeared on Dantes' face. Yao Lingling ignored him and continued to shout, Xiao Jiji, if you don't come out, I'll pour out the tea. No, I'll give it to Liangju to drink. Liangju, who was teaching the maid a lesson for doing something wrong. Dantes was so angry that he was about to chase them away, but suddenly the door opened and Fu Tingji looked at the two of them with a dark face. Master, Miss Yao must come in. If she doesn't, she will scream. Dantes has failed in his duty. Please punish him. Dantes bowed his head. Let her in. Fu Tingji said. His baby is bringing him tea. Is there anything wrong with that? Yao Lingling made a face at Dantes and followed Fu Tingji inside. The study is large and spacious, and the wooden furniture has the fresh scent of solid wood, which is refreshing and invigorating. Yao Lingling sat on the sofa, put the tea on the coffee table, looked left and right. It was so comfortable to work here. Hello me. Fu Ting's hands were typing on the keyboard. Can't you drink it yourself? He's not a 3-year-old child who needs to be fed. Your hands are busy. Aren't you here to show your courtesy? I'll give you this chance. Fu Tingji said as a matter of course. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Seeing through her thoughts, Yao Lingling brought the tea to him and said, Please have some tea, Mr. Fu. What did you call me outside the door just now? Fu Tingji pouted unhappily. Xiao Jiji. Well, call me that from now on. What should I call you? Lingling? No, your sisters should all call you that, so just call me Xiao Lingling. Fu Tingji said. I'm not a child. It's weird for you to call me like that. Yao Lingling was embarrassed. Fu Tingji typed the last line and clicked send, then hugged Yao Lingling. Don't blame me, you call me Xiao Jiji, and I call you Xiao Lingling, this is our nickname. Chapter 25, Demolish and Rebuild. Nickname. Yao Lingling's face twitched. Just then Fu Tingji held her face and bit her lips, and Yao Lingling almost spilled the tea in her hand. What are you doing? Yao Lingling, who was taken advantage of, felt annoyed. Award. What a perverted reward. The tea is getting cold, feed me. Fu Tingji said again. Yao Lingling fed him tea, and after Fu Tingji finished the tea, he happily carried her to the sofa and sat affectionately with her. The atmosphere is getting more and more wrong. If you have any request, just tell me. Fu Tingji enjoyed smelling her scent very much. Yao Lingling said, I want to go to school. Fu Tingji froze. What kind of reading is this? It's clearly a way to escape from him. No. Fu Tingji continued to bury his head in her neck. Don't repeat this topic, that makes me unhappy. But I've been skipping classes for a long time. Yao Lingling felt that she could still struggle a little longer. Fu Tingji said, since it has been a long time, I don't mind a little longer. So fucking domineering. But I'm really bored staying in the villa alone. How can it be just one person? There's Liangju and so many maids. The most important thing is that there's me. Liangju and the others don't like me, you know that. You are so busy, do you have time to accompany me all day long? Fu Tingji sat there coldly, and the hand that was caressing Yao Lingling in an attempt to create some special atmosphere stopped. This must be the reason why Yao Lingling used to do it all day long. I understand. Fu Tingji said. You promised to let me go to school. Yao Lingling's eyes lit up. No. Fu Tingji pursed his lips. Then you know shit. I am so angry. I drank the tea, but it didn't work. Yao Lingling slapped Fu Tingji's hand away and stood up suddenly. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. The girl walked out of the study angrily. Looking at her ruthless steps, Dantes knew that her conversation with Fu Tingji would end in unpleasantness. Dantes, come in. The man in the room suddenly said. Dantes walked in and bowed to Fu Tingji. Master, what do you want? Has the young master decided to teach this ignorant woman who wastes his good mood every day a lesson? I want to change the location of the study. It would be best if it could be connected to Yao Lingling's bedroom. She said she was bored. This way I can accompany her while I work, and she won't be bored when she sees me. Fu Tingji said. He has already drawn the plan on the drawing. Dantes. Their young master must have been drugged by Yao Lingling. Master, if we're plan it, I'm afraid the whole building will have to be demolished and rebuilt. Dantes was embarrassed. Then tear it down and rebuild it. I'll take Lingling out for a trip tomorrow. When I come back, I want to see the room layout exactly as I planned, said Fu Tingji. The next day, when Yao Lingling got up, she saw several excavators parked in the yard. What are you doing outside? Yao Lingling asked puzzledly. The young master said he wanted to tear down the villa and rebuild it. Liang Ju said. When he heard the news from Dantes, he suspected that he was hallucinating and it was all caused by the vixen Yao Lingling. Isn't the villa newly built? Why should it be demolished? Yao Lingling was confused. The young master made this decision after Miss Yao came out of the study last night. Liang Ju answered truthfully. That resentful look seemed to be saying, don't you have any idea what bad thing you did last night? Yao Lingling thought about what she said to Fu Tingji last night, especially how they ended up parting on bad terms. So Fu Tingji was angry, so he took it out on the villa? He is too stingy. He may be angry, but did the villa provoke him? Yao Lingling didn't even have breakfast. She slammed the table and went to find Fu Tingji, who was talking to a master at that moment. Money is not a problem. It must be built for me within 3 days, said Fu Tingji. He handed the design drawings he had prepared to the contractor. He didn't need to do it himself, but he wanted to do everything concerning Yao Lingling himself. Fu Tingji, what are you crazy about? If you dare to demolish my villa, I will never forgive you. Yao Lingling rushed over and yelled. So this is the woman who made the man in front of him decide to demolish a billion-dollar villa and rebuild it. She is beautiful, but also very fierce. Rich people just know how to have fun. He demolished a villa and rebuilt it just for a woman who was bored at home. It will be rebuilt immediately after it is demolished. Fu Tingji walked over and hugged her in his arms, saying with a smile. I don't agree. I live here well, why are you tearing it down for me? Yao Lingling pouted. Even if Fu Tingji has too much money to spend, there is no need to waste it like this. Because the study is too far from your bedroom, don't you feel bored at home? I plan to replan the villa and move the study to your bedroom. This way, you won't feel bored when I work and you can accompany me. Fu Tingji said cheerfully. Not only will Yao Lingling not feel bored, he will not feel bored either. He can also see Yao Lingling during his nap, which is a real treat. Yao Lingling's face was full of black lines. She would never allow him to do this. He had never agreed to let her go in the first place. If the villa was demolished and rebuilt, with the study connected to her bedroom, she would really be unable to escape from his clutches. Let's take a long-term view on the demolition of the villas and don't resort to such extreme methods. Let them disperse quickly. Dantes, let them go quickly. Yao Lingling winked at Dantes. Although Dantes didn't want the young master to demolish the villa, he was Fu Tingji's man, and he was the only one who mattered. He would not listen to anyone except Fu Tingji himself. Yao Lingling ordered him, but he stood still. Xiao Jiji, don't tear it down. I like the current layout of the villa very much. If you dare to ask someone to tear it down, I will be angry. If I am angry, I will ignore you. Yao Lingling pretended to be angry. Then don't demolish it, Dantes, let them go. Fu Tingji's face changed instantly. Dantes nodded respectfully. Yao Lingling instantly felt relieved. Oh my god, Fu Tingji is too crazy. How could the original owner have provoked such a devil? Wait, tell them to go to the second floor and connect the 2 rooms on the east side, and move the study and Miss Yao's bedroom to another place. Fu Tingji's eyes flashed with lightning. He was such a smart guy. Yao Lingling. So Yao Lingling watched the workers working, feeling extremely miserable. Why did she go to find Fu Tingji last night? If she hadn't found him, this wouldn't have happened. She has it so hard. Fu Tingji sat on the sofa with a leisurely look. Thinking that he would be able to work and accompany Yao Lingling at the same time, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Yao Lingling was extremely resentful. She was held in Fu Tingji's arms in a depressed mood, as if she was forced into prostitution. However, Liang Ju and others looked at her as if they were seeing Yang Guifei alive again. The spring night was short and the sun was rising. From then on, the king no longer held court early in the morning. Chapter 26. Are you satisfied? The two rooms on the east side were connected and everything was arranged in the afternoon. When Yao Lingling saw it, she was completely confused. Now, no matter whether she is sleeping or playing games, Fu Tingji can see her as long as he turns around. She has no private space at all. This isn't really accompanying her, this is just finding different ways to monitor her. Are you satisfied? Fu Tingji looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction, so that Yao Lingling would not be bored. The corners of Yao Lingling's mouth twitched. She couldn't say she was satisfied, but she was quite surprised. She dug a hole for herself. Everything went wrong with her idea. Because the rooms were connected, Fu Tingji ordered people to put the clothes of both people in the same room, which meant that Yao Lingling would have to eat, live and sleep with Fu Tingji in the future. I don't care, I like the original room and I want to sleep in the original room, Yao Lingling said with a headache. She didn't like Fu Tingji, and she felt uncomfortable sleeping with him. If you really like that room, you can only tear down the villa and rebuild it, Fu Tingji said with a cold face. Fu Tingji, you are really naive. Do you think I won't be bored if you connect the bedroom and the study? I just don't like staying in the villa. No matter how much you do, it will be useless, Yao Lingling said. Fu Tingji let her go, and a cold light gradually appeared in his black eyes. She wasn't bored, and she didn't dislike staying in the villa at all. She just simply didn't like him. If the role of the man was replaced by Jiang Jingxian, she would definitely be happy with him. Don't you like staying in the villa? Fu Tingji stared down at her. That's right, I don't like staying in the villa, I want to go back to school, Yao Lingling answered affirmatively. Since you don't want to, I want to lock you up in the villa even more. Fu Tingji nodded slightly, his delicate thin lips pursed into a sharp arc, looking extremely mean. It's not easy to escape from him. You are such a hateful person. Yao Lingling was so angry that her teeth were itching, but facing the tough and overbearing Fu Tingji, she had no way to deal with it. The entire villa is full of Fu Tingji's people. It is really difficult to escape. Even if she succeeds in escaping, she will be caught by him quickly with Fu Tingji's strength. Fu Tingji felt very annoyed. Wasn't it her favorite thing for him to accompany her? I promise you. Fu Tingji gave in. What did you say? Yao Lingling was a little surprised. Fu Tingji turned her around and smoothed out the word Chuan on her forehead. I promise to let you go to school, but if you dare to play tricks on me, I will catch you and make sure you will never escape from my grasp, Fu Tingji said with both hatred and love. She was the only one who had the ability to make him angry and yet force him to submit. I understand. I take back what I said just now. Actually, you are not that bad. At least you seem to dote on me. Yao Lingling smiled with her eyes curved. It's not like that, I really dote on you. Fu Tingji couldn't let go and pinched her nose. The atmosphere was just the right amount of gentle. Fu Tingji was planning to place a kiss on Yao Lingling's soft and sweet lips, but Yao Lingling pushed him away just as he had this plan. He, since you've agreed, I'll go and get ready. I'm going to school tomorrow. Yao Lingling ran upstairs happily. Fu Tingji frowned. I haven't touched her for a long time. At night, Yao Lingling smelled sweet after taking a bath, and her pink nightgown made her face look rosy. As soon as she lay down on the bed, Fu Tingji pressed on her. Choose whatever flavor you want. Fu Tingji took out several square bags packed in different colors and stuffed them into Yao Lingling's hands. Yao Lingling's hands couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Only fools would make such a choice. I don't want any of them. Yao Lingling threw all the condoms in her hand into the trash can. This is not a good idea. What if I get pregnant without taking any precautions? Fu Tingji said, and then he smiled and said, okay, give me a baby. It must be a daughter, as beautiful as you. What are you thinking? I don't want to do that with you. Yao Lingling slipped out from under his arm and was pulled back. Fu Tingji, did you listen to what I said? I have been telling you that I don't like you. Can you please consider my feelings? Yao Lingling was helpless. But you provoked me, and you want to run away after provoking me. Fu Tingji kissed her. If possible, I would rather never provoke you. Yao Lingling said. It's a pity that she came to this time and space too late, otherwise they would never have met. Fu Tingji's eyes changed slightly. She must have regretted it. If it hadn't been for that time, they wouldn't have had any intersection. She must be with Jiang Jingxian now, doing what lovers should do, and he, Fu Tingji, has nothing to do with it. But you provoked me, and now you're mine. Fu Tingji opened his mouth and bit her neck, biting the wound that had not healed yet. Fu Tingji is such a pervert, his method of torturing people is so perverted. It hurts. Let go. Yao Lingling hit him. I want to make you feel pain so that you will remember it and won't violate my taboos again, said Fu Tingji. So that's why you did that to me in the hotel that day? Yao Lingling yelled. The delicate little face was full of tears, looking so pitiful. It was the first time that truly belonged to her and him, and he made her feel painful for several days. She felt that she would have a psychological trauma about that kind of thing for the rest of her life. Fu Tingji was stunned, then suddenly opened his mouth. That day was an accident. Fu Tingji gently wiped the tears from her face. You hurt me and it was an accident. You bullying others is just natural. You think you are rich and you can restrict my freedom. Yao Lingling exploded. No wonder she saw that scene when transferring her memories, such a tragic scene. Leaving aside external factors, their personalities alone are seriously incompatible. Didn't I promise to let you go to school? Don't cry, I will personally take you to school tomorrow. Fu Tingji continued to speak softly. He was most afraid of her crying, and he would feel soft-hearted when she cried. But as soon as I make you angry, you will catch me back. Rich people like you love to play this cat and mouse game. I know that the more I struggle, the more interested you will be. Who hasn't he read a few Mary Sue CEO novels when they were young? Men like her style. That's good, I will like you more and more. Fu Tingji said, I like to watch you act up, the more you act up, the more I like it. Yao Lingling laughed, she was so angry at him that she laughed. What a bad taste he has. Don't cry. If you don't let me touch you, I won't touch you. I'll touch you when you want me to. Fu Tingji kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yao Lingling curled her lips and said, then you may be destitute for the rest of your life. Chapter 27 Regret Again. Yao Lingling slept in Fu Tingji's arms all night. Even though she struggled many times and tried to escape from his arms, she was pulled back by the man every time. Finally, Yao Lingling gave up struggling. The next morning, Yao Lingling opened her eyes before the alarm clock rang. The weather was very good and warm today. Today is a good day to get up early. However, as soon as Yao Lingling sat up, Fu Tingji reached out and pulled her back. Yao Lingling even doubted that she had ever sat up at all. What are you doing? She was completely confused. The alarm hasn't rung yet, sleep a little longer. Fu Tingji said. It's only 5:40 now, but Yao Lingling's alarm clock is set for 6. It's only 20 minutes, and I can't fall asleep even if I lie down. Yao Lingling was about to get up again, but Fu Tingji hugged her and said, then stay with me for a while. The man buried his head in her neck. When did you change your perfume? This smells great. I like it very much. As he had just woken up, Fu Tingji's voice was a little hoarse and carried a hazy breath. Yao Lingling smelled the smell of male hormones through the air, and her little heart immediately beat out of rhythm. I didn't spray any perfume at all. Let me go, I'm going to the bathroom. Yao Lingling pried Fu Tingji's hands from her arms. She was worried that if this continued, Fu Tingji would start his unspeakable behavior. Don't move. The more you move, the more excited I will become. He knew she had to go to school today and he wouldn't ruin her good mood, but the time was his until the alarm went off. Yao Lingling could feel Fu Tingji's subtle changes. The more he moved, the more excited he became. It seemed to be the case. How could he say that she wore perfume? She didn't wear any perfume at all, okay? Is it body odor? Yao Lingling felt that every minute and every second was torture. Finally, the alarm clock rang. She escaped from Fu Tingji's arms like a spring and quickly ran into the bathroom. The short 20 minutes seemed as long as a century. The embrace lost its warmth, and Fu Tingji chuckled softly. For the first time, he found that he still had some self-control over her. Yao Lingling came out of the bathroom and saw water droplets hanging on Fu Tingji's body. He must have taken a shower in the bathroom next door. However, his ears to neck were all red, which made Yao Lingling feel very strange. "You're taking a shower so early in the morning," Yao Lingling said. "Don't you know why I'm taking a shower?" Fu Tingji looked at her ambiguously. "It's because she didn't let him touch her." Yao Lingling blushed instantly. She thought of something she couldn't say. "Hurry up and change your clothes. I will take you to school myself," Fu Tingji said, pointing at the clothes on the bed. "You go out first. I've seen every part of your body, why are you embarrassed?" Fu Tingji frowned. Yes, Fu Tingji definitely knows this body better than she does. But that doesn't mean she will change clothes in front of him. In the end, Fu Tingji was kicked out of the room by Yao Lingling. When the door slammed shut, Fu Tingji smiled. Yao Lingling is getting cuter and cuter. Dante saw his young master being kicked out. He was obviously frustrated but still had a doting smile on his face. He felt that the way he went upstairs was wrong. Fu Tingji really dotes on Yao Lingling. He had known Fu Tingji since before he took over the Fu family. He had never seen him look at any girl with extra eyes, let alone care about any girl. After meeting Yao Lingling for the first time, Fu Tingji gave her the opportunity to get close to him. Yao Lingling pestered him like a sticky candy, and he accepted her teasing without getting tired of it. Although it seemed that Yao Lingling was pestering Fu Tingji, in fact, it was their young master who was moved first. The girl came out in a light pink princess dress, her hair tied into a bun, and her face bare, but she looked stunning. In the past, Yao Lingling liked to wear mature clothes and put on mature makeup, which added a bit of romantic flavor. It looked good, but it didn't match her sweet looks and seemed extremely awkward. I don't know when she started to be low-key and reserved, preferring to go without makeup, and exuding a lively aura. At the age of 20, she looks like 16 or 17, with a high ponytail or a bun, and she looks like her first love. "Dantes, what's your gaze?" Fu Tingji walked to Dantes and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Dantes, who has always disliked Yao Lingling, actually showed that kind of look to Yao Lingling. His eyes were full of stars. Fu Tingji found that his little woman suddenly attracted a lot of men, but he didn't know that there would be more and more in the future. Of course, this is all a story for later. "What are you two doing standing there? Let's go." Yao Lingling took 2 steps and found that the 2 men were still standing there. "Ladies first, please go in, Miss Yao." Dantes bowed his head and said respectfully. This was the first time he lowered his head and spoke to Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling felt puzzled, but went downstairs anyway. The girl left, and Fu Tingji said, "You should find a girlfriend." "Thank you for your concern, young master. I will arrange a blind date for myself right away," Dantes said. Fu Tingji patted his shoulder, raised the corner of his mouth and walked towards the stairs. Dantes was ashamed. It turns out that when a man gets jealous, any male is a rival in love. After finishing breakfast, Yao Lingling waited obediently for Fu Tingji to speak. She couldn't wait to leave the villa and breathe fresh air. "Finish the milk," Fu Tingji said to Yao Lingling while eating the sandwich elegantly. "I can't drink anymore." Yao Lingling curled her lips. "Then finish the breakfast in front of you, otherwise your nutritional intake for breakfast today will not meet the standard," Fu Tingji said. "Yao Lingling, you can't leave until you finish eating." Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling picked up the milk and drank it with a resentful look. As soon as she finished drinking it, Fu Tingji wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and stood up. "Let's go," he said. Yao Lingling put down the cup and stood up happily. After getting in the car, Fu Tingji held her in his arms. He always liked to hold her in his arms. It was useless for her to struggle, so she could only let him hold her. "Keep in touch via phone and report your day's itinerary to me, including what you ate, where you went, and who you were with." Fu Tingji turned on old father mode. You are not allowed to talk to other men, not even look at them." I'll wait for you at the school gate this afternoon." Forget it, you'd better not go. Even if you don't look at others, others will look at you." Fu Tingji frowned. Just like the way Dantes looked at her just now, she didn't know how many men would look at her like that when she went to school, like a hungry wolf staring at its prey. You regret it again. Yao Lingling pouted angrily. She knew he would change his mind. Chapter 28 Harmless to humans and animals. Would you look at other men? Won't. Listen, this is so fake. Fu Tingji said. But if she said she would, he would definitely not let her go. Fu Tingji, do you think you're having fun playing tricks on me? Yao Lingling was furious. He had no intention of actually letting her go to school. Making her happy like a clown the whole morning was so mean. I'm not kidding you, I just don't want you to go. If you insist on going, I can only obey you. Fu Tingji put his chin on her shoulder. I will miss you, will you miss me? It's just one day. I'll be back in the evening. Why does it feel like a parting of life and death? But I miss you when I don't see you for a minute. Fu Tingji said. So fucking disgusting. You don't have work today. Isn't he extremely busy on weekdays? Yes, I'll go to the airport after I send you to school, but I will be back before you finish school and I will pick you up home in person. Fu Tingji said. The villa is not her home at all, her home is the Yao family. She hasn't been home yet. Yao Lingling held Fu Tingji's hand helplessly. Don't worry, I remember everything you said. I'm going to school to study, not to pick up handsome guys. Isn't it enough that I have a handsome guy like you? You have to have confidence in your appearance. Although she doesn't love Fu Tingji, he is handsome and she likes his looks. What's good about me? Everything about her is good, young, rich, pretty and has a good figure, Yao Lingling praised. It's good to be alive. Fu Tingji said calmly, as if he was discussing how good the weather was today. Yao Lingling blushed instantly. Yes, it was a good job, she was injured. If nothing unexpected happens, she will remember it for the rest of her life. You haven't answered whether you will miss me. Fu Tingji was unyielding. Yes, I will miss you. When I miss you, I will send you a love message. Yao Lingling said. Love. Like this. Yao Lingling opened WeChat on her phone and searched for Fu Tingji's WeChat for a long time before she realized that he had been blocked by her. She added him back in front of someone else and sent a love message to his chat box. I will also send you a love message when I miss you. Fu Tingji said. Then he imitated Yao Lingling and sent a love to Yao Lingling's chat box, with a satisfied look on his face. Yao Lingling couldn't help but laugh. Sometimes men are quite cute. They had already arrived at the school, but the two people in the back seat were chatting happily and seemed to have forgotten that Yao Lingling was going to school. Dantes hesitated whether to remind them or not, and Yao Lingling broke free from Fu Tingji's arms. We're at school, I'm going to get off the bus, said Yao Lingling. I want a farewell kiss. Fu Tingji raised his chin and closed his narrow eyes. Dantes in front felt an unprecedented blow. Master, that's enough. Yao Lingling knew that he would not let her go unless she gave him a farewell kiss, so she gave him a light kiss on his thin lips. Okay, see you after school. Fu Tingji nodded slightly, and Yao Lingling opened the car door and got out. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked in front of Haicheng Film and Television Academy every day, and everyone is used to it, but there are very few world-class luxury cars. Fu Tingji's car is a rare Koenigsegg Ghost sports car, which has been parked in front of the school for so long that it has attracted countless eyes. Yao Lingling got out of the car gracefully. The girl had a pure appearance, fair skin and beautiful face, which instantly made people think of two words: babe. Among the pretty girls in art schools, 8 out of 10 are kept by wealthy sponsors. I guess she's a gold digger. That's a Koenigsegg luxury car that's out of print. Its price has been hyped up to 2 billion. I'd die without regrets if I could just smell its exhaust, let alone sit in it. Do you think this girl looks familiar? Is it Yao Lingling from class 21? Yes, that's her. Why is she driving a rare luxury car? The Yao family is just an ordinary merchant family. Yao Xian drove a Chevrolet Trailblazer when she came to school yesterday, right? It only cost about 200,000 yuan. Everyone was talking and chatting among themselves. Both sisters of the Yao family are very famous. Yao Xian has always been the class belle of class 21. She is beautiful, kind, and dignified. After Yao Lingling transferred in, she directly got the title of school belle, but apart from her beauty, she has no other advantages. She has a bad temper, and a decadent private life. The school beauties in other schools are all protected by their male idols, but the school belle in their school is someone everyone wants to spit on and drown. Yao Lingling seemed to turn a deaf ear to him and just went on her own way. The original owner didn't have a good reputation in school, all thanks to Yao Shiyun. At such a young age, she was labeled as a fangirl, a kept man, and a prostitute. It's impossible to make a name for yourself if you only have one of these labels. The original owner was passed over before she even graduated. Yao Lingling worked in this line of work in her previous life, and she is very familiar with this circle. She will rebuild bit by bit everything that was destroyed by Yao Shiyun on the original owner. Everyone was pointing at Yao Lingling and talking about how their school belle, had returned. The news spread around the school in no time. What? Yao Lingling is back. Yes, my friend saw him at the school gate. He even came in a luxury car. Look at this photo. It's really her. How come she's back after skipping classes for so long? We must not let this bad apple return to our class. Let's go and stop her. Class 21 was always ridiculed by other classes because of Yao Lingling, and the girls in their class were also looked down upon by the girls in other classes. They all thought that Yao Lingling's life was so messy at such a young age, it must be a problem with the class's atmosphere, and the girls in their class must not be that good. Over time, no girl was willing to date Yao Lingling, and a group against Yao Lingling was formed. Now, the team leader Wang Manman took the girls to stop her. Haicheng Art College is very large, with each teaching building being 10 stories high. Elevators and stairs were set up for convenience. Yao Lingling followed her memory and pressed the elevator button to go up to the 7th floor. In the elevator, everyone moved away from her as if they had seen something dirty. There were clearly 6 or 7 people, but the space was less than half for the other 6. Thank you, I'm very thin and don't need such a large space. Yao Lingling smiled with her eyes curved, looking harmless. Oh, no, you're welcome. We're cold. It's June now and everyone is wearing miniskirts. I know you don't dare to get close to me. After all, fairies can only be admired from afar. Yao Lingling laughed again. Everyone. Someone seems to have no idea how much he is disliked at school. The elevator reached the 7th floor. When the door opened, a dozen girls were standing at the elevator door. Yao Lingling, you still have the guts to come back. With Wang Manman here today, you can forget about getting into class 21. Chapter 29 Innocence. However, when everyone saw Yao Lingling, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. The pink and tender girl in front of them was Yao Lingling. She has a bun, no makeup, a pair of bright big eyes, and stands in a regular pattern, like a child who has walked into the wrong film set. What did you say just now? The girl asked in her soft voice. We told you not to get into class 21 today. Wang Manman shouted, but her speaking power was obviously not as high as before. Today's Yao Lingling shocked her a little, and she felt that she had turned over a new leaf and was being welcomed by everyone. What if I really have to go in? Yao Lingling asked in an innocent tone. Then you have to get past us first, said Wang Manman. In the past, Yao Lingling would have started arguing with her, but today she seemed particularly easy to talk to. How do we get through this? Yao Lingling asked. Answer me a few questions first. First, have you changed your boyfriend again? Oh, no. What happened to the luxury car that just brought you to school? I rented it for 2,000 an hour. I just wanted to experience what it feels like to ride in a luxury car. It turns out to be quite comfortable. Don't worry, I'm not being kept as a mistress. Yao Lingling said with a smile. Wang Manman's anger instantly disappeared. She was the class monitor and she didn't want her classmates to go down a path of no return at such a young age. If Yao Lingling turned back, she would still welcome her back to their group. Then why did you come to school? Wang Manman asked again. Study. I had a dream last night that I became a big star. I am here to study and realize my dream. Yao Lingling said with shining eyes, so innocent. Is she stupid? How pitiful. She is stupid at such a young age. By the time she becomes a big star, I will have become a Hollywood movie queen. Wang Manman put down her hands that were on her waist and said, It's good to have dreams. I hope you can stick to your dreams and work hard to make them no longer dreams. Yes, thank you for your teachings, squad leader. I will persist in studying hard for my dream. Yao Lingling nodded vigorously, looking very well behaved. Go back to the classroom and don't let us down, said Wang Man. Yes, I will definitely not let you down, Yao Lingling said as she walked towards the classroom. However, she was stopped before she took a few steps. The class monitor said to let you in, but we didn't agree to let you in. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. Our class was laughed at by other classes because of you. You have been skipping classes for so long, we all thought you would not come, and everyone's attitude towards our class has changed a lot. Now you are back, and all our efforts have been ruined. The person who spoke was Zhang Ningrui, the daughter of the Zhang group and a good sister of Yao Shiyun. Zhang Ningrui also contributed to the fact that Yao Lingling was disliked by everyone. Zhang Ningrui and Yao Shiyun spread rumors together. Then what do you want? Yao Lingling turned around and looked at her, her beautiful and smart eyes filled with murderous intent. Wang Man was the class monitor, she was doing it for the collective honor, as long as Yao Lingling was well behaved, she would not go against her. But Zhang Ningrui was different, she had no reason to dislike her, if she had to add one more reason, it was jealousy, jealous of Yao Lingling's good looks. Students who study in art schools either rely on their talent or their looks. Talent may be buried if they go out to mix with others, but a pretty face will definitely make you stand out. Yao Lingling is pretty, so she deserves to be ruined. Kneel down, kowtow to us 3 times, and say you are my cousin, then I will let you pass, said Zhang Ningrui. Oh? So simple. Yao Lingling raised her eyes. Yes, it's that simple, Zhang Ningrui said arrogantly. In that case. Yao Lingling raised her foot and kicked Zhang Ningrui's knee. Zhang Ningrui's face changed drastically and she fell to her knees on the ground with a plop. Your request is so shameless, but if you insist on kneeling down to me, I have no choice but to satisfy you, right? Yao Lingling looked down at her, extremely evil, but no matter how you looked at her, she seemed to be the victim. Yao Lingling, I am the daughter of Zhang Group. Don't you want to do your father's business anymore? Zhang Ningrui gritted her teeth in pain. In the past, Zhang Ningrui relied on the fact that she was the daughter of the Zhang Group to suppress and bully Yao Lingling in various ways. After all, no matter how bad Yao Lingling's temper was, she was isolated and helpless, because her father would never offend his business partners for his daughter. But today, Yao Lingling didn't care about anything. What's wrong with being the daughter of the Zhang Group? I'm also the daughter of the Yao Group. Can you be more upright and stop always relying on the family connections behind you? Yao Lingling said. You're finished, I promise you'll be out of this school this afternoon. Zhang Ningrui shouted. Then I'll wait. If I'm still in school, you'll be the one to get out, said Yao Lingling. Everyone sighed, thinking that Yao Lingling must have really lost her mind. There is a huge gap in strength between the Yao family and the Zhang family. Just at this moment Yao Shiyun came over. She also received the news that Yao Lingling had returned to school. After all, it was quite surprising that someone who had skipped classes for so long suddenly returned to school. She waited for a long time before standing up, just to wait for Yao Lingling to have a conflict with them. After all, she liked to be a peacemaker so that everyone would think she was gentle and virtuous. Hey, Ningrui, are you okay? Lingling, why are you bullying me? Yao Shiyun hurried over and pulled Zhang Ningrui up. I bully others. That's interesting. It's my duty to kneel down to Zhang Ningrui, but if Zhang Ningrui kneels down to me, I am bullying others. Yao Lingling said. Yao Lingling, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. When I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll ask my dad to let your company go. Zhang Ningrui said angrily. Upon hearing this, Yao Shiyun immediately frowned, her face filled with worry. Lingling, listen to Ningrui and apologize to her. The company is the hard work of your parents, and it cannot be destroyed just because of your willfulness. It's great that her willfulness and ignorance reflect that Yao Shiyun is sensible and kind. Oh? What if I don't want to? Yao Lingling said. They always use such tricks to bully the original owner, and the original owner will take family reasons into consideration, so he allows them to bully him. That's the hard work of my parents. How can you be so disobedient? Yao Shiyun said, Sister, I kneel down to you. You and Ningrui should kneel down and apologize. Oh my god, Yao Lingling's behavior is so bad. Shiyun, which one of you two is the biological child of the Yao family? Yao Lingling grew up in the countryside and has no feelings for the Yao family at all. They say that those who are raised are closer than those who are born. It's really true. Everyone started to criticize Yao Lingling. Yao Shiyun is two-faced and has played all the good roles. Yao Lingling is the unforgivable, ungrateful person. You want to pretend to be a good person, right? Since she wants to pretend, let her pretend to the end. Oh? Then kneel down. Yao Lingling smiled with her eyes curved. Yao Shiyun. Sister, if you kneel down to me, I will probably apologize to Miss Zhang when I feel better. Then there will be no problem for the company. Yao Lingling said. Lingling, you. What's wrong? Did my sister just tell a lie? Yao Lingling blinked her big eyes innocently. Chapter 30, Taking the Wrong Medicine. Yao Lingling, Shiyun is your sister, how can you really make her kneel down? Yes, Shiyun is here to help you. She is helping you out of kindness, but you have this attitude. Yao Lingling chuckled and looked at them coldly. You want me to kneel down to Zhang Ningrui out of kindness? Take back this unnecessary kindness. I'm not begging her to help me. I can handle my own problems. Yao Lingling nodded. How are you going to solve it? Are you going to let the company go bankrupt? Lingling, think about your parents and your whole family. Everyone is almost ruined because of you. Yao Shiyun burst into tears and looked so pitiful. Zhang Ningrui's face was filled with anger. This was the first time that Yao Lingling fought back against her, which made her lose face. It's not certain who will end up in the end, but it's impossible for me to kneel down. Yao Lingling said. You said it, Yao Lingling. Don't beg me then. I will make you kowtow 3 times and 9 times and get out of school. Zhang Ningrui said angrily. I'm waiting. Yao Lingling said as she walked towards the classroom. Everyone stared at Yao Lingling's back as she walked away. She was so awesome. It was the first time they saw her so awesome. Ningrui, it's all Lingling's fault. If you want to punish someone, just punish her. Although she has returned to the Yao family, her heart is never in this family. She has always done her own thing and doesn't take the rules of the Yao family seriously at all. She seems to be in the Yao family, but in fact she is not a member of the Yao family at all. Yao Shiyun hurriedly cut off her relationship with Yao Lingling. The Zhang family has a bigger business than the Yao family, and the Yao family often relies on the Zhang family, so the Zhang family is like the eldest brother of the Yao family. Yao Shiyun dislikes Yao Lingling very much, but she also doesn't want anything to happen to the Yao family because of Yao Lingling. She is also a member of the Yao family. Because of the Yao family, she can barely be considered a socialite. If the Yao family is gone, she would just be an ordinary woman. She would have fewer suitors around her, and many people would look down on her. Shiyun, don't worry. I know this matter has nothing to do with the Yao family and will not implicate the Yao family. I will go to the principal and ask him to expel Yao Lingling, said Zhang Ningrui. Hearing this, Yao Shiyun nodded vigorously. Lingling can't concentrate on her studies at school. She seems to be here to cause trouble. Anyway, she always skips classes, so it's better to expel her. Yao Lingling was expelled. When her parents heard about this big thing, they would definitely call Yao Lingling back and give her a good scolding. Yao Lingling will always be the child who makes her parents sad, but she is gentle and sensible, so her parents will always like her. Shiyun, you are so considerate. It would be great if Yao Lingling was half as kind as you. It's a pity that she is the real lady of the Yao family. Who told me that I don't have such a good life, huh? Yao Shiyun lowered his head, looking extremely lost. Alas, some people have such a fate because they play a good hand of cards badly. As the poem says, you must be strong. Fate will always favor kind people like you. Yes, Yao Lingling is destined to be your foil. A faint smile appeared on Yao Shiyun's lips, but she tried hard to suppress it. She frowned with compassion, don't say that. No matter how bad Lingling's temper is or how bad her behavior is, she is still my sister, the real eldest daughter of the Yao family. I will always respect and love her. Oh, Shiyun, you are so kind, it would be so nice if I had a sister like you. Everyone gathered around Yao Shiyun, some comforted her, some praised her, and there was only good things to say about her. Yao Lingling returned to the classroom. Her deskmate was Jiyu Xuanan, the youngest son of the Jiyu family and the student with the worst temper in the whole grade. How bad is Jiyu Xuanan's temper? Maybe it was because he dared to beat even the teacher when he got angry. The original owner was his deskmate and was often bullied by him. This was one of the reasons why the original owner did not like coming to school. "Hey, make way, I want to go in and sit down." Yao Lingling kicked Ji Yushuanan's feet as he was lying on the table catching up on his sleep. He didn't have a good relationship with the original owner, so there was no need for Yao Lingling to be too polite to him. Her actions left many people dumbfounded. Yao Lingling actually dared to kick Ji Yushuanan's foot. Yao Lingling has a bad temper, but she becomes a coward when it comes to Ji Yushuanan. She doesn't even dare to move when Ji Yushuanan glares at her. Yao Lingling is really bold today. Some people say that Yao Lingling is stupid. They didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that she is really stupid, completely stupid. How pitiful, he is so stupid at such a young age. Ji Yushuanan, whose sleep was disturbed, raised his head sleepily. Seeing that the person coming was Yao Lingling, an expression of disgust immediately appeared on his handsome face. "Why was it this jinx? Get out," Ji Yushuanan said, and then lay down and continued to sleep. Yao Lingling reached out, grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "Ji Yushuanan, school is not a place for you to sleep. If you want to sleep, go home," Yao Lingling said as she walked to her seat and sat down. "Oh, that stinky woman Yao Lingling actually touched my idol's clothes. She made them dirty," someone cried out in grief. Although Ji Yushuanan has a bad temper, his family is well off and he is handsome, so many girls in the class are his fans. When Yao Lingling met Ji Yushuanan, she instantly became the enemy of many girls. Ji Yushuanan looked at Yao Lingling, who was behaving abnormally. This coward actually dared to confront him head-on today. "Yao Lingling, did you take the wrong medicine?" Ji Yushuanan said with a straight face. It was the first time someone dared to grab him by the collar. Not even his own father dared to do that to him. "You took the wrong medicine." Yao Lingling rolled her eyes at him. Everyone thought that Ji Yushuanan would definitely teach Yao Lingling a lesson. It is said that men should not hit women, but there is no such taboo for Ji Yushuanan. There is no one he dare not hit, only people he does not want to hit. However, when everyone was observing a moment of silence for Yao Lingling, Ji Yushuanan sat back in his seat and continued to lie down to catch up on his sleep, with no intention of continuing to confront Yao Lingling. Everyone. Today, not only Yao Lingling surprised them, but Ji Yushuanan also surprised them. But the fact that the person involved did not pursue the matter does not mean that others will not pursue it. "Look," a girl stood up, walked to Yao Lingling's seat, and looked at her arrogantly. "What did you just do?" Ma Chiu said. "Didn't you see what I did?" Yao Lingling said. Yao Lingling's answer made Ma Chiu feel very frustrated. She was so angry that she was out of breath. "You just grabbed my idol's collar. Do you think you can touch his collar?" "TSK, Ji Yushuanan doesn't care, why are you making a fuss?" Yao Lingling looked at her teasingly, as if she had seen through her little thoughts. Ma Chiu is different from all the other girls. She is arrogant and bold. Everyone in the school knows that she likes Ji Yushuanan, but Ji Yushuanan is not interested in her. It is well known that she is pursuing Ji Yushuanan. Just now, when she saw Yao Lingling being rude to Ji Yushuanan, she wanted to take this opportunity to help Ji Yushuanan and change his impression of her. "Anyway, you just touched Ji Yushuanan, so you should apologize to Ji Yushuanan quickly, otherwise I will beat you to death," Ma Chiu shouted. Chapter 31, Trouble. "Oh, it's not good for a girl to have such a bad temper," said Yao Lingling. The whole class. Someone with a bad temper actually said that others have a bad temper. "Yao Lingling, get out here. I'm going to kill you." Ma Chiu raised her voice. When facing an enemy they cannot control, people always like to raise their voices, as if this would be able to scare the other party, but in fact they are more insecure than anyone else. Yao Lingling looked at her and shook her head. "If I get out, you'll kill me, I won't get out." "You bitch, I can kill you even if you don't get out here," Ma Chiu said as she started to lift her sleeves. Ji Yushuanan raised his head and glared at Ma Chiu, his peach blossom eyes filled with anger. "Get lost. Why is it that Ma Chiu is even more annoying to me than Yao Lingling today? Ji Yushuanan, I don't make me hate you even more," Ji Yushuanan said bluntly. "But..." Ji Yushuanan stared at her impatiently. Ma Chiu finally shut her mouth, glared at Yao Lingling angrily, and returned to her seat in defeat. Yao Lingling looked at Ma Chiu leaving and sighed softly. It is not wrong to have a crush on someone, but it is a big mistake to want to gain the other person's favor in this way. Ji Xuanan turned around and looked at Yao Lingling. Why was she sighing? Yao Lingling, you'd better come back to study with me, otherwise. No, otherwise, I just came back to study hard. Yao Lingling nodded. Ji Xuanan was quite surprised. He didn't bully Yao Lingling today because he was surprised. With her bare face and innocent outfit, he had never seen such a sweet Yao Lingling. She had a special fragrance, which was unexpectedly pleasant. He lay on the table to catch up on his sleep, not because he was sleepy, but because he had a headache. He felt much better when he smelled the scent of Yao Lingling. If Ji Xuanan no longer pays attention to her, will Yao Lingling study hard? He didn't believe it, because Yao Lingling came to school just to get by. She was pretty and had a good figure, so she just needed to wait for a director to come to the school to recruit an amateur star. In this age where looks matter, you can get along well if you are good looking. There is only one class in the morning, and that is the physical education class, which is a basic course, but Yao Lingling is still taking it because she is always absent. Of course, she is not the only one in the class who is taking this class, because the physical education class graduation certificate is divided into 3 types: general, good, and excellent, and only a good score can be considered a successful graduation. Yao Lingling was just about to go to the physical education classroom when the announcement came on. Please ask Yao Lingling from class 21 to come to the dean's office. Oh. What was supposed to come has finally come. Everyone looked at Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling had just returned to school and had a head-on confrontation with Zhang Ningrui. The two had a pretty fierce fight. Ever since Yao Lingling entered the classroom, everyone had been waiting for Yao Lingling to be called to the dean's office through the broadcast. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be one less student in our class soon, said Ma Chiu. Yao Lingling seemed to be deaf to his provocation. She slowly put the physical education textbook into the drawer. What are some people still standing there for? Why don't they go to the dean of studies? Ma Chiu said again. Yao Lingling raised her eyes and glanced at her. Why are you so anxious? I'll reply to the message first. WeChat is ringing. Yao Lingling opened WeChat and saw a message from Fu Tingji. Xiao Lingling, I miss you. Are you thinking of me? Love. Yao Lingling looked at him with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her eyes full of smiles. Fu Tingji is so silly. Everyone. She smiled. Oh my god, she smiles so beautifully. Oh my god, Yao Lingling looks so beautiful when she smiles. She is so beautiful without makeup, I love her skin. Hey, don't be fooled by her. Have you forgotten how bad she is? But it's true that she's pretty. If I were as pretty as her, I would work hard and study hard to become a star in the film and television industry. It's such a waste that such a proud figure and charming face belong to Yao Lingling. All the girls were thinking this in their hearts. Of course I miss you, love heart. Are you busy at work today? The other party replied quickly. No, what can I do for you? Heart 3. Then please come to school. I'm in trouble. Heart. I'm coming, wait for me. Heart 3. Yao Lingling happily put her phone into her bag and said, Ji Xuanan, please move aside. I need to go to the dean's office. Once you go, you can't come back. He sat there, motionless. No, I still have to come back to attend my physical education class. Yao Lingling said calmly. She is stupid, right? She has offended Zhang Ningrui and is now being called to the dean's office. Can she still come back to attend the physical education class? No, you're here and you want to go out. No way. Ji Xuanan continued to lie on the table. Yao Lingling frowned, then turned over the table and left her seat. Ji Xuanan. Don't throw away my book, I really want it back. Yao Lingling emphasized again. Get out. Ji Xuanan said unhappily. Stupid, can't you see that he is helping her? The Zhang family is the most powerful, but not as powerful as the Jiu family. If she doesn't go to the dean, when the time comes, she can say that he didn't let her leave, and the Zhang family can't blame her. Yao Lingling curled her lips. What a nasty second-generation rich kid. She turned around and walked towards the classroom door. With Fu Tingji's support, it was impossible for Zhang Ningrui to mess with her. Thinking of this, Yao Lingling curled up the corners of her mouth and couldn't help humming a little tune as she walked towards the dean of studies. Everyone. Yao Lingling must be stupid. They began to wonder what had happened during the days when Yao Lingling was away from school. They shouldn't have been so cruel to her. After all, the child was stupid. Yao Lingling came to the office of the Dean of Studies. His name was Xu Yahua. He had been working at Haicheng Art College for more than 20 years. He had gained weight in middle age and looked quite greasy. At this moment, Zhang Ningrui was sitting on the sofa with her father Zhang Zhongqian beside her. Are you Yao Lingling? Zhang Zhongqian's eyes almost popped out when he saw Yao Lingling. Such a delicate and frail-looking girl actually beat his daughter's leg so hard that it was swollen. Yes, uncle, I am Yao Lingling. Yao Lingling nodded. Why did you bully my daughter? Zhang Zhongqian asked unhappily. It was your daughter who bullied me first. She has been bullying me all the time. I don't want to be bullied by her anymore, so I resisted, said Yao Lingling. Zhang Ningrui immediately got annoyed. She was a good girl in the eyes of her elders. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone in the school knows how bad your temper is. How can I bully you? Zhang Ningrui roared fiercely. No matter how bad my temper is, I have never bullied you. Why do you always go against me? Is it because I look skinny and you think I'm easy to bully? Yao Lingling couldn't help sobbing as she spoke. Who doesn't he know how to act? Was it really Yao Lingling who bullied Zhang Ningrui? Judging from the current situation, Yao Lingling is completely the one at a disadvantage, and Zhang Ningrui is arrogant and domineering because her father is one of the school shareholders. Yao Lingling is alone and helpless. Chapter 32 Shut up. Yao Lingling, you are so young and you are ruining the atmosphere of our school. You should be expelled. Zhang Ningrui said, Dad, I don't know how many boyfriends she has had. She skips classes and lives with her boyfriend. She is only 20 years old, but her emotional experience is richer than that of a 40-year-old. Oh? How do you know that I have a rich emotional experience? Your sister said so. Zhang Ningrui said. Although she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, since Yao Lingling's sister said so, it must be true. Who would want to have a daughter of questionable character? Yao Shiyun couldn't be talking nonsense. Oh. You believe all the nonsense that Yao Shiyun talks about, so why don't you believe me when I tell the truth? Yao Lingling sighed. Stop beating around the bush and trying to change the subject. You're going to be expelled soon, but your sister begged me for you for a long time, and I promised her that as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I won't ask the dean to expel you. Zhang Ningrui said with her chin raised, almost looking at her with her nose up. Yao Lingling chuckled and said, Then I may disappoint you. At this time Xu Yahua spoke up and said, Yao Lingling, Zhang Ningrui gave you the opportunity to stay, you must cherish it. What I mean is, why don't you kneel down and kowtow out of gratitude? Zhang Zhongqian also raised his chin, looking very arrogant. Regardless of whether it was his daughter's fault or Yao Lingling's fault, things had come to this point. Yao Lingling had to admit the fault. Even if his daughter really did something wrong, the other party had to admit that it was her fault. Director Xu, aren't you sitting in this position to handle disputes fairly? Yao Lingling asked him. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me this question? Xu Yahua glared at her. The so-called justice can only be obtained by those who are rich and powerful. How can a country bumpkin from the countryside who is not loved by her parents expect to have justice? In that case, then don't waste time talking to her. This is a notice of expulsion. Yao Lingling, you are officially expelled. Zhang Ningrui threw the notice of expulsion at Yao Lingling. This country bumpkin can finally disappear from her sight forever. Yao Lingling glanced at the dismissal notice on the ground and said with a smile, You can fire me, but I promise you will regret your actions immediately. You are so young but you have such a big tone. I don't want to see you. Get out of here. Zhang Zhongqian said. For some reason, Yao Lingling's calmness made him uncomfortable. After years of working in the business world, he had never felt such pressure. Yao Lingling picked up the dismissal notice on the ground and put it into her small bag. At this moment, a young woman knocked on the door twice. Director Xu, shareholder Zhang, the principal wants to see you, the secretary said, and then politely said to Yao Lingling, Miss Yao, please come with me as well. What about me? Zhang Ningrui asked. It's really strange, how could such a small thing alarm the principal? The principal didn't invite Miss Zhang. The secretary looked at Zhang Ningrui indifferently, with a look completely different from the one he gave Yao Lingling. Xu Yahua and Zhang Zhongqian looked at each other and decided to go. They were the dean of studies and a shareholder, so what were they afraid of? Several people came to the principal's office. The principal was named Zhu Xingxing. He was tall and thin, and very good at dealing with people. But Zhu Xingxing did not sit in the principal's seat, but stood respectfully aside. A young and stern man leaned back in a high-end leather chair. "How dare you? Is this the seat for you?" Xu Yahua shouted as he entered the room. Zhu Xingxing immediately glared at him. "Xu Yahua, you are so bold. How dare you be so rude to Mr. Fu?" "Principal." Xu Yahua stuttered, "Aren't you angry that he sits in your seat?" What Zhu Xingxing hated most was others doing things that were beyond the rules, but the young man in front of him was sitting in his principal's chair, but he didn't mind at all. "It is the greatest honor of my life that Mr. Fu sits in my chair," Zhu Xingxing said with his eyes shining. Xu Yahua was stunned. What is the identity of this Mr. Fu that he deserves such respect from the usually arrogant Zhu Xingxing? Xu Yahua couldn't help but shut his mouth. This was probably someone he couldn't afford to offend, so it would be better for him to say less. "Xingxing, what do you want to talk to me about?" Zhang Zhongqian said as he walked to the sofa, sat down and poured a cup of tea, looking relaxed and contented as if he was at home. He is different from Xu Yahua. He is a shareholder of the school. Whenever Zhu Xingxing sees him, he has to give him some face. When Zhu Xingxing saw him like this, his brows furrowed deeply. At this moment, Fu Tingji spoke and waved to Yao Lingling, "Come here." Yao Lingling walked to his side obediently, and Zhu Xingxing subconsciously walked away. As soon as Fu Tingji arrived, he said he came for Yao Lingling. A man came for a woman, and you can tell what their relationship is with just your toes. "Sit down," Fu Tingji said again. "Sit. Where to sit?" Yao Lingling was stunned, and Fu Tingji picked her up and sat her on his lap. Zhu Xingxing, Zhang Zhongqian, Xu Yahua. Dantes still stood upright. He was no longer surprised. Yao Lingling blushed instantly. In addition to the two people here, there were 4 other people. "Fu Tingji, let me go." Yao Lingling slapped his hands, but the harder she struggled, the tighter Fu Tingji held her. The two of them pressed tightly together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The scene was shocking. "What are you doing? This is the principal's office." Zhang Zhongqian immediately slammed the table and cursed at Fu Tingji and Yao Lingling, who were hugging each other. How bold. Even if Mr. Fu is a big shot, he still has to have some shame. "Zhang Zhongqian, shut your stinky mouth." Zhu Xingxing was angry. Zhang Zhongqian's behavior disappointed him again and again. There are only a few Mr. Fu in this world who are worthy of his respect. Did Zhang Zhongqian go out without his brain? "Zhu Xingxing, how dare you yell at me? I am a shareholder of the school." Zhang Zhongqian expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhu Xingxing couldn't help but sneer. "It's just 1% of the shares, what a shitty shareholder." He had long been unhappy with Zhang Zhongqian, who only had a tiny bit of shares in his hands, yet acted like a third-rate elder brother in front of him every day. His daughter would run to school whenever there was a trivial matter, and he relied on his status as a shareholder to take revenge. "I'm going to withdraw my investment from this year's art festival," Zhang Zhongqian said angrily. Zhu Xingxing always looked down on others, and because he only had 1% of the shares, he never took him seriously, but the two had never had a direct conflict before. Zhang Zhongqian didn't know how to deal with Zhu Xingxing, so he had to threaten him by saying he would withdraw his investment. "Oh. Why didn't you say you wanted to withdraw your shares?" Fu Tingji sneered. His gaze did not fall on Zhang Zhongqian, but it inexplicably made Zhang Zhongqian feel a chill down his spine. Such a great oppressive force was exerted on him at such a young age. Chapter 33. He was careless. "How dare you, a junior, interrupt when your elders are talking? Those standing here are all important figures in the school. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak?" Zhang Zhongqian said angrily. It is true that once people get angry, they lose their brains. Zhang Zhongqian didn't even think about it. Zhu Xingxing treated him so respectfully, so he must be a big shot. "Zhang Zhongqian, do you know who is sitting here?" Zhu Xingxing was extremely displeased. Zhang Zhongqian is so arrogant. "Who is he?" Zhang Zhongqian asked with his chin raised. He just doesn't believe that there is someone he can't afford to offend. He is so young, he must be some rich second generation. Can't he handle this young man? Since they are all doing business, they they must have business dealings. He can use business to threaten the other party. Even if there is no business dealings, he can find the other party's opponents or partners to put pressure on him. There is no one in the world that he wants to deal with but cannot deal with. Dantes looked at him with contempt, and nodded coldly, saying, "Our young master is Fu Tingji, the president of Jiaxin Group." Forex capital? Which forex capital? Zhang Zhongqian didn't react for a moment. It's not that he didn't react, but he was a little bit incredulous. If you tell him that he is the son of a certain company chairman, he would believe it, but if you tell him that he is the president of Forex Capital, that makes him doubt it. The most powerful group in Asia, can he just meet the president whenever he wants? How many Forex groups are there in this world? Zhu Xingxing said, looking at Zhang Zhongqian as if he were a fool. Zhang Zhongqian was a little nervous. This man was the president of Forex Capital, and Yao Lingling was so close to him. Didn't that mean she was his woman? That's impossible. Yao Lingling has such a bad reputation in school. If she is Fu Tingji's woman, why didn't she tell everyone earlier? Principal, could he be fake? Zhang Zhongqian asked with the last glimmer of hope. He can't be so unlucky that he just happened to offend the woman of the president of Forex Capital. It's no wonder that he didn't recognize Fu Tingji. Fu Tingji is high profile in his work and low-key in his personal life. There are very few photos of him on the entire internet. Even if a paparazzi captures his back, it will be erased immediately. The highest commander of Jiaxin is still the photo of his father. Do you need me to call and bankrupt your company before you believe it? Fu Tingji said without even raising his eyelids. He doesn't take people like Zhang Zhongqian seriously at all. Zhang Zhongqian's legs went weak instantly. If Fu Tingji was fake, then his acting was too good. You really are. Zhang Zhongqian was at a loss. Uncle Zhang, why are you stuttering? You didn't do that when you told me to get out just now. Yao Lingling said in an innocent tone. Zhang Zhongqian knelt on the ground with a plop. My little ancestor, how could I tell you to get out? I want you to get out, I want you to get out. Zhang Zhongqian just wanted to slip away, but suddenly several bodyguards in black uniforms appeared at the office door. When Zhang Zhongqian saw this scene, he almost fainted. Yao, Miss Yao. Xu Yahua also knelt on the ground immediately, looking at Yao Lingling as if he saw a devil. It was true what she said they would regret. Yao Lingling turned her head away. She would never forgive them. Xu Yahua and Zhang Zhongqian were two bad apples. They had taken revenge on countless people. It would have been fine if she hadn't encountered them, but if she had, she would never let it go. She is not broad-minded enough to forgive those who hurt her. Student Yao, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just an outsider. Xu Yahua quickly distanced himself from it. He had just agreed with Zhang Zhongqian and his daughter to expel her. If Yao Lingling pursued the matter, his position as the dean would be over. Yao Lingling slowly took out the dismissal notice from her bag, pointed at the seal on it and said, Director, did Uncle Zhang put a knife to your neck and force you to stamp this seal? Fu Tingji took the notice and glanced at it, with a cold light in his eyes. Student Yao, I'm just the dean of studies. Zhang Zhongqian is a shareholder. Whatever he says is what it is. I have no choice but to stamp this seal, said Xu Yahua. Bullshit, Xu Yahua, I didn't ask you to stamp this seal. Zhang Zhongqian roared. Xiao Lingling, did you bully your classmates? Fu Tingji looked at Yao Lingling lovingly. Yao Lingling replied sheepishly, I kicked her knee, it should be swollen. Fu Tingji wouldn't blame her just because she was the first to start, right? Fu Tingji frowned, it's just swollen. Zhu Xingxing hurriedly said to Yao Lingling, Student Yao, hitting others is not good. This is a bad habit. Don't do this again next time. Next time, I will break his legs directly. Fu Tingji said calmly, even if I have to send him to the ICU, I will take care of him. Yao Lingling. Zhu Xingxing. Well, he was careless. With Fu Tingji's ability, even if Yao Lingling beat someone half to death, it couldn't be blamed on Yao Lingling. Really too arrogant. Zhang Zhongqian almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. Fu Tingji actually asked Yao Lingling to break his daughter's legs. Mr. Fu, even if my daughter is wrong, you don't have to break her legs. You are taking advantage of your power to bully her. Zhang Zhongqi was so angry that his face turned purple. Uncle Zhang should know best how effective this tactic of bullying others is, right? Yao Lingling immediately retorted. If she slightly punished the arrogant Zhang Ningrui, it was bullying. But if Zhang Ningrui asked her to kneel down, kowtow and scold her, it was not bullying. Her punishment for Zhang Ningrui was relatively light. Zhang Ningrui was really cruel when she bullied the original owner in the past. The most vicious time was when she asked a group of girls to beat her to the ground, strip her clothes, and use their mobile phones to take pictures of her in her most miserable state. The mother-in-law is right when she says she is right, and their husband is right when he says he is right. Let's just consider today's incident as my daughter's fault. I won't fire you, said Zhang Zhongqian. Yao Lingling shook her head. It's not that, it's your daughter's fault. Fu Tingji put Yao Lingling on the chair, walked in front of Zhang Zhongqian, looked down at him, nodded and stood there. Liangyuan Group. Fu Tingji said in his cold tone. Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Zhongqian nodded repeatedly. Hand over the shares of Haicheng Art College as quickly as possible and take your daughter out of Haicheng, otherwise I guarantee that you will not only go bankrupt, but also be heavily in debt. Fu Tingji said. Zhang Zhongqian was stunned for a long while before he came to his senses and said, I will go through the formalities to hand over the shares in a few days. Mr. Zhang, you don't seem to understand what our young master means. Our young master said to do it at the fastest speed. Dantes reminded him. How fast? Zhang Zhongqian was confused. Now. Fu Tingji said indifferently. Zhu Xingxing immediately took out the equity redemption letter he had prepared. Come and sign. Zhu Xingxing said. Chapter 34, Reciprocity. Zhang Zhongqian was struck by lightning. Fu Tingji's move shocked him deeply. It was decisive and ruthless, just as the rumors said. Even so, he didn't dare to say a word. Xiaoguo's business line had almost been monopolized by Jiaxin, and it would be unwise to offend Jiaxin. Zhang Zhongqian signed the agreement, and Zhu Xingxing handed him Zhang Ningrui's dismissal notice, and Fu Tingji let him go. Xu Yahua was trembling in the corner, and kept shouting in his heart at Yao Lingling not to retaliate against him, but he was still dismissed from his job. Everyone left, and now only Yao Lingling and Fu Tingji were left in the principal's office. Thank you. Yao Lingling thanked politely. Fu Tingji hugged her tightly, like a foolish king hugging his beloved concubine. You're not stupid to come to me when you're wronged. Fu Tingji pinched her nose, then frowned and said, This is the school you insisted on coming to. They don't like you and bully you. It's so good to be in the villa. Everyone treats you with respect. Isn't it good to be like a princess? I am a human being, not your pet. I need to get in touch with society, otherwise I will be eliminated by society, said Yao Lingling. Okay, whatever you say goes. I'm a sharp-tongued person, but I can't argue with you. Fu Ting said. I'm telling the truth. My problem has been solved, why don't you go back? Yao Lingling asked. Fu Tingji's behavior was too arrogant, which made her very uncomfortable. After all, this was the principal's office, and she felt very embarrassed that he was hugging her so openly. When Yao Lingling said this, the smile that had originally risen on Fu Tingji's face disappeared completely. You are so heartless. I put down my work to support you, but you chased me away after you were done. Fu Tingji said unhappily, I helped you, can't you reward me? How to reward? Yao Lingling asked. Fu Ting's hands wandered dishonestly on her body, and his voice became hoarse, what do you think? Yao Lingling quickly got off him. He always wanted to take advantage of her. Couldn't he think of something normal in his mind? I still have classes, so I can't chat with you. Yao Lingling said. Fu Tingji immediately caught her back. Anyway, my work has been delayed, so you should show some appreciation. Fu Tingji said, it's called reciprocity. Can reciprocity be used in this way? What do you mean? Yao Lingling had a bad feeling in her heart. Skip class to accompany me. She just got back to school and she's skipping classes, isn't that bad? No matter whether he was good or not, Fu Tingji said that she had to leave. He picked her up and walked out of the principal's office. Yao Lingling covered her face. Put me down, it's not good for others to see me. Oh. Fu Lingji covered her face with clothes. Yao Lingling was embarrassed. It was at least 10 minutes away from here to the parking lot, and he couldn't hold her for that long. Put me down, I can walk by myself. Yao Lingling struggled. She was really not used to being held in the arms of others. Don't move. If you move, we'll go back to the office and do something exciting. Yao Lingling really didn't dare to move. She only knew how to scare people, to others and to herself. Fu Tingji carried Yao Lingling away, while Dantes and Zhu Xingxing stayed behind to deal with the follow-up matters. Mr. Fu likes Miss Yao very much, Zhu Xingxing said with a smile. Dantes' expression darkened, and he said coldly, the young master doesn't like people talking about him. After today, you should pretend that you have never seen the young master. Don't mention him to anyone, otherwise your position as principal will end. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingxing's face changed drastically. I know, I have a tight tongue. Zhu Xingxing nodded and bowed quickly. Haicheng Art College will be under the name of Jiaxing from now on. I will send someone to follow up. Dantes said. From now on, Haicheng Art College will rely entirely on Jiaxing. Zhu Xingxing smiled from ear to ear. Yao Lingling left and never came back, and all her classmates thought she had been expelled without a doubt. The person she offended was Zhang Ningrui, who was not someone to be trifled with. Previously, her boyfriend looked at a female classmate for a second longer, and she grabbed the classmate and scratched her face. Yao Lingling will never come back. Yao Shiyun came to class 21 and made sure that no one was sitting in Yao Lingling's seat. She immediately put on a pitiful look. I have long advised her to control her temper. School is not like home. Her family will tolerate her, but her classmates at school are not her parents. She just wouldn't listen and instead became even worse. Yao Shiyun said sadly. Shiyun, don't be sad. Yao Lingling was expelled from school because of her own fault. You have done your duty as a sister. Who can you blame if she doesn't listen to your advice? Her classmates comforted her. Yao Shiyun secretly raised the corners of her mouth. Well, I'll go back and talk to my parents about letting her go to a different school. After all, she's still young and can't even do laundry or cook. We can't let her go out into the society. What did you say? Yao Lingling is so old, can't she even wash clothes and cook? Everyone in the family feels sorry for her. When she lives outside, she has to take her clothes home to be washed by the nanny, or she just treats them as disposable and throws them away, said Yao Shiyun. She is a waste. Everyone was talking about it. Fortunately, this piece of trash has been expelled, otherwise I would be ashamed to be her classmate. When Yao Shiyun returned home, she told Yao Zhongshu and his wife about Yao Lingling being expelled from school. Yao Zhongshu became furious when he heard about it. This is the daughter you were determined to get back, but you're more of a hindrance than a help. Yao Zhongshu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Duan Wenman looked at Yao Shiyun suspiciously and said, then why did you come back? Your sister was expelled from school. She must be very sad now. Aren't you going to comfort her? Mom, I don't know where my sister is now. You know she gets upset when I talk to her. She must be with her boyfriend. But so far I have never seen the boyfriend she mentioned, let alone go to find her to comfort her. Yao Shiyun said. Yao Shiyun, what's your choice of words? What do you mean by she must be with her boyfriend? She said she has a boyfriend, but we haven't seen him. It's not certain whether this boyfriend is real or fake. Duan Wenman nodded, looking at Yao Shiyun with displeasure. Yao Shiyun lowered her head and then thought of Mr. Fu a few days ago. Yao Lingling was taken away by him. Something must have happened between the two of them. Mom, there is one more thing I don't know whether I should tell you or not. My sister showed up at Brother Jingshuan's house a few days ago. She provoked a man and Brother Jingxian was beaten half to death. Brother Jingxian is still lying in the hospital. Yao Shiyun said. What man? Duan Wenman's face changed instantly. It was a man who looked like a black gang. She was taken away by that man that night. That man was so fierce. Brother Jingxian was beaten until he was covered in blood. I was so scared that I fainted. Yao Shiyun's eyes were filled with tears. Yao Zhongshu and Duan Wenman both looked pale. What else could they do after being taken away by a man in the middle of the night? Chapter 35, Love Again. Yao Lingling is becoming more and more embarrassing. How is Jingxian now? Yao Zhongshu asked Yao Shiyun. He was asking Jiang Jingxian, not his own daughter. Yao Shiyun said, now I can eat by myself. That's good. Lingling is becoming more and more disappointing. Not only did she get herself involved, but she also caused Jingxian to be beaten. It's better for her not to come back. If she comes back, I won't necessarily break her legs, said Yao Zhongshu. How dare you? Duan Wenman glared at him angrily, gnashing her teeth as she looked at Yao Shiyun. Why are you only telling me now when such a big thing has happened? Yao Shiyun said, my sister is a girl after all, and she has a boyfriend. If she was taken away by a man in the middle of the night, if outsiders knew about it, they would definitely say something. How could I dare to say anything? Duan Wenman looked at her in a daze, as if trying to figure out whether her words were true or not. If she really cared about Yao Lingling, she should have told them on the day of the accident and asked them to find a way to get her back. Yao Lingling did disappoint her, but she was her daughter after all, a piece of her flesh and blood, and as a mother, it was impossible not to feel sorry for her child. Yao Lingling is behaving like that now because you indulged her. Yao Zhongshu was almost having a heart attack from being so angry. Duan Wenman said, she hasn't been by my side for more than 10 years, so what's wrong with me pampering her a little? And you, Yao Shiyun, please be aware of your status and don't run to the Jiang family for no reason. The marriage between Jingxian and the Yao family was arranged by me and his mother, and it has nothing to do with you. Even if you want to marry Jiang Jingxian, Lingling has to say in person that she doesn't want Jiang Jingxian anymore before it's your turn. Yao Shiyun lowered her head. I understand, Mom. My feelings for brother Jingxian are just that of a younger sister for a brother. You know, we grew up together and have always had a good relationship. You'd better tell the truth. Duan Wenman said as she walked away in her high heels. Yao Shiyun clenched her fists secretly. Why did Duan Wenman still protect Yao Lingling even though she had been played around by others? Just because she was her biological daughter, and she was just the child she adopted to comfort her after she lost her daughter. Didn't she treat her as a human being? Shiyun, your mother only said those words in anger. Don't take them to heart. What era is this? Matters of marriage should be decided by the children themselves. You and Jingxian have always had a good relationship. You know who is in his heart better than anyone else. Yao Zhongshu said to Yao Shiyun. Yao Shiyun nodded with tears in her eyes. Dad is the best and treats her as his own daughter. She would not let Yao Lingling snatch Jiang Jingxian away from her. Jiang Jingxian, who was so outstanding and gentle, could only be hers. Yao Lingling was brought back to the villa by Fu Tingji. She had been out for less than half a day and came back again. She was extremely depressed, but Fu Tingji seemed to be full of energy and carried her into the bedroom. The bedroom and study are connected together, which is something he has never experienced before. So Fu Tingji quickly prepared everything. He had originally planned to hold a meeting at the branch office, but now he ordered his secretary to switch it to a video conference. Fu Tingji was in a meeting, and Yao Lingling was forced to sit on the sofa. She watched him concentrate on the meeting and became so bored that she couldn't help dozing off. I don't know when Fu Tingji finished the meeting. Yao Lingling had fallen asleep. Fu Tingji carefully picked her up and put her on the bed. Yao Lingling opened her eyes in a daze. You actually fell asleep. Fu Tingji curled his lips. How can I not fall asleep when it's so boring, said Yao Lingling. It's so nice to go to school. You can study and make friends. Didn't you say you were bored at home? You won't be bored if you work with me. You once said that I look good when I work, so am I not giving you a chance to see myself? Fu Tingji said with a confident smile on his face. The original owner couldn't even enter Fu Tingji's study before, let alone accompany him to work. But, that was the original owner, and she didn't like watching him work. Yao Lingling was speechless. Yao Lingling, you should feel happy. Look, I have given you what you couldn't get no matter how hard you tried before. Fu Tingji said. For example. Fu Tingji smiled and said, for example, giving you the opportunity to get close to me, letting you accompany me to work, letting you understand me, and letting you exploit me at any time. Yao Lingling picked up a pillow and hit him. He was really hopeless. I want to understand you because I like you. I don't like you. The closer you get to me, the more I hate you, do you understand? If you force others to have something they don't want, it will appear extremely cheap. Yao Lingling said. Fu Tingji grabbed her hand, and the strong force made Yao Lingling's hand turn red all of a sudden, and she trembled with pain. You mean that everything I do now is extremely cheap to you? The smile on Fu Tingji's face faded in an instant, and anger gradually emerged. Yao Lingling knew that he was going to get angry again. No, I'm just explaining a truth to you. I'm not saying that everything you do is cheap. You do it very well, but it's not what I want. Yao Lingling hurriedly explained. It's not what you want. Do you think I have to give it to you if you want it? If you don't want it, no matter how much I do, it will be in vain. Do you think my heart deserves to be trampled on by you? Fu Tingji pushed her down. He couldn't believe that a person could change so much, saying that she didn't like him and then she didn't like him anymore. When she liked him, she was like sticky candy, and he couldn't get rid of her. Now that she didn't like him anymore, she kept disappointing him. Fu Tingji's eyes were bloodshot. Fu Tingji, don't be like this. I know my words were extreme, but that's not what I meant. Yao Lingling said as she struggled with Fu Tingji's hand. Do you like whatever Jiang Jingxian does? Fu Tingji has almost lost his mind. He can't tolerate his woman having other men in her heart. What does this have to do with Jiang Jingxian? She is not familiar with him, and the original owner is not familiar with him either. Everyone who knows them knows how much Jiang Jingxian hates Yao Lingling. It has nothing to do with him. But you cared about him a lot that day. What do you like about him? Fu Tingji narrowed his eyes. He felt uncomfortable when he thought of her wearing a maid outfit that day. That day I was just afraid that you would beat him to death and go to jail, said Yao Lingling. Are you worried about whether I will go to jail? Shouldn't you hope that I will go to jail so that you can run away? Fu Tingji said. If my freedom means the cost of a life, I would rather be locked up by you for life, said Yao Lingling. Fu Tingji sneered. After all, she didn't want Jiang Jingxian to be beaten to death by him. Then you should be prepared to be locked up by me for the rest of your life. If you try to escape, I promise that Jiang Jingxian will suffer a fate worse than death. Is Fu Tingji jealous? In her memories, Fu Tingji treated the original owner just like a sponsor treated his lover, only talking about invitations but not love. I don't like Jiang Jingxian. If I like him, why wouldn't I like you? You are more handsome and richer than him, but he is not as good as you in every way. Why would I want him? Fu Tingji looked at Yao Lingling carefully. Really? Really? Yao Lingling nodded vigorously. Fu Tingji hugged her and smiled. When had she ever been able to easily affect his emotions? I'm so outstanding. You'll never meet another man as outstanding as me in your life. Why don't you consider liking me again? Yao Lingling's face was filled with black lines.